just youthful and stupid. I can't get no usage of talk. It's smoke, feel like we fuck and we fight. By the end of the night, we'll be charged and overdone. So it's a hey, yeah, king of the youth. Tell me I'm right, I don't know what to do. Like, hey, yeah, kids will be fools. That's how we love, we're just living our truth. Like, hey, yeah, tell me what to do. I feel like I'm blind, I'm just looking for you. Looking for you. Feeling so lost in my disguise. Drop to my knees and pray and cry. How do I see through faded eyes? Who's gonna pick me up in time?
There comes a time in almost everyone's life where you're just wondering, am I doing this right? Hey, don't be stupid, keep on moving. If you fuck up, then you're living your life. I know it's hard. Some days you feel alone and in the dark, unsure of who it is you really are, incapable of anything at all.
So it's a hey, yeah, king of the youth. Tell me I'm right, I don't know what to do. Like, hey, yeah, kids will be fools. That's how we love, we're just living our truth. Like, hey, yeah, tell me what to do. I feel like I'm blind, I'm just looking for you. Looking for you.
mind, but it's okay, said it's alright. I see the heartache, I remember the time I was feeling the same. Now I got new life and I'm free from the chains. So let's fly, let's all fly away. Look to the sky, look at that place where your dream of hitting another level never felt so free by the end of the day. That's all I pray. No karma, my future, go harder. I feel righteous, it's like armor, cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. See my design, climbing heaven's appetite, shining light, freedom in the time, riding out to feed the appetite. Take it higher just to free the mind, oh pray. No karma, my future, go harder. I feel righteous, it's like armor, cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. My future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, 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 no karma. You've been on my mind.
torcendo pra Loud, a gente sempre torce pra Loud, a gente vai torcer pra eles em qualquer time que eles estiverem. E sobre o Saci, o Pancada é brasileiro, é sangue brasileiro, a gente vai recepcionar muito bem, mas a Loud vai bater eles na final.
Eu acho que as duas maiores torcidas vai ser Sentinels e Loud, não tem como.
Com certeza. Amanhã, com certeza, a FURIA vai levar, mas eu acho que vai ser pegado, vai ser um 2-1, né? Porque a T1 é forte. Você acha que vai ser 2-0?
2-0 fácil.
Eu acho que vai ser um 2-1. É isso, e a FURIA eu acho que amanhã vai ganhar, com certeza. É isso.
Hello, my name is Boaster. I'm the IGL of Fnatic. Okay, I'll start off with Durka. He brings the bold buff, as everyone knows. He also brings the high skill capabilities in a top fragger. And then we've got Althea. He's the 17-year-old in a 30-year-old body. He's got crazy bed hair, and that bed hair is a symbol of how crazy he is in real life as well. Then we've got Chronicle. He's the guy that's like really keen and really, I don't know, he just loves learning stuff. And we've got Leo. Now he's the comedian of our team, like always making jokes and always laughing, you know. He's very flamboyant and very excitable.
Hi, I'm Leo and I play for Fnatic and my role is initiator. I think chemistry plays a huge part in a team. If you're not getting along outside the server, it's gonna be very tough to have trust in game. Obviously there's a situation where the team still has success, but in the off-season we've been enjoying company of each other outside the game more than playing. But now we're really in the focus zone and building up the trust in game also.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, with Leo and Chronicle, we got 100% LAN win rate, so that's unheard of for Fnatic. We're normally losing, so don't know what's happened there, but if we can keep that momentum, then I'm gonna be pretty happy.
Having both as an ideal is he puts a lot of work in, which I admire. That's what you want from your leader in the team.
I'm feeling super confident for this event, and I'm super excited for everyone to see what we've been cooking up. I want to put on a great show for the Brazilian fans in the audience and for all the people watching at home as well. I really want this to be a really fun tournament for us. We hope to do you proud, and you know, let's go Fnatic.
Oi, meu nome é Saci, eu sou o iniciador e jogo pela Sentinels. Meu time basicamente é composto pelo Brian, né? O Brian é o pancada, eu sou parceiro dele desde a Loud, a gente já ganhou bastante campeonatos juntos. Então ele é o cara mais calmo do time, ele é o pilar. Tens e o Zekin, eu gosto de falar dos dois juntos porque eles têm uma personalidade muito parecida. Eles são mais brincalhões, eles são os mais novos também. E normalmente são os caras que têm mais mira. Então é bem engraçado jogar do lado deles, eles estão aprendendo bastante. E claro, tem o Def, que é o capitão. Ele é o cara mais centralizado, vamos dizer assim. Então ele passa as causas, ele passa a calma. Então ele tem uma sabedoria muito grande e dá pra confiar nele bem fácil. Vai ser um sentimento muito misturado, né? Jogar na frente da torcida brasileira. Principalmente agora que eu tô numa organização americana. Mas eu acredito sim que eles vão torcer por nós. Principalmente por mim, pelo Brian. E apoiar nosso time durante o campeonato. Eu acho que isso sempre foi um sonho meu de jogar num time estrangeiro e finalmente estou aqui agora. E o que eu estou experienciando é que a cultura é muito diferente, isso é bem legal. A gente tem um canadense, a gente tem um britânico, tem 2 brasileiros, aí tem um americano. Então as personalidades, a gente meio que aprende um com o outro. Então tá sendo uma experiência bem bacana. Eu tô muito ansioso para ver a gente dentro do stage.
Hello everyone, I am Tens. I am a player for Sentinels. I play the role as an operator, but also play as a flex. The difference between this iteration of Sentinels and the past iterations, this one is definitely more structured. We have a foundation of how we want to run the team. So we have lots of coaches and everyone has a defined role. We have a lot of protocols as a team. Previously, Sentinels had a pretty good record against Fnatic, and hopefully we can keep that up, but I know they actually revamped the roster, and they're considered quite a super team in the EMEA division, so we shall see what happens. I hope we have a good match, and we can show what we're both capable of.
Alam ko yung lahat kayo nananabi, kaya muli tayo nagbabalik here in VCT LOCK in another day para makakita tayo kung sino bang mapupunta na naman sa elimination or kaya kung sino ang makaka-advance for another round here into our bracket sa Omega. I'm Honey Glaze CTW, kasama ko ngayon si Juicy Brucey.
Hello! What is up? Day number 9. Sorry, medyo malayo eh. Day number 9 na tayo dito, Honey Glaze. And good morning sa lahat ng Pilipinong nanonood dyan. And sa Brazil, good morning din. Umaga naman talaga. Mas madali nga lang sa atin. Pero yung mas madali, Honey Glaze, is yung pagpasok natin. And finally, sinabi mo nga kanina, we are in the last first round dito sa Omega Brackets. Again, 2 series yung mangyayari ngayon. And yung matatalo ay pupunta ng airport, babalik sa kanila. Nearest and then, yes, nearest. Sorry, sa isang region yun. Pero tingnan natin. Baka this time, well, totoo pa naman kasi yung first series natin ay NA versus EMEA. Yeah. So, makikita natin kung sino ba yung unang i-exit. Pero, since ito yung first round bracket natin, ito rin yung sinasabi ng mga tao na pinaka-hype na matches for today. Kasi, I mean, nandito yung Sentinels, nandito yung Fnatic. I mean, 2 big names. And then, let's not discredit in our second series, which is T1 and FURIA Esports. Yun. Pero, before natin puntahan yan, Honey Glaze, balikan muna natin. Sana all bumabalik. Balikan muna natin
yan
yung
ang mahirap kapag hindi ka binabalikan. Kasi,
tunay yan.
Yan.
Pero andito naman tayo para balikan yung mga nangyari kahapon. Kasi kahapon, balita ko, hindi siya isang madaling 3 series. Kasi isa ay 2-0 tapos ay
2-1 na pareho.
2-1 na pareho. Inumaga nga tayo. Pero you know, shoutouts pa rin to our casters yesterday, to Vil, to Ray, and of course to Tyror na ano talaga, they were here for the love of Valorant. And ikaw ba naman? Dito,
buhay na buhay pa rin sila, diba?
Exactly.
Para maibigay yung energy dito. Nakita natin yesterday that it has been a really long day. Umabot ng 10 hours halos yung naging series, yung ating naging broadcast yesterday. Pero nakita naman natin na sobrang worthy ng mga teams natin. Nasabi nga ni Juicy Brucey kanina kung ano ba ang mga nangyari yesterday going on forward. Nagkaroon na nga dito ng paalam sa ibang mga teams. We have Team Vitality was able to dominate a very, very juicy win laban dito sa Global Esports. Pero ano ba ang nangyari yun? Ano ba ang parang nagkulang for Global Esports para ayun no, sila yun natumba mula sa TV.
Iba kasi I mean like Twisted's Jet parang siya yung mga isa mga tao na hindi parang unstoppable for Team Vitality, pero I mean yung mga Viper picks, Astra picks by Global Esports medyo underwhelming siya. So I think it boils down to agent composition tsaka paano sila naglaro. So you know, if we are looking at the head-to-head of all the 2 players coming in here from both Team Vitality and Global Esports, hindi naman siya masyadong malayo. Pero you know, in in a game where it's a 5v5, alam mo naman talaga na hindi lang isang player nag-stand out. So
Definitely.
parang we could say na this is where the team's composition would really kick in.
Ang feeling ko nga lang din dito for the side of Team Vitality is nagkaroon sila dito ng pag-amplify para kay Twisten kung paano ba siya magiging agresibo when it comes to his plays na ibigay iyon ng kanyang initiators. Why? Dahil nandun yung utilities nila. Available
Exactly.
dito yung mga points na si Molsy, nagbibigay pugay dito for Twisten na makakuha ng magandang executions and able to dominate in a win. Even though na 2-1 yun, malaking win pa rin ito for Global Esports dahil naibigay nila yung longest run na yun for that first series. Pero it was Twisten together with Molsy was able to dominate in that round. Pero syempre, meron pa tayong ibang series na nangyari yesterday.
Exactly. Isa din sa mga nangyari kahapon was FUT Esports versus RRQ. Yes. I mean, FUT or FUT kung paano mo yun sabihin yan. Pero, you know, for us naman, you know, Pacific tayo eh. We're APAC or under the one banner. I mean, RRQ so far, they tried their best. Pero it was a 2-0
Oy,
in
shoutout
favor
pala
of...
sa mga Filipino players natin dyan, di ba? Lalo na't ngayon, bibigay natin sa head-to-head si Kuya mo, Eman from RRQ.
Well, actually, Eman, I mean, he's one of the players na masabi natin from yesterday. Paano ba sabihin to? They tried their best, pero it's great also. I think it was RRQ yesterday. They finally played one of the unplayed heroes dito sa VCT LOCK. Because, I mean, inabot pa tayo ng day number 8 para malaro finally si Reyna. And the first appearance, debut match ni Reyna dito sa, you know, lock-in. Sadly, natalo siya eh. So, I mean,
parang
it's still good to see.
pagka-standard na nga kanilang composition with a double duelist setup, yes, they can be really aggressive, pero ang ginawa kasi dito nila, Modge, alam nila kung paano counterin yung ganong klaseng standard play.
Yeah.
Kaya nakita naman natin, all of the defender round dito, no first half ng game number 1, that is Lotus. Yesterday pa lang nakita natin na FUT Esports, sino ba tong teams na to? Sino ba tong mga players na ito? And Modge came up on top.
Exactly. I mean, if you are going back sa mga scores nila, I mean, in the first series, over at Lotus, FUT Esports, 13 yung score. And then RRQ, 3 lang. I mean, 3 lang. Pero, you know,
they tried.
They tried naman. Pero when we came into the second series, 13-11 yung naging final score. Still a good fight for RRQ. I mean, siguro naman after like one match, umiinit na talaga yan eh.
Yeah.
Pero, well, marami pa namang series for today. And
It is what this is.
Well, it is what it is. And then for lock-in, hindi naman siya, I mean, since debut match to for this year, okay lang naman. There's still more to come. And it's just an introduction for all the teams na kung sino ba yung mga staple players or teams na papasok in this year.
Oy, gusto ko yung mention mo dahil we are transitioning for our last series na nangyari na nga kahapon. It has been a really long stretch para sa dalawang kupunan na ito. 100 Thieves together with... I forget the other
Edward
team.
Edward Gaming from China.
Kanina kasi naisip natin Edward
or Edward. And
yung ano natin, Team Edward or Team Jacob. Diba?
Isa pa to sa laro na, my God, inabot talaga tayo ng sobrang haba. I mean, best of 3, still a good game. And then it was pretty close. I mean, for the 3, an average of around 10 points. I mean, 10 kill scores for everyone. I mean, 10 points ending the match.
Equalize yung KDA, diba?
13-10 first series, 9-13, and then back and forth, 14-12. Nakapag-overtime pa nga. And it goes to show na here,
they want that slot.
They want that slot. I mean, everybody nga sa comment section or everybody watching, they keep saying na Omega bracket greater than Alpha bracket.
Wow,
yung sinasabi nila,
I
pero,
love that.
well, personally, okay sa akin. Dito yung
Okay
secret
sa akin.
eh. Okay sa atin kasi
Nandito
dito
ang
yung secret eh.
Sentinels.
Dito yung Sentinels. I mean, the Filipino players are here eh.
Exactly. That's
I mean,
our point, diba? Nakita natin how dominating it was for our Filipino players na nakita naman natin kung paano talaga nila dito binigay yung kanilang executions. They were able to dominate a lot of players then from other regions. And speaking of, may Filipino flag din tayo dito sa Team Sentinels. Abangan nyo yan later on.
Mamaya, kasi that's gonna be our first series, followed of course by our second one. Pero enough about yesterday. Mag-move on na tayo going into our first series.
Kanina balikan ngayon move on.
Kasi minsan kailangan talaga nating tanggapin na tapos na ang lahat. Pero hindi pa tapos ang lock-in kasi day number 9 pa lang tayo. Pupunta pa tayo sa round number 2, quarterfinals, semifinals, and nag-aabang yung Loud tsaka DRX. Nag-aabang lang sila doon from Alpha Brackets, and I mean, malayo-layong mahaba-habang journey pa yung gagawin natin dito sa Omega Bracket. So let's move on. first series, it's gonna be Sentinels versus Fnatic. Before we get into the head-to-heads, yung mga stats nila, ano ba? Give us a background about Sentinels, Honey Glaze.
I love the flavors dito na meron for Sentinels.
Honey Glaze ba yung flavor dyan? Ano yung flavor dyan?
Ang daming samot-saring mga flavor dito.
True na.
Kung sa adobo meron tayong toyo, suka, garlic. Wow, garlic.
Well, sorry,
Bawang.
sa Bisaya kasi, sa aming mga Bisaya, tuyo kasi yung adobo namin eh. So walang sauce.
Okay, balik tayo sa flavors dito ng Sentinels. I'm talking about Sentinels here na iba't ibang klase yung mga players na pinanggalingan. This is a very formidable team. They have a lot of potential at masasabi natin na kaabang-abang dahil dito sila napunta on the last day ng ating first round here in the Omega Bracket at masasabi ko lang sa inyo na 3 teams ang pinaghalo-halo dito. Sino-sino nga ba sila? We have Loud.
Exit. Ay, sorry. Loud pala.
Okay.
Sige, ikaw na.
Lettering.
Okay, sige. Ikaw una.
Unang-una, we have Loud.
Exit.
Sumunod, Exit. Sumunod, syempre, yung ating main players coming in from Sentinels and which...
Isa lang pala siya.
Dalawa yun.
Dalawa
Nandun
pala?
si Six.
Ay,
Tapos
si pala.
si Tens,
Oo nga pala. Pero
kasi
ang
Six
weird
din
nun, no?
naman kasi, parang siyang naging sub.
Parang sub lang siya, naging 6-man. Pero I mean, it's still weird siguro for the end of 10s na parang natulog ka then the next day.
Iba-iba na yung mga katabi mo.
Pero, if yung mga katabi mo naman, you feel confident kasi these players, I mean,
Sakto.
dalawa pa sa kanila, it's si Sassy and si Pancada, galing sila sa isang champion team. So,
Exactly.
Comfort na, may tao kang maaasahan going into this new journey with your team.
Definitely exciting dito kung paano ba sila dito mag-roam around together, yung composure nila, kung synergize ba talaga. But let's go into our head-to-head. Na-mention nga ni Bowser kanina, meron tayong bold buff para sa Fnatic. Yes, I said bold kasi sabi niya yun sa video kanina kung napanood niya. Diba? We have our reference. Kaya now, this is a really good head-to-head. Dahil Tens has been really one of the star players from Sentinels. Tingnan mo naman ang naging difference sila dito. It's all coming down to Dirke kasi na mas nananai siya when it comes to our ACS. Why? Because na-amplify siya dito. Always nila Bowser. And nakikita ko kasi dito for Sentinels is that sometimes they have their individual plays but they are explosive enough para mag-come up together na sila yung mananalo.
Yep, exactly. Well, yun yung first series natin naabangan. Pero before tayo proceed series number 2, Honey Glaze, gusto ko lang ikwento na alam ko bakit pabor si Dirky.
Bakit?
Kasi kung wala kang buhok, yung aerodynamics, kung ikaw isang jet player, mas mabibilis yung pag-updraft tailgate mo. Kaya mas lugi si Tens talaga doon. Pero, well, that's more. Makikita natin kung ma-proven ba tayo wrong on second series. Pero coming
Weird
up...
reference, pero
Weird
sige.
reference, pero well, sabi yun ni Booster Si
Yeah.
Booster may nagsabi doon na bald buff daw. Pero coming up next, meron tayong second series, which is gonna be T1 from Pacific. And then the next one, of course, is from FURIA Esports, also from Brazil. And medyo masabi natin home court this time for FURIA. And then, wait lang, before that, Sentinels din pala. I mean, we've seen kanina yung interviews from mga taong nanunood. I mean, they're gonna be cheering for, for Loud. And then, everybody else naglalaro, okay pa rin sila. Pero now that Sentinels is here and they have 2 of their players na pumasok din. Sassy and Pancada. Isa pa rin sila sa factors. Pero sabi nila, Loud is gonna beat them. Pero we'll see if si Sentinels ay pupunta. And also, coming into our second series, it's gonna be Saya Player and DJ Zin dito sa ating head-to-head. Now, Honey Glaze, in your experience with VCT, I'm pretty sure you've probably seen this etong dalawang player na to. When it comes to average combat scores, paano mo masasabi na they are very effective going into a match?
This is the thing. Hindi ko pa talaga nakikita ever si Saya Player. Saya Player is from Korea and we saw T1 na naglaro sila dito with NA players. So this time around, we see here so many Koreans dito or sila ngayon yung magbibigay ng kanilang representation na they are from Korea and we see how formidable it was para makakita tayo na syempre isang region lang. Hindi katulad ng global esports yesterday, 'di ba? Parang iba't iba yung mga region na nakasama nila. We have Monyet, there's Irene,
hindi
diba?
siya like parang isang buong representation ng region.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm here. Ito talaga sobrang excited ako kasi ito yung last round natin. I wanna go and dive into numbers this time, Honey Glaze. Kasi, I mean, I was looking at the matches.
Diba, numbers don't lie.
Numbers don't lie. Totoo yan. And then, stats don't lie, numbers don't lie. So, ito lang masasabi ko. I mean, gusto ko bilang isang person na very addicted to numbers and, isang frustrated engineer, I wanna be proven wrong by these teams. Kasi, so far, tinitingnan ko yung mga map pick rates and win rates ng dalawang teams. So, ngayon, we have 2 teams coming in from Americas. Meron tayong from Pacific and then meron tayong from EMEA. And if we're gonna be talking about Americas this time, nandun yung Sentinel, nandun yung FURIA. Okay, so let's talk about Americas. Their most picked map so far out of the 13 12 games
12
actually so far sa
games.
lock-in.
Wow.
Yung most successful map ng Americas is coming from Pearl. So sila ay merong 46.67%.
So complicated yung
yes,
gusto nila,
very,
diba?
very complicated. They wanted Pearl. Ito yung bago nila. And Pearl so far is the most picked map coming from Americas. And if we are gonna be looking at Sentinels as a team, they're very favored na map ever since going into VCT. Kahit sa mga previous seasons nila has always been Haven. At dito sa Omega Brackets, if you're gonna talk about it, reverse siya ng Alpha Bracket, Honey Glaze. Kasi in Alpha Bracket, Haven is isa sa mga most picked maps in tie with Pearl na 5 times na raw. That was Alpha.
That was last week ago,
Yes, that
diba?
was last week ago. And now nandito tayo sa Omega Bracket. Haven so far, not picked at all.
Not picked at all.
Well, day number 9 pa naman, hindi pa tayo tapos.
Baka sakali.
Yeah, baka sakali. First round pa lang tayo naman ng first round pa naman tayo ng Omega Bracket. So for sure, baka makita natin going, alam natin na yung Sentinels, one of their comfort picks, top 1 nila na pick na mapa. And well, so far, Americas, they're not having the biggest success in when it comes to Haven. Kasi kung titingnan mo yung previous games ng America, dalawang games that is coming from Evil Geniuses and MIBR, pumili sila ng Haven, but they never won.
So that is really one of the best things na pwede nating
Exactly.
i-include dito. Lalo na this is the last day for our first round. First round, di ba?
Yep.
Ng Omega Bracket.
Exactly.
So it can be really a huge storyline na makaabot natin dito. Pagpasok na nga natin ng ating map selection, map veto, let's wait on or later on, di ba? Kung
Kasi
ano ba
madami pa tayong pag-uusapan, marami pa tayong gustong i-break ng 4 na teams na natitira kung sino ba yung mapuproceed. And siguro, Reyna, finally manalo na siya if ever magkakalotos tayo ulit. I mean, more things to come. Marami pa tayong pag-uusapan when it comes to map pickings, agent composition, paano yung mga teams na to surprises. Exactly, surprise us for these teams. But for now, tayo yung magpapahinga muna kasi mainit-init yung dalawang series natin ngayon. Kung si Juicy Brucey, kasama ko si Honey Glaze, magbabalik kami para sa series number 1. Diyan lang kayo, huwag kayong alis.
to give what I take. Illusions are still on my skin. Rolling me in. Into my gravity, limitless realities. I wanna be holy.
We just youthful and stupid. I can't get no usage of talk. It's smoke, feel like we fuck and we fight. By the end of the night, we'll be charged and overdone. So it's a hey, you're king of the youth. Tell me I'm right, I don't know what to do. Like, hey, yeah, kids will be fools. That's how we love, we're just living our truth. Like, hey, yeah, tell me what to do. I feel like I'm blind, I'm just looking for you. Looking for you. Feeling so lost in my disguise. Drop to my knees and pray and cry. How do I see through faded eyes? Who's gonna pick me up in time?
There comes a time in almost everyone's life where you're just wondering, am I doing this right? And don't be stupid, keep on moving. If you forgot, then you're living your life. I know it's hard. Some days you feel alone and in the dark, unsure of who it is you really are, incapable of anything at all.
So it's a hey, you're king of the youth. Tell me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back sa day number 9 ng VCT Lock-In the PH Broadcast. Ako nga pala si Juicy Brucey, kasama ko ay si
Honey Glaze with a double E.
With a double E talaga. Okay. Now, speaking of double E's, meron tayong Sentinels and walang E sa Fnatic pala. Pero sila yung first series natin ngayon. Game number 1, mangyayari na in a bit. But flashback muna tayo. Kanina, Honey Glaze, nag-uusap tayo. I was wondering, kailan ba the last time Fnatic and Sentinels meet? Kumusta ba ang nangyari?
Gusto mo talagang balikan yung nakaraan.
Oo, well,
history, kumbaga, sa mga teams natin ngayon. And yes, meron silang history na nagkatagpuan nga sila. Pero coming on top dito ang players from the side of Sentinels. We are talking about Tens. We're talking about their team who has been really dominant enough na nakakuha sila ng magandang executions against Fnatic. At sila pa yung naging grand champions noong Reykjavik. Also, will it be the same storyline? Dahil iba-iba na ngayon yung mga players here
nila.
in Sentinels. Tapos, syempre, iba rin naman yung timpla coming in from Fnatic. But yeah, and the different story, makikita ba natin na it's going to be a good synergy for our teams.
Iba na rin ngayon eh. Kasi I mean, the last time 3-0 yung nangyari. But this time, it's only gonna be a best of 3. Kasi nga, round number 1 pa lang tayo dito sa Omega Brackets right now. Makikita natin yung dalawang, well, magkamukha sila. Pero ito na yung player walk-ins ng Fnatic and Sentinels right now. Ay! Ay! Aganda! Ay, nawit na naka-scotch tape! Nakatali! Well, Booster, isa talaga sa mga yun ang fan favorites din when it comes to EU. Para siyang, okay, iba-iba silang dala. Pero right now, since nakikita natin yung players, this time, let's talk about dalawang players coming in from Sentinel. Yung mga, masabi ba natin imports? O yung mga bago nila to be part of their team, which is coming from Loud, si paano ba yung Sassy? Sassy tsaka si Pancada. Okay, previous champions last year. And ano pa paningin mo yung madadala dito for the tables on Sentinel?
I am really excited dito sa Sentinels dahil we have so much explosiveness na pwede nating ditong iambag. When it comes to Sassy being the controller dito for Sentinels, makikita natin, he has been really one of the clean-up crews para sa Sentinels na ito yung minsan na kailangan nila as the pillar na pwede makapag-hold sa kanila undergrounds na kapag nabawasan sila isa-isa, they have already engaged in, isa-isa sila natumba, natira si Sassy, he has the clutch G. So ito yung isa sa mga masasandalan mo kapag siya na lang yung natitira in your roster doon sa mga rounds na yon. So asahan mo na in Sassy we believe.
In Sassy we believe. Okay, so this time, pag-usapan natin kasi in a bit, mapupunta na tayo dun sa mga map picks nila and going into agent composition now. Let's take a look back since debut match naman to ng dalawang teams na to dito sa Lock. And so, titingnan muna natin yung performance nila on different maps. Okay, so una naman sa Sentinels, yung isa sa comfort picks nila is Haven. Ito yung top 1 pick rate nila na map going into the previous tournaments na nakita natin sa kanila. And over at Fnatic, it's gonna be Icebox. So, looking at these two maps, Sunny Glaze, no? I mean,
very familiar,
here in ours, Haven, as I've said kanina during the pre-show, Haven has never been picked dito sa Omega Bracket. And then on the side naman ng Fnatic, they are looking to play over at Icebox. Technically, one of the least played maps from Alpha Bracket and isa rin to sa mga staples natin dito na Fnatic this time will be banning out Pearl and yung Sentinels will be banning out Icebox. Pero siguro in respect to kung paano talaga sila maglaro. But right now, Fnatic, hindi sila takot pumili ng Haven going into na top 1 to na play ng Sentinels, and considering ito yung first time appearance ng Haven going into the Omega Bracket. So,
ang maganda pa dito, Bruce, is that ang laking stakes na ibibigay nito ng Fnatic for picking in Haven. Yes, they have been really winning a lot of games dito in Haven, pero syempre, this is a different story. Iba-iba yung mga players, iba-iba yung mga bida. So, mag-iiba din kung ano ba yung tamang timpla. We can see here Split. I really love this dahil magbabalik tayo ngayon here in Split. Mababalik lahat ng mga opportunity na magwawagi dito yung mga controllers. There's also the double duelist na pwede ngang i-execute ng Sentinels here since they will be going for the attacker side dito sa Split. So, last decider map natin is going to be Lotus. Lotus has been really one of those favorite maps, no?
And yung masasabi nga natin, even if looking at yesterday, and then locally here in PH Valorant din. I mean, Lotus, we've always considered it na parang very attacker-sided map. I mean, stats don't lie. Ever since together pulled na yung alpha stage kasama yung Omega Bracket stage, yung Lotus talaga ay very attacker-sided, and now we're going to the Prime Gaming Agent Select. And since we're at Lotus, Sure Omen siguro yung pinaka-basic na makikita natin dito. Almost every time Lotus has been played, always inside this map. And I think Breach is also one. And this time, Fnatic not running an Omen, defying yung meta ng ating tournament ngayon.
Really love the mobility na merong setup dito coming in from Sentinels dahil they are going up and downs dito kasi when it comes to playing in Heaven. Pero syempre, makikita pa natin yan later on pagpasok natin dito. Casters, pasok! Azuray and Lay.
Grabe, walang katigil-tigil. Simula agad ang ating bakbakan dito sa ating São Paulo rebroadcast. Ako nga pala si Acer, kasama natin ngayon si Ling. Wala ang The Mods kasi pahinga muna sila. Talagang nakita natin kahapon kung gaano katindi ang labanan. But this day, Ling, we will have also, as we're seeing right now, a very explosive match, diba? With Sentinels and Fnatic.
Explosive match. Tulad ng sinabi kanina dito ni Honey Glaze, it's gonna be an explosion of flavors with Sentinels putting in quite of a mix sa kanilang roster. And of course, dito naman tayo sa side ng Fnatic that could be having like a quick surprise, surprise center kung sa lollipop pa or sa candy na kinakain natin. But, you make me think about food. You make me think about anything else here. But if you look at our first map, Haven, tatlong site, tatlong world, depends on ginagawa natin dito. And I really do hope it is going to be an interesting startup here, given that they are going to be planning on putting out the B-side push.
Alright, anyways, bigla agad, sugurin agad ng Sentinels dito. Unfortunately, it's going to be TenZ knocked out. Tayo sana na quick, aggressive push up onto B, pero will get denied. Sentinels with a quick flick onto C site naman. Flashes will be used by Zekken dito, pero not gonna be able to pierce through the defense ng Fnatic. Playing into the hands ng EMEA or EMEA team natin dito, Ling, as we were left with Sassy, Dep at si Pankada na lang. And they are just, halted ngayon sa garage, trying to look for something to push in on, pero napakaganda ng control ng Fnatic, even coming in with Durka dito sa outside. Pinchering in the left, what remains of yung attacking team natin with the spike drop. Nothing left to the imagination. Si Durka, 1v2. Medyo na ipit na si Kedley dito, but with the help of his teammates, should be able to clear things up, and Durka picks up the 3K.
Parang ang laking bagay na talaga ng ginawa dito ng Fnatic alone in taking away that mid push nga naman. The intent of Sentinel was already there. And of course, to even discount that, to even emphasize that, that was another flawless, or the first flawless gaming round natin dito, brought to you by Prime Gaming and delivered by none and only Dirk himself, looking at serving headshots left and right dito sa doublers. And Sentinels was not really well prepared for that push.
I don't know. So ito yung gusto kong pag-usapan kanina na Sentinels, pinag-usapan nito bago magsimula yung broadcast na they are leaning towards talaga being such a super uber aggressive team, diba? And you kind of see that dun agad sa simula ng pistol natin dito. Unfortunately, EMEA has something similar in mind where they wanted to bolster yung kanilang firepower but not losing yung identity of Fnatic, which is utter and utmost control nga sa mga lanes nila dito. Durka, he's already spotted out the brunt ngayon ng Sentinels, pushing up onto A main. Hindi siya matitigilan. He's already picked up the Vandal. And ano ba ang mahanap dito ng Sentinels as they just fall again to Durka? Si Sassy nila matitira, 8 HP remaining. If he closes the distance dito, maybe he can deal some damage onto Chronicle, pero that's a far cry from anong gusto sana mahanap dito ngayon ng Sentinels. Sorry, nabubulol ako kasi hindi ako Tagalogista.
Tagalista?
Tagalista.
Tagalista ng ano?
Tagalog.
But aside from that, iba talaga yung confidence na nakita natin from the previous round dun kayo. Iba talaga when the duelist has nothing else to worry about. You just have to take all the frags that your team basically needs because you see that they're quite confident approaching these type of plays. You let the duelists do their thing, and they, I gotta say, parang yung mga specialist agents nila dito, we see a player like Boaster, and dito sa side ni Chronicle, where we see a lot of cohesiveness to their play in comparison to what Sentinels is trying to basically do. Like you said a while ago, forcing out those aggressive plays, which I do not see much effort this time around.
Kakasimula lang naman ako nilang gun round nila dito. So we'll see nga kung anong pwede pang magawa ngayon ng Sentinels. What was kind of missing na nakita ko sa Sentinels dito, lalo na nung nanonood tayo ng match nila with TSM dun sa Tark Invitational ba yun? Tark Tournament?
Invitational.
It felt like, again, we were just leaning towards nga dun sa more aggressive standing nila. All about the contact, not a lot about the map control or anything. Using your bodies, using their bodies, their numbers to their advantage. And it seems like they're still going with that particular route dito ngayon. Ling, Durka down, so that means that there's one less to just deal with. Walang really anybody to get any information whatsoever as I think gamit na nila most of his utility ngayon. They want to save it up for when they push in. They don't want to use that recon dart a little bit too prematurely. There's the stun, there's the flash. Medyo ipit sa Leo dito, but they do have the smokes. This could give him some time, but he has to play this perfectly. TenZ has already gotten A little bit of control. Leo's picked up the 3K, which is good. And it's a 2 versus 1. Alphayer na lang ang matitira dito. Smoke is stopping him from pushing in onto the site. One marking onto Graffiti. Oh, the timing though, Alphayer. Spider Sense is tingling. Mahanap ba niya isa dito sa Graffiti? And he's waiting. He's got time. 30 seconds. Oh, no. Tense picks up the 3K very quickly. And Sentinels on the board.
Man, it was just that. It was like the tense factor talaga na ipapalabas dito ng Sentinels. You mentioned a while ago that they're relying so much of like manpower, just stacking in on towards those pushes. And this is where we see them quite successful. But Fnatic just basically gave an effort there, putting out utility, canceling out the efforts dito with those pushes. Look at the contact plays, or rather, the utility smokes being played around here from Leo. But it just goes down on who wins those duels as soon as they push out the smoke. And you see there, Tens making a huge difference in a round, and quite a good like turnaround for the start of the turnaround dito para sa side ng Sentinels.
What's interesting dito, Linga, is Fnatic's actually pushed back to just, well, weaker weapons. Kahit man dapat this should be a gun round para sa kanila. It's possibly because they wanted to go, or they went overboard dun sa second round buy, as to why we're seeing them forced a little bit cheaper in this particular fourth round natin dito. But Turka does have the blades. Bit of commitment of utility nga lang naman sa A main, just so that they force back the rest of Sentinels, which could be good because the Sentinels have had some issues pushing up onto Garage, pushing up onto B, especially sa utility to ni Alphayer. And if they can funnel him dun sa positioning ng Killjoy na to, there is a shorty winning at the distance muna ngayon. But it seems like Sentinels would want to go for the B side first. Durka, onting lakad lang, come up into the main stage, and nagkamali na timing sa Alphayer, deciding whether he wants to rotate out or not, and then syempre hindi siya magkaka-miss, you know, just to get that kill, get that push. And now we will be left with, well, Sentinels. Nice little plant on the C side, and it's all about the retake.
Man, they could do everything. Amount of utility na may lalabas pa nga dito ng Fnatic with Mong Dirt. Naku, may babato pa nga. Naku, si Tens nagpa-play pa nga dito sa backside. Magita natin Paranoid coming from Pancada. And of course, it's Chronicle that is gonna be up for his own demise. Now, Dirk played Storm out. 87 on your HP. Naku, ang breach though. Natatago dito sa corner. We could actually have a quick converticality na magagamit dyan dito. And the spray down. Naku, isang mabilisang jet diff ang mapakita sa atin dito na naman ni Tens.
Very smooth sailing, para sa approach ng Sentinels dito. Ina-expect na sana na makakuha si Durka, pero a couple of unfortunate series of events din para sa Fnatic in terms of their defense. To be fair then, it was the weaker buy ng Fnatic, and it looked like they were about to actually get that round in. So, all things considered, kahit man nakaka-2 rounds na kayo ng Sentinels, still a solid performance output din para sa Fnatic dito. And if I'm not mistaken, yep, Durka because of the kills, because of the save na ginawa nila from that last round, kita mo na agad naka-operator siya. Pero the problem is, makakaroon ba siya ng value dito? You see how Sentinels has already gone and approached it, or aware na sila doon sa magiging play niya. Smoke up onto A-Long, wondering if nandun si Durka, and because Durka went for that mid-push, he's gonna be rotating sa A-site without really any threatening utilities na pwede niya magamit. And yung gusto ko i-point ito yung kanyang Tailwind. Yun ang isa sa pinakamagandang utility sana na gagamitin mo in conjunction dun sa operator.
Definitely. And aside from that, you talk about utility. Rolling Thunder ang kanyang ilalabas para makapag-push man dito. At si Tens, mukhang madadali pa nga. Nakuhin natin si Bolster, putting in that last one angle though. The Pancada taking out the quick on ring frag. Of course, si Dirk na naman with the operator performing at his best. The angles, the repause, just perfect timing kanyang magagawa. But si Def though, nag-aabang niya sa sulok. Nag-aabang na naman tayo dito para sa play na magagawa ni Leo. Isang mabilisang 1v2 dito. Azurai at si Sassy is gonna be the only last guy remaining here coming out from Sentinels with the spike no longer in his position, holding a single angle at a time. But kalmahan muna natin dito. We have 30 seconds left to play around with. Guiding light muna tayo dito na ipapalabas, makakuha saan ng information. But we definitely know the Killjoy is playing in for heaven. For sure. We have to wait out the Storm Grenade. Wait out for that swing coming from the Soba. But it's a quick on refrag though. Coming out from Alfaher.
Alphayer. Yer.
Pinoy tayo.
Alphajer.
Alphajer.
Dapat ramdam mo yung Jer, di ba? Kasi parang Jer is parang boss. Boss! Jer!
Huh?
Oh! Totoo.
Boss lang sa amin eh. Ma'am Sel.
Sa akin kasi, uy, Jer! Diba? Tapos nga pala kaya sa, sa katropa pips ng Vil at, isa natin si
Terror!
Ay, sorry nga pala, Terror nga pala.
Kinalimutan!
Hindi kasi sanay
parang
kasi
pinagsamahan.
First name basis na kasi kami. Diba? Ganyan ka-close.
Ay, okay, Darrell.
Wow! Ay, Marilyn. Ay, ikaw nagsimula.
Strike 2 tayo dito, eh.
Ikaw nagsimula yan. Pero teka lang muna. Ganda ng heroics din doon ni Boaster, sabihin ko na lang. If he didn't get that delay play sa A short, I think that would have been much worse dito para sa Fnatic. In any case, Tens, no escape. Tries to go for the out, pero Chronicle picks up dude. Second and Tens din dito. Yes, there's going to be the postman para sa Sentinels, but they've already lost 2 players. If they can play at least a close angle, nakikita mo, Pancada's playing with the frenzy. Unfortunately, tinalaro na siya dito ni Leo. The jumping lion, and si Dep na lang matitira. But Dep is making some waves. One more shot could be at least the delaying factor para sa Sentinels dito, but gets DE-9'd ng Fnatic.
Fnatic is still, makikita natin how consistent they are in terms of like putting out those retake plays against the side here. Parang alam na alam, they're quite too familiar on how the patterns basically happen dito para sa side ng attacking side. This is where we see them, predicting their possible position, and of course, outplaying them with that smoke. And you know, konting asim plays is what they basically need to sprinkle a little bit of kick here coming out from the defending side, which is pretty great. I love the impact that they're putting out, but for sure, Sentinels could have something else in mind, anticipating this push to happen on towards mid na naman galing kay Dirk.
Remind me, this is the pickup ng Fnatic, diba? Itong Haven map natin dito. And it feels like I love the pickup na ginawa ng Fnatic because they're funneling in Sentinels to where they want to play. Again, sinabi ko na nga, Sentinels is a team that wants to always go for the fight. But if you can funnel in that fight into certain angles, and Haven is a map na kayang-kaya mong gawin yun, nakikita mo na Fnatic are basically always in their playground, not in the playground of Sentinels. Yes, Sentinels does sometimes pierce in through the sights, pero more times than not, they have to challenge. Pero syempre, well, if you play with fire, you might get burned, and Sentinels is hot and starving to go into the C site agad. Alphayer nga naman makakakuha ng operator kill dito as the rest of Fnatic, or excuse me, Sentinels will try to plant the spike. Pero ito na, kumakabog, nagdadabog, the Rolling Thunder is already used, forcing back the rest of Sentinels dito. They can't really go for the rotation, pero Pancada, he's gone and abandoned Sassy. 1 versus 3. Medyo mahirap dito ngayon. He's already used both of his shotted steps. Di siya makakapag-reposition. And well, at least what's good is he does have the dark cover, he does have the paranoia, but it's a 3 versus 1 lane.
Hirap nito. With the given flash na posible natin makita for Chronicle, actually cross that out. With the given position, the flank coming in from Leo could be something huge so coming out here for the side of Fnatic. But you already see Breach already out, down to 33 po ang kuya natin. Si Pancada has the paranoia na parang kanyang malalabas against his Killjoy that's putting out the turret quite too soon, clearing out all the angles. And we could definitely see them putting out a quick pawn blind shot, but we have to wait for Pancada to even force out this push. Naku, inabangan ka kuya. Sayang, yun lang. Nag-abang na ng crosshair para tumawid.
Wala eh. Nasa isip na niyan Pancada, he has to peek pa din kasi hindi niya alam kung fina-full diffuse si Alphayer. Especially na narinig niya nang nilabas na ni Alphayer yung kanyang Alphager, yung kanyang yung kanyang turret dito. So you have to pick that talaga. So very smart approach from Alphager. Pero Pancada almost catching that nga. Nakita mo ganyan. He was able to deal with the lurk. He was able to deal with the one coming out of the spawn. So almost dito. But almost, Ling, alam na natin. Is never enough. Yan.
Akala ko ibang sasabihin. Sorry, wrong song ating iniisip ko, guys.
Tama. Oh, great use of the shock dart para mapaisip muna dito ang Sentinels. Pero the cloudburst dissipates. Tingin-tingin muna. Tens. Durka nakaabang. Sniper at long. Tumatalon-talon si Tens. Durka might have to dash away because of the aftershock. Is he gonna get greedy? Double peek? Mukhang hindi. He doesn't want to play close quarters against the Stinger ngayon na meron si Tens. I don't think he saw this. That flash does nothing.
Flash does nothing. The angle is gonna be there though. Coming in from Dirk! Naku, magmintis pa sa kuya natin na naka-stinger dito na si Tens. Now, they're gonna be planting on their way towards the A site. Abangan natin on what is gonna be the heaven play. The lockdown though, gagamitin nila for this time around. But the Stinger's doing all the work. Of course, the Phantom's gonna be a ton of better here para sa pinapakita ngayon ng Fnatic. But kita mo naman dito, Sassy just fighting for his life there. Anong malalaban ng Stinger mo sa apat na push sa'yo, Azuray?
Yeah, and there were they were trapped then. May lockdown na ginamit doon sa Alpha Air. Not leaving anything to chance. Hindi nila hahayaan dito na magkaroon ng, again, opportunity ang Sentinels na makakuha ng cheeky kills if ever man. If they drop a couple of rifles ng Fnatic dito, that would be very bad para sa nila. So it's much better off that they use their ultimates to clear out these rounds. And Sentinels, naramdaman na agad nila yung pressure ng Fnatic dito. Already calling their first time out. Nakita mo, kanina si John Wick, hype na hype, pero ngayon nagkakaproblema na once again ang Sentinels. What is happening, Ling? Tingin mo ano yung nagiging problema ngayon ng Sentinels on their attacking side?
Well, honestly, right now, they have been relying so much on the initial frags. Nakikita ko that they're relying so much on the initial frags that the duels are basically making. Sure, we got star players like Tens, but it's just so hard for me to point out kung ano ba talaga yung mga cohesiveness of their plays. They're operating in 2 different subunits in this entire team, which is like really hard to watch. There is like some points of synchronicity, but you know, for after committing that objective, you don't really see them playing around for each other. You don't really see them like covering each other's backs, or at least like putting out a little bit more utility usage na posible nila magagamit to even delay out their pushes, or para makakatulong sa mga kaibigan mo or sa mga kakampi nila to even have better positionings in terms of their post plans. Ilang plans na to na nakikita natin that they have failed to hold out the retake na binibigay sa kanila ng Fnatic, which is like something like, you gotta give props to Fnatic that they're good, but you know, for Sentinels, they have a lot of things lacking in terms of like like situations alone that basically nakikita mo kung saan talaga sila nagka-crumble down as a team.
Yeah, alam mo, natatanda ko sabi sa akin before ng aking science professor, kung totoo man to, na merong reaction to stimuli ang Fnatic dito, diba?
Yes.
Yung tipo na may certain movement ng Sentinels, sa yung Fnatic, parang it feels like meron silang agad counter sa playbook. Ilang beses na that they were able to use Chronicles so effectively sa pag-deny ng good positioning para sa Sentinels. Yes, they were able to plant the spike, pero you see how many players sa Sentinels na nawawala dito. You saw that one play na Tens and second got knocked down. That was a weak buy para sa nila. There was another push onto C, and sino ba yung nakaka-counter ulit doon? Si Chronicle pushing out with his Rolling Thunder. So Fnatic picking up one of the up-and-coming stars sa EMEA with Chronicle. Ang ganda ng value na binibigay niya dito sa Fnatic.
That is true. And you can definitely see them like having a lot more sense in terms of their plays, because they feel as if like they're quite comfortable in terms of what they're trying to plan per round, per situation. Speaking of that, sa sitwasyon na lang to, parang alam na alam mo talaga that they have like some sort of like plan B. Mamatay yung Jet. They also have like a little bit more something na maitatapon that could make them turn around in a given situation na ibinibigay sa kanila ng Sentinels. Ngayon nakikita mo dito, Asar, nakakaamoy sila. Posible naman isang A-side push na ilalabas naman dito ng Sentinels, and Dirk might actually withstand this if he played his cards right.
Okay, nakatago na siya ng onte because of that smoke. Nice use of the Cloudburst kasi alam niya nandun siya, just spam na lang the bullets. And this is the first very promising round na nasimulan ngayon ng Sentinels, able to isolate. Medyo nawala yung smoke at na-expose na si Leo sa elements natin dito. Alpha Jer na lang ang matitira. Picking up ons through top of heaven. Teka lang muna, nag-second guess siya dito. Maybe making some noise lang muna and trying to wrap around, pero mukhang mag-save na lang tayo dito. Fnatic, even though they've gotten the rounds ngayon, Ling, if you look at the economy na meron yung mga knocked out players nila, not too good. So saving this weapon, I think, is just the correct decision ngayon from Alpha Jer.
Makadrop pa siya ng Vandal. He could even save out his armor in this given round, which is like probably the best thing. Kahit Fnatic also has like much wiggle room to create much like errors in this game or lose a few rounds, they should not like underestimate what Sentinels can do. Nakita mo naman kung paano sila makakapagpasok, given that they have parang given a few tweaks sa kanilang mga executions, you know, quite a successful objective, but hopefully they could be more consistent this time around. Ganda ng basa dun.
This is what we want to see. Si Dirk din kasi sa mga good factors ngayon ng Fnatic na nakakatigal sa tempo push ng Sentinels dito. So with him not really getting any kills dun sa kanyang operator and him being dragged down to low, and again, Sentinels adjusting very well dun sa pag-push nila. That was huge kasi this is the first time I think na Zekken was able to get some real value dun sa fault line niya dito. Now Fnatic Kaya sabi natin, this is one of those rounds na kailangan nila manalo if they don't want to get reset in terms of that economy. And right now, they've actually committed a good amount of resources din to push outside of A main, using the smoke as well as that recon dart, not giving Sentinels chance for good map control for the moment.
And not only that, they also like had the initiative of pulling out a quick on rotation sa kanilang defensive side. Nakita mo na yung Jet Turkers already positioning himself in a much favorable advantageous side here on towards C long. And speaking of that, probably Sentinels have decided to, you know, hit the pause button real quick, because for sure they have to like do the same thing all over again on eliminating the operator player, eliminating the huge impact player dito sa side ng Fnatic para mas maging mas madali ang buhay nila in taking out the side, in pushing out and being more confident in terms of taking out so much map control inside this game.
Parang ano lang eh. It's the same thing over and over again ngayon para sa Sentinels, trying to tweak yung kanilang approach. Slow play lang muna sa mid once we hit the 30 seconds. This is actually 30 seconds. Maybe it's a bit too late para sa kanila, pero all hell breaks loose. Sobrang daming flash layer dito na sa likod. Mahanap pa siya dito ngayon ni Tens. He gets the first kill. Poster comes in from short and he runs through. Gamit na kanyang Phantom dito. It's all down to Tens. No time, 15 seconds. Has to pick up the spike all the way through A long. 3 versus 1 para sa kanya. He has to run. He knows that, again, Boaster is playing somewhere on A long, and mukhang he's just gonna abandon the clutch of the round, just save the weapon, find Boaster, get the kill, and, well, salvage what you can. Yun na lang magagawa ngayon ni Tens. Huge delay tactics para dito sa Fnatic, and Sentinels, masyado nilang ni-run down yung clock.
Which is like quite unfortunate din para sa kanila, because they had like some sort of miscalculation of how the play was going to go. You see flashes coming out late, kung nakikita mo, parang hindi nila fully na-utilize and maximize yung mga frags sa potential pa nga makukuha dun ni Tens a while ago, and you see just Fnatic just reacting onto that. They saw the mistakes and of course just exploited and fully capitalized onto that, and this is where we see Sentinels once again, you know, feeling a bit lost inside this game.
Nga eh. Kaya kita mo si Boaster na nag-close up sa kanya, medyo pinagpapawisan na siya. Ramdam niya na talaga yung pressure ngayon. Great stun onto Durka. Oh, Tens, nakasingit sa likod pero nag-whiff siya ng malaki dito. Does the damage onto Alpha Chair, pero again, losing yung kanilang spear tip onto the site. Chronicle, tinitingnan ako siya dito kasi want to know if he has yung kanyang Rolling Thunder. Wala. Pero if they plant this spike, tignan mo, Boaster has yung kanyang Cosmic Divide. Napakahirap. Sentinels knows that they have to stay onto the site or else mahihirapan sila. But the problem is 5 versus 3. So much retake utility. They've already thrown out the recon dart. They've thrown out the wall already. And it's all about kung magaling ba makipagbakbakan ang mga pickups ng Sentinels, with Sassy getting a couple of kills. He gets knocked down. It's all down to second. Ang Pilipino, pero hindi siya makakapag-represent sa Pilipinas dito ngayon.
Ang gandang retake na ginawa nila. Ang ganda na pagka-isolate na ginawa dito ng Fnatic with their wall alone. And you see those synchronized pushes coming in from CT. It was just almost like too good to be true para sa Sentinels. Kung maiiwasan nila yung mga flash, kung maiiwasan nila yung mga potential trading potential na nakikita natin in coming out from the CT push alone. And they were basically overwhelming them in every angle there is that they could possibly hold. And this is where we see Sentinels. Nako, medyo mahirap tong ginagawa natin dito. Alam natin na may utility na posible pang maitatapon sa inyong Fnatic. And this is where we don't really see them parang acting their way around it.
Tatlong salita lang masabi ko dyan, Ling. Ipit sa gipit. Ang Sentinels.
Okay.
Totoo naman, di ba?
Yeah.
Pag ginampress natin lahat yun, ipit sa gipit ang mga players ng Sentinels dito. Going back sa heroics ni Tens. Pero kinulang. Yun ang problema. Again, Sentinels, it's all about the shock and awe para sa nila, the shotgun play. Yung tipo na mabilisan ang pag-take nila sa sites. But yun ang sasabi natin. As long as hindi sila nakakuha ng picks, walang makukuhang map control dito ang Sentinels. Sabi ng mga tao, yun naman talaga yung kailangan nila. Pero ano kasi, pag hindi na nagawa yun, kita mo that they really struggle to find any more value other than that. Sa Fnatic, it's so different dito, Ling. They're able to set up their utilities so incredibly well na ang daling maka-rebound ng Fnatic even though they play the 4 versus 5. Pero syempre, they don't want to go against that kasi they know again that Sentinels does have the supreme firepower. Pero teka lang muna, ilan ba naglalaro sa C? Durka nga naman at Alphayer, hand in hand. Sassy kakayanin mo ba dito? Oh, okay. Nabuhay siya ng onte, pero he doesn't know that Alphayer is lurking dito ngayon sa sidelines. Leo, all the way from downtown, inactivate ang Hunter's Fury. And kita mo ngayon, Sentinels wanting to flooding inside garage, pero na-overwhelm sila ng Hunter's Fury. Durka does not get the shot, pero Alphayer was there. And everywhere, Alphayer.
Omnipresent naman tayo dito sa mapang to. And the team fundamentals that are coming out from Fnatic is just quite solid. Like, I was actually mentioning this to Asher a while ago. Honestly, for map picks alone, it's starting to feel like this is like going into Fnatic's favor. I mean, as much as you want to like, oh, galing talaga na ni Tens, ang galing ni ano dito coming out from the side of Sentinels, it's basically not enough for you to have really talented players to be in the same team.
Yeah.
For Fnatic, it's just they're just basically they're operating as a team, just like how we expect a game of Valorant to be. They're playing for objectives and they're definitely putting everyone to good use. Nandito talaga yung ambagan not just utilities, you see also them acting with the space na ginagawa sa kanila ng sa space at yung mga initial contact plays at frags na kukuha nila ni Dirk, which is like the team basically reacted on, which is like quite great, honestly. And hopefully Sentinels sa second half na ito, they would have like this as a huge wake-up call. Ang laki na ng kalamangan ng kanilang mga kalaban, and they wouldn't let this chance slip, even though this is gonna be this is already na a Fnatic map pick.
Ano kaya magiging... Kaya siya, diba? This is already the Fnatic map pick. How are they gonna be approaching yung pistol round natin dito? Is it going to be a default? Is it going to have a lot more mid presence? Well, we are in that halftime phase nga naman. Gusto ko rin i-point out din, Ling, na it feels like, at least for the first two starting maps natin dito, Haven as well as Split, it feels like maps na gustong palagan talaga ng Fnatic ang Sentinels ngayon. Kasi if you think about it, sinabi ko na kanina na, kung isipin nyo na to, Fnatic wants to funnel Sentinels in. And what's the best maps to funnel opponents in? Haven and Split. Kasi it has a lot of corridors. You put them on angles na Tens has to either just dash in, you're limiting his mobility. Kasi Tens is known for his mobility, diba? And I feel like Haven as well as Split limits that to a very extreme extent against Tens. And Fnatic is playing that very well, as we can see ngayon sa Haven, first half natin dito.
And ang ganda lang din yung initiatives nila in like shutting down the Tens' efforts talaga. And you could definitely see that based on how they're performing. But you know, pag-usapan muna natin dito yung posibleng attacking side dito ng Fnatic, which is I believe talaga na dito talaga nila magagamit ng mabuti itong double initiator setup. You mentioned a while ago that we could possibly seeing like yung mga aggressive stances that we are conditioned to in how Sentinels performs. But hopefully that type of efforts is something talaga na kaya talagang alam mo ma-shut down potentially in terms of like the proactive efforts in the defensive.
Shout nga pala dyan kay Ray Ray na nasa chat natin dito. Nagsasabi ng Tagalog challenge nga. Kasi Tagalog broadcast nga naman tayo. Tama ka nga naman dyan. Bessie, nakatulog ka ba ng maayos? Gusto ko lang matanong. Kasi alam natin na kayo tatlo, ano talaga, idol, Lodi Pet Balu. Anyways.
Saan mo
Alam mo, lahat ng Tagalog ko medyo outdated na eh. Lodi Pet Malu,
That's
Jen.
so 2017.
Kaya
That's
nga,
right.
diba? Grabe, hindi talaga, never na ako natuto mag-Tagalog talaga, guys. Nahihirapan na ako. Pero anyways, alam mo kung sino nahihirapan din, Sentinels. Pasensya na, kahit man nyo si paring Zeken, si kapitbahay na Zeken, wala eh. It's 9-3 right now. Slow play para sa Fnatic dito. They're already priming Chronicle gamit na kanyang fault line. I think Durka just making sure na wala sa corner dito, and they've already activated Leo's drone. Tingnan mo, Alphager at Durka spotted out. Quick rotations against Sentinels dito. Now they know. Pero the thing is, they can always just rotate back if they want to do so. Big flashes coming in. Pero hindi nakatulong din si Poster. Second though, picking up the 2K. Chronicle will overwhelm him ngayon dito, Ling. As 3 versus 3. Kung nakita natin dito, Zeken has taking a bit of damage. Safety on the plant. It's gonna be for C Long then. But all players ng Fnatic gonna be on the C site itself as Sentinels come in for the retake.
Naku, wala silang flash dito. Kahit sa breach, kahit sa Omen na milalabas nila para makapag-push naman lang dito sa city. But of course, Frogs all alone ang kinakailangan nila para to even win this out. 10th place once again, makikita natin dito. At highlights na naman. Naku, not of approval na naman kay Wendell. Babangon daw mga inaapi dito sa mapang to. And for sure, ito na yung simula. Oh.
Complete the sentence. Sorry na nakakolat daw tayo. Akala nila Tagalog broadcast, hindi pala. Sorry guys. Kami lang yun. I apologize. I was wrong. You was right.
Akala daw nila Tagalog casting to, hindi pala. Winamalit nyo naman kami ni Astroy sa aming pagtatagalog, guys.
Masyadong kasi mag-Tagalog ako, feel ko nagtutunog ako makata masyado.
Anong makata?
Yung ma-Pilipino masyado yung Tagalog ko. Tama ba? Tama ba sa pagkasabi ko? Makata, di ba?
Makata.
May approval din ulit si producer Wendell. Teka lang muna. Fnatic 4-stack sa A short kayon. Sassy, as well as si Pancada, the Brazilians. Teka lang, handang-handa na sila. They've already opened Pandora's box pero Leo finds one. Pancada, huge paranoia. Susugurin hanggang sa pinakapunot dulo. At he gets the 2K. Dep coming in to help out para hindi makakuha ng weapons dito. And Durka na lang ang matitira. Does find an SMG pero napakadaming flashes, napakadaming utilities. And Durka needs to reposition, find some way to mamba out muna dito ngayon as hindi niya kaya mag-push through sa A short. Pero he's guessing, he didn't go for the quick rotate onto the C side. Gusto niyang mag-double back na lang sa A. If he finds second, there's a possibility, but he whiffs. Alam na nila.
Alam nila na doon yung impormasyon dito, but we have to know what is gonna be the conclusion sa play dito ni Dirk alone. Now, he has the Cloud Burst para makapag-isolate ng fights, but given this time, around 30 seconds lamang ang kanyang natitira sa kanyang oras at para makakapagawa sana ng play. At yun naman pala, guys.
30 segundo na lang, Lynn.
30
segundo?
Napaisip ako doon eh. 23 segundo. Sino yung wala ni Hasroy na naman?
Tama naman kasi. Bakit ka nag-stutter to?
Conscious tuloy ako doon.
Pero, okay. Seryoso muna. Nakakabawi na ang Sentinels kahit papaano dito, Ling. It is 2 crucial rounds para sa kanila dito. It's building up their momentum. I'm not sure if Tens, hindi ko pa kasi lang kung ano yung economy ngayon ng Sentinels. It's gonna be their bonus rounds. Tens, saving up for an operator for that next round. Kita mo yung kanyang left up economy, 3,750. This is still good because Tens, he's got the crack shot nga naman. He's gonna be able to utilize yung Marshall na yan to full effect. And Sentinels wanting to actually 4-stack itong A-site. This is the flexibility na nabibigay sa'yo ng isang Killjoy. You can basically leave Killjoy to hold 3 angles sa C or sa Haven, and napakalaki ng map control or amount of bodies that you can play in onto one site with this particular setup. Pero I think Fnatic actually snuffed it out pretty perfectly. Matitira na sa back of C is going to be Dep, smoked out. And now Fnatic should be able to take the side, and we will be going to a post-plan. Pero si Leo, if he does, the timing is gonna be very crucial dito, Ling. Teka, magkatago lang muna siya.
Flank na ko naman, kuya. Sana nagabanggan lang din sa kanto. Kung si Alfajer po, may lalabas mga The Flash. Naku, si Second pa nga ang madadamay sa sarili niyang utility. Naku, Recon Bot ang ilalabas natin dito coming here from the side of Leo. But si Tens, naku po, gumagapang sa likod mo, sir. Natin paano siya makabuhay? Naku, hindi na nga. Bonus round lang po yun coming here from the side of Sentinels. A round they could afford to lose, but for the rounds na kung anong kalamangan ngayon ng Fnatic, it is not looking so good for them. Flawless.
Prime Gaming flawless dito. Ang ganda nung call na mag-relurk si Alfajer kasama dito ni Leo. Kasi kung wala siya doon, I think Leo's positioning, kung nak-refrag siya agad, would still have given Sentinels a really good 4-man flank para sa kanila. So all things considered, very good adjustment again para sa Fnatic. Kung tayo yun sana, Ling, apat na nasa side, isa pa rin yung nag-lurk. Pero syempre, hindi Fnatic, or hindi tayo naglalaro, Fnatic. So sila ang ano yan. Pero teka lang, naamoy na ni Pancada, kailangan niya na umalis. Masyadong mainit ang seaside push. Too many smokes. Great setup overall. Pero ang problema naman ngayon dito is they're gonna be retaking, which is si Tens naka-op. So, medyo mahirap nga.
Yeah, mahirap talaga. But tingnan natin kung paano nila gagamitin or even play around para dito sa mga flashes na available ngayon para kay Pancada at Zekken. But si Poster, saktong last angle muna, full time yung malalabas para sa kanya. But makita natin isang mabilisang push, isang mabilisang patayan dito. 2K, 3K nga pala dito para kay Chronicle. Make that 4 already. At that was already a round win. Isang mabilis na naman tayo dito para sa Team Fnatic and Sentinels having no chance at all and putting that 4,700 cred investment down the drain already.
Yeah, the perfect use nga naman. I like how, they played for C-Long pero at the same time, naka-crossfire pa din sila dito sa seaside. Kasi alam nga nila na as long as Tens can't find the angle with the op, they will be, para sa natin ito, 4 versus 5 in a sense. Teka, ano nangyari doon?
Yes,
ayaw nga pala. Tama nga naman. Huwag natin kalimutan na may amazing sponsors tayo na is making everything possible. Mamaya natin i-call out natin ulit mamaya yan. Nasanay kasi ako sa sponsors na VCT PH. Kaya nag-a-adjust ako. Sorry. Sorry akin. Pagpatawad nyo na. Pagpatawad mo. Okay, sige. Teka lang muna. Mukhang si Chronicle ito na. Let's ready to rumble. Rock and roll. As the Rolling Thunder is primed and ready. Tatlong tao ang nasa A side. Diyos ko, pag si Chronicle nakatama nito at si Durka nakapag-follow up, ano pa ba ang mabubuga ng Sentinels? Leo, waiting para sa kanyang recon dart. Alam ko yung lineup na to. Pero alam ko lang, hindi ko lang paano gawin.
Yun, simple lang naman mga lineups na binibigay nila dito para makasecure ng impormasyon kung saan sila posibleng makakapush ng Rolling Thunder. Ang kanilang ilalabas. Ang turret nga pala! Nalalaglag!
Aftershock!
Ang gandang info! Ang gandang entry dito na ginagawa ni Dirk. Quick follow from Leo at mukhang dito muna tayo playing out their luck with the smoke plays, with the smoke praise and sprays. Naku naman dito, may sasabat pa nga dito ang Sentinels with their sheriffs. Malamang nakakuha sila ng flank. Makikita naman tayo dito. Si Pancada mukhang nakakaamoy. Kung saan nagpo-posisyon dito, ang Jet. Isang headshot lang po ang kanyang matatanggap at wala pang mabibigay. It's gonna be a season of giving dito. But Sassy has to give out a quick clutch to where Sentinels is holding on to their lifeline right now para makapagbawi to even further damage sa economy dito sa kanilang mga kalabang. But, they wouldn't stand a chance. Everyone is still stationing their way towards the site. And, for the side of Fnatic, they're playing this too cautiously. Inaabangan talaga nila na baka nag-flank,
Hindi senayang ng Fnatic ang kanilang pag-take ng A-site dito, Ling. Huwag mo tanggalin ang headset mo, nagkakas tayo. Huwag mo tanggalin ang headset mo, nagkakas tayo, Ling. Kalma lang.
Sakit sa ulo? Sakit sa ulo ng ginagawa ng katabi ko pati ng Sentinels?
Pero tignan muna. Tignan natin to. Okay, seryoso lang muna. Tignan mo yung setup na ginawa dito ng Fnatic. Sentinels, hindi ko alam kung naamoy nila yung push na to or something. Pero yung lineups, yung setups nila, yung mga tags into the corner, it doesn't feel na they're ready dun sa mga merong setup plays na gustong ibugo dito ng Fnatic. And because of that, Sentinels, ilang beses sila lang nahuli doon.
Which is like, for me, parang it's sort of like what you could possibly expect, especially with limited buys na may gamit mo. You have pistols. Napakalakas yan in terms of the short plays, of the short range engagements dito na posibleng pipilitin ng Sentinels. And speaking of that, there isn't gonna be any engagements at all dito sa B-side. It's gonna be free, open para sa Fnatic for their taking already.
Last round. If hindi makuha to ng Sentinels, wala na ang first game natin. Pero Tens, somehow, pop shot through. Makes it work. Teka lang, Boaster. Nalagpasan siya ni Aso, ni Trailblazer, holding the door for the moment. He explodes. Great close contact. Pero 2 versus 2. Pancada coming in from the flank. They still have to deal with Leo. Leo has the recon dart. Pancada doesn't know! And here it is. Defusing. Timing. Spotted. And he keeps defusing it! Bros, don't fake! And Sassy! Hindi siya in-expose, hindi siya ng yanig, hindi siya nag-doubt sa sarili niya. And he kept the defuse rolling. Sentinels hold on for one more round dito, Ling.
Oh, it's just those micro, or like the small things talaga that happen in between, those milliseconds that actually matter. Kung kailan ka ba talaga mag-peak, i-hold ko ba tong spike, and you know, konting katapangan lang, and hindi ka talaga dapat magdadalawang isip sa mga ginagawa mo. And those Sentinels taking out a single round, but wag natin kakalimutan, it's still already a match point for them. For them to pick out like a quick pocket strats dito sa mga larong to is what they definitely needed, but hopefully it's not something that Fnatic could definitely be well prepared for.
Fnatic isang team to na basta alam nila kung ano yung extent na pwede nilang gawin gamit sa mga utilities nila and mga ultimates na meron sa kanila. Tens, wala na. He's swept up the blades. Meron pa ata siyang dash dito if ever man. Pero tignan mo naman si Leo. He's just providing assistance gamit ang kanyang Hunter's Fury ngayon. And they fall down one by one. 1 versus 4 na naman si Sassy. Meron siyang rifle dito. No ultimates though. Great tag onto Alpha Jer. Pero hindi niya alam kung nasa nakatago si parang Durka. Si Durka Nowitzki. Teka. Sassy getting closer and closer. Pero that spike is planted for C long. Ngayon, Ling. He's gonna have to peek through so many angles. And Durka's already found the flank. He opens up, gets the pick, but down to 5. Oh my God, paano kaya mga kuto ni Sassy? He has to charge it. He knows, pero na-double swing siya dito ni Fnatic. And 13-6, game number 1, kuhang-kuha ng ating EMEA team.
Good start dito para sa side ng Fnatic. Just taking out the most favored team to even compete here on VCT. And you know, if you look at that, the audience are basically losing their minds right now. Nobody has basically expected it, well, except for me, of course, na kung ano ang mangyayari posible dito sa larong to. And if you look at that, parang they are basically confident in taking out the first map. Not only because that they have a really good read on how the rounds were basically going there for the side of Sentinels, but Fnatic just felt they were more prepared. And Sentinels parang medyo undercooked yung undercooked and sinerve na nila kaagad yung roster nila. And nilaro tong mapang to, which is like, gotta say, they didn't look quite ready on what Fnatic had done that time.
Yeah, you really feel, again, ito na yung parang storyline na makita dito. Both teams are on somewhat of the similar spectrum din natin dito. Para sa sarili nila, they both pick up 2 amazing players from their specific regions, with Brazilians para sa Sentinels, American Sentinels, with Fnatic naman, with Leo sa Chronicle. Pero ang tanong nga is how well can they integrate their pickups ngayon? It seems like Fnatic mas maganda ang curve of pickup nila sa players nila kasi I think sanay na talaga sa playstyle ng EMEA si Chronicle saka si Leo. Pero sa Brazilian sa kaya ni Sassy sa Pencada, they're all about the explosive play. Nakikita mo na ginagawa ng Sentinels yun, pero it feels like hindi pa siya fully operational dito.
Look at that. Just like Fnatic doing their thing inside the server, they're just quite too comfortable in terms of how well their plays are basically meshing towards each other, and it's really hard to see a team like Sentinels just fully crumble down ng mga sitwasyon nito, especially when they're relying so much of like the frags coming out from tents, and of course for the initiators or sa mga support utility players na may lalabas to at ma-fully enable yung mga agents sila or yung mga players na kasama nila sa server.
Pasa na muna natin to sa ating mga aggressive ba? Ay, di ba? Magagaling pala na host natin. Hindi sila aggressive, guys. They're very friendly. Okay, Bruce, Honey Glaze, take it away.
Aggressive pala. We have been humbled. This is the denial of the 9-3 curse. Makikita natin na it has been really such a formidable team para sa Fnatic na magawa yung ganong klaseng shutdown laban dito sa Sentinels. Pero bago ang lahat ng yan, nagbabalik tayo dito in our panel desk. I'm Honey Glaze with the W. Wala pala tayong panel desk. I'm sorry. Panel chair. Panel coach.
Panel couch lang tayo dito. Pero speaking of denial ng 9-3 curse, big kudos to Fnatic this time kasi, you know, if we are looking at everybody from EMEA, so far, Honey Glaze, kanina when they chose, yung pinili ng Haven, yung pinili nila yung Haven na map, kinakabahan ako dito yung pinili nila yung Haven na map, I was thinking na parang if ganun lang nga lang, in their region, 3 beses na tong nalaro sa lock-in. I think that was with Koi, with Giants, and then Carmine Core, and then in those 3 games, talo yung EMEA na region in over at Haven. This time, however, for the first time, EMEA getting a win over at Haven dahil sa Fnatic and increasing the chances. And then, so far naman for Americas, they don't really play Haven so far dito sa lock-in. So, understandable kung kaya Parang ganon.
Nakita natin yung difference, ano? Dahil nakita natin for Fnatic, they have been really methodical pagdating sa approaches sila dito para mai-cancel out yung pag-entry. Aggressiveness, yes, they have been really jumpy para sa side ng Sentinels. Umabot tayo ng 9-3 for that first half. All in favor of Fnatic. Why? Dahil alam nila kung paano nila dito lulusutan. Parang may nakita silang butas against Sentinels at doon na nila pinalawak, doon na nila pinahirapan ng Sentinels kung paano ba sila dito makakapagbigay ng magandang groove. They know their footing well, but the problem is they don't know how to give a follow-up. Papasok si Tens, nandun yung mga utilities. Mauuna yung utilities pero walang kapalit na tao dito para ma-cover up yung ibang angles na hindi mababantayan ni Tens.
Parang nangyari lang yan kanina no, round number 5. I think Zekia nag-open siya ng Rolling Thunder pero si Jet pumasok kangkas na siya eh. So ang bilis lang ng parang I think it boils down to miscommunication kung saan Sentinels hindi sila sure kung paano i-execute yung play. I mean, I think that was I think around number 7, yung Rolling Thunder deny from Chronicle, papasok na sana yung Sentinels over to Seaside. Sobrang ganda kasi I think that was a 5-4 stack na parang na-cancel out yung pagpunta nila doon. And then before we continue, tingnan muna natin yung player highlight dito and that's gonna be coming from Fnatic which is Turkey. And isa siya sa one of the key factors ng Fnatic going into this round.
Oh my God, he tanked all of those rounds na early on our first half, umabot siya ng 6 kills nang hindi pa siya dito natutumbasan kaagad. Yes, we have Tens, we have Saisi, we have Pankada, pero ano ang maipapala nyo? Kung katapan nyo naman dito si Durkee, who knows how you usually play? We have the operator shots na nanggaling dito kay Durkee. He knows where to anticipate the players here from Sentinels. At nagtagal mo pa yung mga plays na hinaanbangan niya na lang yung contact dito laban sa side na nga ng Sentinels. So it was really clean. The ball buff is really happening.
The ball buff is
para
clear.
Sa side ng Fnatic.
I mean, for operators lang, I mean, we've also seen Tens. He tried to get the operator pero yung wala, attacker siya eh. Ang hirap pang maghanap ng angulo. And I think that was with yung isa pa sa miscoms na napansin natin with Sentinels, that was their push going into, first time nag-slow push yung Sentinels. I mean, as a team, Sentinels very close to, I mean, very open to executing yung fast plays, yung ginagawa nga ni Tens. Pero when they tried to adjust going into a slow push, going into A side, hindi sila nag-clear, hindi sila masyado nag-clear ng rooms. I mean, so, hindi nila napansin si Poster nandun sa sewer eh, and tapos parang wala na, it just closed out the round. Hindi nila napansin. And
Poster went in for 3K.
Exactly. And that was their second time going for slow push and then wala na naman yung groove ng Sentinels going in. And since this time, we are gonna be going to Split. And so far in this tournament at Lock-In, Split has been never been played actually by the Alpha brackets. Now it's making a bigger return dito sa Omega bracket. And then so far, if we are gonna be talking about the map called Split, it is somehow still very defender-sided. And this time, Fnatic starting out as defenders. And since starting out as defenders sila, attackers this time, Sentinels, hindi nag-work out over at Haven earlier. Kasi, I mean, it still boils down to parang, we would say the dilemma of having too many cooks in the kitchen, na parang masyadong madami nag-a-adjust ng timpla or flavor, ika nga ni Honey Glaze. And parang yun na nga, hindi sila magkasundo.
I love how you made pasok dun sa mga luto, mga cooks dun. I made
pasok talaga.
Yes, entry.
Natawag. Pero yun na nga, it still boils down kung paano ba nila i-execute yung play. And Sentinels still not getting a footing kung paano ba if they're gonna be approaching to this game. And again, they have to be super careful for Sentinels kasi kung matatalo sila dito, they're gonna be out of lock-in. And the Fnatic will move in.
Ang bilis na magiging execution dito ng Fnatic dahil this has been really one of a good play here in Haven. Natumbasan na kaagad nila dito kung paano ba nila kaya ma-shutdown dito sina Pankada and their Saisi. I gotta agree na masyadong naging aggressive dito ang players from Sentinels to the point na umabot tayo ng overtime, ng second half rather. Parang na-predict ko na kung ano yung mangyayari later on. Pero mamaya na natin pag-usapan na yun. Balikan natin si Pankada and sina Saisi. Nangyayari dito yung mga initiator nila. They have blinds but they don't have a specific info kung ano ba yung positioning dito ng ating defenders.
Kung saan ba?
Kung nasaan ba. Unlike dito kina Chronicle, unlike dito kina Leo, they know where to advance and forward kung paano ba nila dito matutumbasan din yung firepower dito ng Sentinel. So, adjustments can come into play. Split pa rin naman ito. Very complicated map. I have so much hate dito sa mid-side ng Split.
I mean, so far, kung nasa mid, alam mo yung idea na parang saan ba sila papasok? Pupunta ba sila ng B-side or A-side?
Diba? There's two openings.
you end up sacrificing one of your players to get out intel. Pero like in the case of the playstyle of Fnatic here against Sentinels, yung execution nila, ready sila mag-trades, and yun yung kulang ng Sentinels going into game number 1 kasi as we have seen in many rounds, nag-entry si Tens pero no trades. Masyadong
nadaan lang sa intro
masyadong mabilis si Tens going into the game, and I think hindi ito yung oras na mag-adjust on the fly si Sentinels. I mean, they're a methodical team, so makikita natin with this new roster that they have kung paano ba yung diversity nila and how fast do they adapt to changes going into, I mean, the return of Split, and I mean, these teams matagal na naman sila sa eksena ng Valorant, so they have the idea on how to play this map, pero into sa Omega brackets lang, it's only been played once for Split, and so far, in the overall tournament, it's very defender-sided, but the way Omega brackets approaches this is it's very fast-paced, very attacker-sided. Around 59% yung win rate ng mga attackers who starts out. So masyadong malaki. So right now, Sentinels, again, to prove themselves as attackers going into this game number 2, kaya ba? Pasok ba? Pero yung
sa mga nakita nating utility play
defense,
coming in from the side of Fnatic is just really close enough para makita natin na it can be really one-sided. It can be a sweep. Pero makikita natin ngayon, yes, aimless muna para dito sa ating mga teams. Dep, makikita natin yung crosshair niya. Pero balikan natin yung mga naging utility play ni Dep earlier on. I really commend how he threw in his swarm grenades. Kasi ito yung parang nagiging backbone ni Tens. Kapag papasok siya sa loob ng site, ika-cancel niya. I-deny niya dito yung pwedeng mag-retake, yung pwedeng umalalay doon sa mga nasa loob ng site for Fnatic. So will it be the same na mangyayari dito here in Split? Since again, this has a lot of elevated angles, hindi katulad dito sa Haven. So, they have a lot of utils to think about. They have a lot of entries to think about. Pero syempre, crucial dito yung mid-side.
Well, kung mid-side lang pag-uusapan, Astra siguro yung pinaka-best na choice
Universal
nila dito.
stars
Universal kasi
diba?
I mean, you're omnipotent as Astra. If you are planning to defend like an entry point from, if ikaw ay defender.
I love boosters Astra.
We would really expect Boaster. I mean, ginawa niya na nga kanina kung gaano siya ka-effective. I mean, kung hindi...
Sakto sa camp,
kung omnipotent siya, sneaky lang din siya. And then, it boils down to parang he is a well-versatile player.
Yeah, that's what I like for Astra players. They know how to utilize those pop-in smokes. Kasi may smokes dito si Astra na pwede mong bawiin. Then, magagamit mo pa rin siya dito as a smoke na pwede kang mag-reposition, at that is what is really happening dito para sa side ng Fnatic. They know how to use your utilities. They know how to amplify. They know how to pinpoint kung ano bang utility dito yung pwedeng makapag-shutdown laban sa Sentinels, and yun yung nangyayari. Balikan. Ang nangyari nga kanina, di ba, on the defense dito ng Sentinels, gusto kong balikan na dahil sobrang laking flaw nun for Sentinels na hindi nila in-anticipate na may rolling thunder. Pwede itong gamitin kaagad ng Fnatic. Yun nga ang nangyari. Tatlo yung tumalon. Kahit yung turret tumalon na rin. Lumundag from the view, and sayang yun.
By the way, nasa Prime Gaming Agent select na rin pala tayo before we forget. And right now, Sage gonna be making an appearance over to Split.
Tens on the Sage.
Battle Sage siguro yung gagawin. Pero anyway, marami tayong inputs. But before that, let's go into game number 2 para malaman na natin kung sino pa talaga yung panalo or mag-game 3 ba tayo. Let's send it over to our casters, Ling and Azuray. Kayo na! Ang bahala.
Kami na nga ang bahala dito, at bahala na nga si Papa J sa mangyayari ngayon kasi double duelist sa Split ang makita natin. Tayo nagbabalik na nga sa game number 2 ng ating best of 3 series between Fnatic at Sentinels. Ako si Azuray, tama nga nakalagay dyan, at ito si Ling Ling. Tama ba?
That's the first time! Narinig ko Ling Ling instead of Ling 2X. This is history!
History in the making. Pero Ling Ling, what do you got for me dito sa ating second game?
Man, it's pretty exciting kasi parang kanina minimension ko dito, baka magda-double duelist na naman tong Sentinels kasi kanina it was working so well for them with Tens as the Jet, but this time may binago sila dito that is not seen from their history before. Now, makita natin si Tens with the Battle Sage, side by side dito si Zekken, that's gonna be full-on duelist sa matchup na ito. And for the other side na naman, my gosh, Azuray, nako, ang Fnatic for sure could make all this utility come into use with their standard compositions coming in from their team, which is like quite as expected. And makita mo talaga how familiar we are in terms of the utility. And for sure, Fnatic naman din, alam nila paano makapag-counter sa mga ganitong type of plays.
Fnatic, kailangan natin makita ngayon kung gaano ka-effective ba ang double duo nila with Chronicles sa si Dorka. Siyempre, ang palagad naman nila dito at si Zekken Actually, no. Si Zeken lang pala ang solo duelist nila dito ngayon. Dirk fights one. Si Chronicle nga nakipag-handing hands sila. Holding hands nga naman. Get the picks. And now, again, like we would see dito sa nung Haven, nagkakaproblema na naman ang Sentinels sa kanilang offense ngayon. Zeken and Tens down. The heavy hitters already knocked out. Ang matitira na lang si Depp at the Brazilians with si Sassy at si Pancada.
It's just so different, when they're just already too comfortable with this type of composition. And we could actually see Fnatic just putting everything to good use in terms of the plays that they're trying to make. And speaking of that, they're confident as well in taking out, or rather, giving away a side open lane.
Grabe.
Make that a quick expressway. Quick kills dito nga naman para kay Dirk. Na naman. Now, for Pancada though, sneaky beaky plays ang kanyang pipilitin. 17 seconds left on the clock. At mukhang aabangan pa nga natin dito, the Cypher. And, cancel that out. Dirk just wants to get the job done. And magandang simula dito para sa side ng Fnatic.
Slow peek mo si Durka, parang nagkakamali ka eh, di ba? They all slow peek Durka, dude. Tignan mo, I don't know if we'll see the replay. Yeah, sakto, may replay tayo. Look at this. Isa pa. Slow peek. Yeah, isa pa. Last one. Last one. Ah, di ba? Almost everybody slow peek Durka. Lahat sa kanyang crosshair. All he had to do was click or left click. MB1, mouse button 1. Si Tens, nag-heal pero makakuha niya lang dyan, 30 HP. Pero ito din yung pinaproblema nga natin, Ling. Kung sana hindi nag-shift yung maps natin at tinanggal yung Breeze sa bind, I feel like Sentinels would have wanted to play bind a whole lot more dahil sa playstyle ng kanilang 2 pickups dito. Diba? Nakikita mo talaga na they're all about the initiation, they're all about the duels, pero Fnatic just don't give them that satisfaction eh.
Ang hirap din kasi coming here from the side ng Sentinels, sa kahit sabihin mong they're trying to like cancel out yung mga isolation levels dito on a map like Split. It's just so hard when you're duelist. It's like having a hard time creating that space. Fnatic has a great time naman, or a great effort rather, para makapag-cancel out dito sa mga efforts na ginagawa ng Sentinels. But speaking of efforts, mukhang ibang binabalak ngayon dito ng Sentinels with their full-on mid control. Marinig ni Dirk for sure, of course. So with the Vandal, he is fully capable of taking on anyone who is gonna be landing in front of his crosshairs. But kita mo naman ginagawa dito ng Sentinels. Gumagapa nga naman mukhang si Chronicle, medyo nakakaapoy dito sa kanyang mga kalaban. At magandang hold, magandang crossfire, magandang judge plays though to hold off everyone here on towards that male push.
Tensa lang matitira. Hirap nga. Pero again, weak buy para sa Sentinels dito. This is where they get things started nga naman talaga. It's going to be their buy round ngayon. The question, Ling, is yung decision ba nila na ilagay si Ten sa Sage going to pay off? Again, they have the slow play ngayon para sa Sentinels. Pero nakita natin sa Haven, Sentinels struggle pa nagsa-slow play sila. And this comp loves the slow play. Yes, they do have Zeken na pwedeng sumugod pa harap. Ang problema, paano makakasunod yung teammates niya? So, it's gonna be left kaya kay Zeken to really make the plays ngayon, Link, from what it looks like sa comp nila dito.
And it's so hard na ang laking burden na nibibigay nila para sa main duelist na si Zeken, which could have been great if they played with their strength. Like you said, aggressive plays. We need that firepower. That is kind of like a signature plays dito coming up from Sentinels. But if you see Tens not having that much mobility, not having the abilities at all para maka-create ng space na team, this is where we see them struggle in terms of like cracking down the defense na ginagawa sa kanilang Fnatic. They're great at like putting like a quick on stop sign dito sa pushes nila, but what really lacks here from Sentinels is sort of like the initiative, so the fast plays that we should be seeing in terms of this B-side push.
Ooh, Zeken. Alright, that's good. Hold, massive double satchel doon para kay Zeken. I actually like the play na ginawa sana ng Fnatic doon, where they put the traps a little bit farther into the side kasi alam na agad ng Sentinels to expect that if it's gonna be on A main, you lose it pag si Zeken nag-double satchel kasi masira ng satchels yung tripwire. They do get the 1-for-1. Boaster's priming up. I love how it's going to be the A main push. The paranoia is there. Teka lang muna. Pancada hiding inside the smoke pero si Chronicle mahahanap siya dito ngayon. Dap gets lifted up. You raise me up. to climb over the mountains and siya ang makaka-reach the peak as that was a massive clutch coming in para kay Dep, hiding in the shadows kahit hindi siya si Omen.
Completely outplayed sa utilities na ginagawa nila. At kung makita mo to, ang replay ni Def, ang laking bagay talaga for him to hold out those anti-flex and possibly anticipating itong A main push. But, you know, it just turns out na, you know, the smokes really didn't turn here in the favor ng Fnatic. And Lason, yun lang talaga. And, you know, you just can't be too careful or too careless talaga sa mga larong ganito.
Tama naman. You can't really be, pero individual plays kaya para Sentinels really giving them that one up. Pero there could be a collateral! Pero second, very fast on the reaction. Buti na lang kasi nag-double up sila na isa kasi dito. Baka na 2-4-1 plus 1 pa nga sila ni Darka kung hindi siya nakakuha agad nun. Proud to be Pinoy. Tapos nga pala dyan kay Mama Zeken na fina-follow din ako sa Twitter.
Uy.
Nanay ni Zeken yun. Ayos ba? Pero si Zeken daw fina-follow, so medyo tampo ako sa kanya. Pero okay lang naman kasi nagpa-perform siya dito. Pero hold on a minute. As mukhang Fnatic, they're not done. They did lose Darka in that mid push, but they did not lose ang mid control dito for the defenders. Chronicle playing on top of Leo's utility. Pankada nag-iisip kung gusto niya mag-A main push. Does at least get hurt a little bit. They forced the rotation. Mag-isa na lang si Chronicle. He does have some utility. If they do push up onto the B side, if they do try to plant on there, meron din siyang nades to delay and let his teammates rotate with him.
But he's open on basically every angle that there is on towards heaven. But, you know, speaking of that, parang hindi na niya kailangan problemahin. Itong binabalak ngayon ang side ng Sentinels, rather, is for them to take out B side completely open for now. But look at the efforts dito na ginagawa ni ng Race who are gonna be anticipating for the flank. Nako, si Chronicle, it is just gonna be another quick chapter na posible niyang to turn around para sa pages dito sa kanilang story on ano ba talaga ang mangyari sa tuong lakbay dito ng Race. Now, pages coming on in. Nakita natin to counter off para sa kanya is gonna be the snake bite. Pankada though, waiting out for the flank. Kita mo ng paranoia. Hindi magko-connect though. Aabangan pa natin dito off angle para sa Viper. But kita natin, inside the side is gonna be the efforts coming in from the post plant na ginagawa dito ng Sentinels. 1v2 at mukhang Lason angle naman po ang makikita natin coming out from Sassy. Oh, what a signature play there. Good on hold para sa kanila. And a very resilient effort in going out for those pushes coming out from Fnatic.
Okay, take back what I said. Fnatic, or rather, excuse me, Sentinels dito. Slow play is working fantastically para sa kanila. Lalo na pag si Sassy sa Pankada ang nakapag-duo to slow push. Ang ganda ng kanilang combination. And I will say, yung mga flashes dito ni Boaster, yung paranoia niya, not really getting as much value as I was expecting para sa Fnatic dito. They're not able to play off of it because primarily I think Ling, they're too far. Para even if they get hit by it, they're just, the players of Fnatic are just way too far. Ayun, no?
Oh, they can properly react to it. You know, at a certain point pala nakikita natin on where Fnatic are actually like putting out quick mistakes sa mga larong to, which is like quite crucial, I might say. That really could have been highly doable for them, but it's just that the milliseconds, and of course the distance that they have against each other. Naku, tense, napaka-battle stage mo naman, napakatapang, pumatong sa wall, you raise me up, and of course they have crumbled down the mountains dito, which is gonna be Fnatic. Naku, isang mabilisang 3v5 dito, Azuray. At makikita mo naman, nagsastruggle, of course. At naglalason na naman sa smoke. Ang gawin natin si Def! Isang smoke criminal naman po itong Azuray na ito. Ginagamit fully well yung mga utilities. And of course, Pankada stepping it up once again for another flawless play brought to you by Pride Gaming and delivered once again by Sentinels.
To the depth. Everything in the smoke. To the depth.
It's a frag to Kuya Deb.
Yes.
Oh. Tingnan na natin to.
Wala eh. Nandito pa tayo hanggang mamaya. Kaya wala sila magagawa.
Series pala to.
Pero ano, I will give again Sentinels this one. Ang solid ng kanilang take ngayon. Hindi makapag-react ang Fnatic. Sentinels is reading the situation quite well. They're playing away sa utilities na meron dito ang Cypher and really utilizing yung pag-push nila. The problem right now with Fnatic, they're not able to get the value that they were kind of expecting. Chronicle not throwing the nades out at the perfect time. Sentinels always playing yung offbeat push nila dito. And because of that, Fnatic are struggling to get Go to just stop them on that map control. And look at the Sentinels baiting just utility after utility then.
And it's like really hard na kung wala kang mababato coming out from your defensive side. Not just smokes, not even a flash na posible lang magagamit aside from coming out here from the Omen, which is like super layo. Kita mo naman, it's only gonna be the wall that would hold everyone off sa pag-push dito ng Sentinels. Now, posible nakakaamoy yung Sage nila. And kita mo naman, nag-rotate, napilitan. Marinig nga natin dito si Tens at line up pa nga! Ano yun? One way na nga ibinigay at di pa niya nakuha. Fnatic, ano yun?
Tens mapagmahal yan eh. Meron siyang titagating the K buff, the K-Day buff, kasama siya sa Brazil. Uy, bakit sabi ko lang naman.
May naisip na naman ako.
What? Ling, hindi tayo nag-uusap ng ganyan dito. Sabi ko lang, na-inspire si Tens ngayon kasi meron buff. Diba? Yan talaga. Isipin mo, 20 years old, 21 years old, engaged na agad. Grabe, sana all.
Napa-I-do ka agad si Kaide. Ang galing mag-Valorant. Ang galing
Valorant Tens, grabe. Kung sino boyfriend ko siguro si Tens, sabihin ko rin, I-do eh. Ganun siya kagaling. Isipin mo, tas matangkad pa, puti pa buhok.
Wait, he's taller than you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ano ka ba? Canadian Vietnam si Tens.
Disclaimer, Asura is not short. Tens is just tall.
Yes, he's just incredibly tall. Anyways, guys, huge plays dito kay Tens. Ganyan, nakikita niya pala nag-stream siya pag nakakuha siya ng highlights. It's just a normal day in the office para kay Tens.
Oh, parang nagugulat na ako bakit sobrang amazed yung mga tao sa mga ginagawa niya. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's Tens. He know how to like crack the game, hack the plays. And if you look at that Kating Fnatic, parang gulat na gulat ako paano nangyayari yun sa atin. Nakapag-double pick na tayo na doon yung smoke. And you know, let's just like boil down to the fact na you're up against a star player who is capable of pulling out those amazing plays. And pilitan pa kasi namang time out. Like, pause real quick. Pag-isipan natin kung ano yung mga mali ginagawa natin or kung ano ba yung dapat natin gawin. Ang hassle naman may kalaban na ganun.
Nahihirapan na ang Fnatic dito. I mean, they're struggling. They can't find that rhythm then. Primarily, I think it's also because of the lack of utility na meron sa kanila. Because they've garnered for the double duelist. Kasi siyempre, in-expect nila na susugod ng malusog ang Sentinels. Patuloy-tuloy sa site, diba? Pero Sentinels, very slow-paced pushing para sa kanila. And this is taking Fnatic for a bit of a spin ngayon. So the adjustment for sa Fnatic dito, obviously, good time out. And they need to utilize Durka at si Chronicle better. How many times, Ling, na nakita mong magkaroon ng magandang contact si Chronicle sa si Durka dito? Not really as much. There's 6 and 5 kills respectively, pero these past 3 rounds, parang they're kind of non-existent para sa Fnatic.
Which is like completely heartened kasi they're quite accustomed to the yung proper like conditioning na ginagawa sa kanila ng Sentinels, which is like mabilis yung magpasok namin, but right now it's just like a completely different identity, which is what you could be expecting here coming out para sa side dito ng Sentinels. Fnatic was caught off guard with this type of play kanina. Parang kinu-question pa nga nila kinu-question natin rather yung double duelist sa posibleng lang ilalabas, but seems like it's gonna be all going into plan here, especially para sa side ng Sentinels, unless they actually fall on towards the defense na ginagawa dito ng A-side na ginagawa ni Alphager, ni Chronicle. Naglabas ng Princess, mukhang baka cancel out pa nga ni Pancada. At of course, the Cypher is gonna be doing all the work, entering on the site, and Def once again, naku naman sa loob ng smoke at hindi magpapapigil.
They passed each other. Nagpass sila. Uy, pare, uy. Nagkabanggaan ng balikat dito, Ling. Pero, Spike, well, it's left outside into the open. Great camera para kay Alphager dito. Kitang-kita niya lahat na meron si Pancada. Pero good taps para kay Pancada dito, He's able to push back Boaster. And there's still 30 seconds pa naman. Not too bad para sa Sentinels dito. Very doable para kay Dep as well as Pancada ngayon. The problem is, it's a game of peekaboo. Kailangan mag-hide and seek muna sila. Pancada checking these corners. Oh, just barely missing Leo. Good up onto the smoke. Leo finds Pancada and si Dep na lang ang matitira. Dep trying to dance with Alphager. Pero si Alphager ang magtatanggub magtatagumpay.
Tatagumpay, tama naman. Matagumpay sa kanilang pag-hold at makita mo naman sila on how successful na lang. Successful na lang in terms of them just trying to go in for those site-intensive hold. Kita mo naman dito, the Cypher is just perfectly positioning himself. Anticipating talaga yung paisa-isa na pushes dito na ginagawa ng Sentinels. And for sure, they are quite aware of what they're trying to do. And this is where we see them like putting out a few more tweaks sa mga lineups na ginagawa nila and sa mga plays na pinipilit nila against sa mga aggressive stances dito ng Sentinels ngayon.
That was the first time din na nag-push sila primarily sa A site talaga. Hindi A heaven, hindi mid-play to A site talaga. So that's where you really do see the value na meron si AlphaJer dito as that Cypher nga naman. They've already gotten and picked up Durka with the operator. Si Durka, this is going to be cheeky pair si Durka once he has the operator. Hindi mo na siya matitigilan. The operator Terminator. Come with me if you want to not leave. As Durka. Napakatandang reference na binago ko lang ng onte. Yeah. Uy, ganda na camera ni AlphaJer dito ah. I will say. Changing up para lang makakuha ng information ngayon. That's actually pretty huge kasi alam na nila na hindi nag-follow up yung Sentinels sa ropes. So kita mo yung positioning ni Boaster dito, handang-handa para sa push. Pero Sentinels smartly waiting for the smoke to drop down, or excuse me, yung wall para sa beaming to drop down. Pero Fnatic, they've already adjusted. Hindi lang si Boaster nag-hold sa B-Heaven. It's also Chronicle holding this particular angle hand in hand.
30 seconds left. Side by side, touch by touch ang kailangan natin gawin dito. And speaking of that, quick on touch, quick on contact, makikita natin coming from Chronicle. Information, nandyan na sa kanya. Blast pack po. At mukhang mabilis ang guiding net ang may lalabas pa nga ni Sassy. Of course, he's gonna be seeking initial frags. The space is gonna be there as well para sa kanyang kakampi. Definitely quick on follow-up para sa frags. At mukhang makukuha pa nga siya ng dito ng Cypher who's playing out for the hold. Now, 7 seconds left on the clock. Pipilitin pa nga yung engagement dito ni Tens. Has time to plant. Abangan pa nga natin si Dirk dito with the operator. Pipilit itong mga angles na ito at wala pa nga ang wall. Ang kuya natin na si Tens, posible pang maririnig ang drop down ng kuya natin na ang Jet. Naku, hindi pa nga nag-drop. Inabangan yung angle. Saan posibleng tatawid? But the patient is gonna be wearing off here for their side dahil sila ang kinakailangan para makapag-defuse. Si Tens nga pala dito ay mag-aabang lamang at makikita pa nga yung barrel at papatayin na lang po yung Jet. Kunin niya. Oh, that's another Red Bull clutch. Finally, Tens stepping it up.
I think more than Tens then. I gotta give it then kay Sassy dito. What a marvelous play. Are we gonna see that, Okay, so makikita natin yung perspective ni Tens dito. Again, with that Red Bull clutch. Pero si Sassy ang tunay na star, na VIP, na MVP, excuse me, nung round na yon. Kung hindi niya nakuha yung flashdown play niya, na nakuha niya sino ba to? Si Dirk, no, it wasn't Dirk. Si AlphaJer, I think, or si Leo on the site. They won't be able to waterfall or follow up sa kanya. So, huge miraculous plays ngayon para kay Sassy, pero hindi magpapatigil ang Pilipino na nasa Sentinels, si Zeken.
Winawagayway ang bandila sa ating mga Pilipino at sa audience dito ngayon. Mukhang buhay na buhay sila this time around para sa hold ng Fnatic at mukhang mapapatay natin muna dito ang kuya natin na si Dirk now. Good on reply doon para kay Sassy at that the pacing has completely changed dito sa side ng Sentinels because even if they got so much frags out of that mid-engagement, kita mo naman, they reassess kung saan ba sila posibleng makakapag-push ng maayos. But you know what's like really coming in front of their eyes right now is gonna be the setups here coming out from the Cypher ng Fnatic. Nako, player ka muna. Pogi naman. Ang pogi naman ng player na to. Nice quick commercial dun para kay Tens. But speaking of that, it's not gonna be a quick commercial break. There's not even gonna be a break being catch here para kay AlphaJer. Makita niyang information for sure with the camera. At mukhang this is gonna be enough to trigger the rotation coming here from the side of the defense.
I mean, kahit anong gawin naman din ni AlphaJer, hindi siya makakuha ng impact play. Then he only had the Spectre, that Spectre Stinger Ling. So, unless sinugod talaga siya ng masinsinan dito ng Sentinels all the way sa back of A, there's nothing really that they can do. The curious thing is, Fnatic. Okay, that's why. It's because they had rifles to pick up din pala. Because I was wondering kung baka sila lumalayo. They at least needed the economy, pero nakahanap sila dito ng mga couple of rifles to save into the next round, which is good. Pero Fnatic definitely struggling dito. The shotgun play na nangyayari sa Sentinels. Not shotgun like the weapon, but shotgun na style lang na sugod ng malusog. Gumagana talaga sa split, and I'm kind of surprised about that. I honestly thought that it wouldn't work as well because Fnatic have done such a great job at funneling yung style ng Sentinels dito, pero Sentinels, the slow style, the CQC, the close quarter combat na ginagawa nila is honestly working really well dito sa sa split.
And, you know, parang sa side din ng Sentinels talaga, it's not only their slow-paced plays, but makikita mo naman on their efforts on, like, recognizing the patterns dito na ginagawa ng Fnatic. You see Dirk with yung early presence sa mid, magre-repose naman tayo dito sa Rab, which is, like, something that, like, for sure, Sentinels have a good read on, and they reacted fully on that, putting out, like, a really good flash, and an effort as well on reacting to it.
Guys, alam namin, tiis lang. Tiis maganda at tiis pogi.
Tiis ganda.
Tiis pogi. Yan, tama.
Napaisip mo, saan ang tiis pogi?
If you know, you know. Pero, we're also trying to figure out what's going to be the adjustment ngayon para sa Fnatic. Pero hold the phone. Okay, yun. Yan na. Hinold na namin. Gumana na ulit yung phone. Chronicle holding B Heaven dito. Backing away, finding contact. Pero si Sassy na ang ginamit nila na pinpointer para sa pag-contact sa mid. The big flash out, Leo. Hindi na siya pwede mag-wall dito. His positioning would be exposed, trying to back away into the corner. Pero nahuli siya out in the open with Tens pushing in. And si Alpha Jer, oh! Si Second, na-activate na ng tripwire. Paano nangyari to? Alpha Jer with the 2K already, hiding inside his smoke. Gets the kill once again. 4K para kay Alpha Jer. And siya talaga ang tunay na Jer.
Ano sinasabi? Oh.
Pero naipit si Zekin no sa tripwire. Nanggaling siya sa Heaven at na-patted siya sa B main. When do you see that? The replay comes, itingnan mo. Ay, nako.
Ganda ng setup. Basang-basa din. Ganda ng ganda ng repositioning ni Alpha Jer dun sa sitwasyon na yun. And kita mo naman yung audience, oh. Buhay na naman. Parang kaninang tahimik nila eh. Sentinels kanina nananalo.
Gabi nga pala hata. Kalbo pala si Derka. Saluts nga pala dyan sa mga natin.
Sa mga?
Maganda hairstyle.
Anong hairstyle?
Skinhead.
Ay, nako.
Kaya pala Derka. Kasi pag in-arrange mo yung Derek, diba? Derek Ramsey.
Ewan ko kung saan nakikita ni Azuray na magko-connect-connect ng mga bagay.
Pero taka lang muna. Kasi magko-connect ngayon ng Sentinels sa ating A site. Chronicle mahuhuli. 1-for-1 in terms of the trades. Pero still having the numbers advantage para sa Fnatic dito. Zekin making use of yung 10-second boombot niya kasi hindi pa nerf ng Raze dito to clear out a little bit of map control dun sa back of the A Heaven side nga naman. He's waiting for the rotation. Ni Tens dito needs to find a pick first, excuse me. But nobody from Fnatic giving him the satisfaction. Intay-intay lang muna. They really don't need to do anything other than just patiently wait para mainip ngayon ang Sentinels. And they have to. 30 seconds in, Tens has the res. Durka, oh, he could explode. Tens knows about this. The timing is gonna be bad, so Durka backs away. The smoke is about to dissipate na rin Ling, and they're about to push in. Tens, ratatatatat. Durka gets him down, and Durka is holding on. Absolutely beautiful. Si Dep na lang matitira all the way through mid, and he has no time. He's activating everything. Sumusugod na siya. He's made the noise. They know where he is. And again, wala nang oras dito ang Sentinels. And Dep, can he hold on to this Vandal? Will Durka be able to find him? And mukhang so save for a later date na lang muna itong Vandal niya.
Man, ang spread across the map nila dun eh. Hindi ko sure if what was the real objective dun coming up from the side of Sentinels. Siguro pipilitin nila makakuha ng peak, but tingnan mo naman yung side dito ng Fnatic that they're not just like basically giving anything away, information, steps, utility, and it was just that Sentinels like had a lot of questions going through their head kung ano ba talaga yung site i-commit nila. And you know, speaking of that, another initiative here, what we could possibly see here para sa side ng Fnatic rather, operator plays makapag-peak pa nga at mukhang Sentinels mag-aabang na naman, ilalabas pa nga nila ang guiding light seekers rather upang makapagkuha tayo ng information and possibly caught in the really bad position para sa Jet na ito.
Okay, Boaster, perfect timing sa kanyang paranoia, denying both the A site control and A heaven control. Durka on the site, holding with the operator, finds one. Does not get the pick though. Pancada uminit na onde. Tens and Pancada on the site itself. 2 versus 4. Delay tactics, but no ultimates. No big utility dito Ling to really fend off the defense that's coming in. Ooh, great pop shots for Pancada, pero hindi nakakonect kahit kanino man. Is going to be the nades, pushing them even further back. Si Tens naglabas na ng operator, pero he will get buried alive. Good pump out, Pancada, one of the Brazilian superstars, and he cannot go for the transfer, gets denied, and we go for a 6-6. Bumawi ang Fnatic sa defense nila.
Has enough time. Ang ganda ng pagpupush nila in every angle that there is. Ano yun? All the way towards heaven. It's just like almost impossible for Tens even hold out ng lalo na't sabay-sabay sila nagpupush para sa kanya. And oh my gosh, Pancada, napakalapit naman po ng ginagawa natin dito. Quick on spray para sa mga kalaban na nagpupush sa kanila all the way from A-main, all the way towards dyan sa elbow position. And Pancada was like, had a really good position, but then again, it's just quite too difficult kapag ikaw lang yung natitira.
Guys, alam na namin, we're gonna go for a 5-minute break. Tignan natin kung matitigil natin ang pagbubumerang na to kasi kahit gusto kong mag-TikTok, hindi pa dito. Alright guys, anyways, hold on. Babalik tayo after this short break. Yun na nga, nagbabalik na tayo sa ating quick break lang muna kasi syempre kailangan natin ayusin ang kailangan mga ayusin natin. Pati kami, kailangan ayusin ang kailangan ayusin. Ako nga pala mo si Acer, kasama ko ngayon, si Ling Ling. Yes guys, hindi Ling to X, Ling Ling talaga. At kami ang casters nyo dito sa ating game number 2 ng Fnatic at Sentinels. Sasabihin ko na lang talaga, Ling. Fnatic, they're adjusting, and one of the biggest adjustments that they've done dito sa ating second game is basically 50-50 nila. Alphager, punta ka sa B, minsan punta ka sa A, minsan punta ka sa mid, at okay na yan. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, adjust tayo.
Ang mahirap talaga doon, isang malaking sugal talaga nila kung saan nila itatapon yung Sentinel main nila dito sa larong to. Kung saan posibleng magsaset up tong Cypher nila. Parang this is where Sentinels have to like fight out sooner or later in the game. But ang hirap, they cannot hear the unities in comparison to how the Killjoy setups are made in the game, which is like they had no audio cues and they basically also have to put in the risk, and of course naman kailangan nila to do that sooner or later na hindi mauubos yung oras nila.
Pero ito na, nagpalit na ng ating sides ngayon at Fnatic naman ang susugod. They're gonna be on the attacking end first. And it's going to be the dynamic duo ni Dorka as well as si Chronicle ngayon. So, what is going to be the approach na gagawin nila moving forward into this? At least they do have the double duelist na nga. That's the thing. Tens, onting jiggle lang. Tens, interestingly enough, went for the full util usage sa kanya. So he has the wall. Love that wall. Always blocking the opponents dito. They're gonna have to funnel into the other side. Meron pa siyang slow. Pero ito na, Avengers Assemble, activate, and look at the picks coming in from Fnatic. Kung try mo kaming i-block, hindi. Susugod kami. We'll make our own bridge, go over it, and push further. 3 versus 2, Sassy at si Zeken ang matitira dito. Pero napaka-kapal ng wall na yan. So paano kakapaglaro ng post-plant dito ang Fnatic na dalawa sa kanila nasa other side ng wall? O teka lang muna, madali lang pala. Si Chronicle nag-push na, nakahuli ng Zeken, at si Sassy na lang dito in the 1 versus 3.
Nako, 1 versus 3. At mukhang matagal-tagal pa tayo dito makakita upang mga walls na bumabagsak sa mapang to. Now, they still haven't even committed to objective just yet. At mukhang magiging kampante sila. Given this time around, isa na lang natitira dito para sa depensa ng Sentinels. Now, slowly but surely makakita tayo dito ng push ng peak. And of course, ng isang mabilisang ghost plays, tap on in para dito sa player na si Sassy. And it's basically not gonna be enough para dito sa start ng depensa ng Sentinels. And speaking of their defense, my gosh, you look at the agent composition dito ng Fnatic alone is that they are expected to perform a lot better. They have the double duelists. They have agents that they're left and right that could basically take all the franks that they need in penetrating ng depensa dito ng Sentinels.
Link pa confirm nga lang, si Chronicle nasa, not Chronicle, sorry. Si Zeken, di ba nasa B Heaven siya nun? Tama, di ba?
Yeah,
may kasama siyang isa na yung player nun eh.
Nagtapon ng Pagels, yeah.
I didn't see the Pagels though.
Oh, he didn't throw?
Diba? So parang, it kind of felt a little bit lackluster kasi, I mean, they had the wall, na funnel na yung Fnatic players outside of the B side, B main, pero hindi pa sila nasa B side. So a nade would have been perfectly placed or perfectly timed in that location. Pero teka lang muna, si Boaster having to hold on. 2 players coming in from top ramps. Okay, teka lang muna. Durkas come in for the updraft, goes for the flank, picks up the 3K, and then ipins sa kapit dito ang Sentinels. Fnatic swift for retribution, and wala silang katigil-tigil sa kanilang offense dito sa split.
I mean, a round that they're expected to win, given that wala talaga may tatapon sa kanilang Sentinels, the utilities, and of course naman sa mga baril in their arsenal. This is where we can actually see them parang put out that really parang a round that they're willing to lose. But for this round, naglalabas pa nga nila dito ang kanilang full-on buys coming out from both sides. But the only difference here is that we're not going to be seeing much of their efforts in, well, I would say parang holding out, given that they only have like a Sage in terms of like, as their Sentinel in this game.
Well, it's still fine naman. The problem is for Sentinels dito, can they really pierce or can they really defend the sites as effectively as they can? Kasi again, kung na-bait out agad yung mga walls nito ni Tens that early, diba? Yun ang problema ng isang Sage eh. Once the wall's up, you just wait a couple of seconds or basagin mo agad to, and you have nothing else to stop people from coming into the sites. They need to get the rotation out. Pero si Sassy na lang, titira dito ngayon sa, sa A site eh. They're waiting for it, but again, Fnatic have their own wall. Pwede sila mag-Avengers assemble ngayon if they want to push up aggressively. And mukhang gusto nilang gawin dito.
Ba't hindi nila sasayangin yan? Gamit na gamit talaga yung posible sa mga post-plant na pipilitin dito ng Fnatic. But speaking of that, Fnatic Dirk, nako, already creating so much space dito all the way. Papunta ng sa rafters. Heaven pa nga ang kanyang tatangkain. But for this time around, it's better for him to actually regroup. Make sure that his team is still gonna be intact for the post-plant situation. Especially given the fact na nakikita natin dito ang efforts ng Sentinels to play this in for ramp already.
A-main held here by Alpha Jer. Zeken. Oh! Naku. Okay naman nun. Alpha Jer getting the punish agad-agad lang. They know he's there though. Pero pwede nilang gamitan to ng World of Death to make things a little bit more easier para sa Fnatic. Pero grabe. They're really banking on the fact that they can keep getting these picks sa kanila. And huge props para kay Durka. Did you see? He jumped over the wall, or rather got boosted up by his teammate si Leo, dashed into the site, and kahit man nakaabang si Sassy, he still got the pick and opened up the A site dito para sa Fnatic.
Confident, honestly. Yun lang makikita mo in terms of like the aura na nare-radiate dito ni Dirk ngayon. He is like quite aware na ang teammate niya, ang bilis rumuspendi kung ano ba talaga ang posible mangyayari sa kanya. You know, at a certain point, he's starting to look like a sacrificial lamb that they're basically willing to like put out para makapagkuha not only just a space, information, saan sila posible manggagaling. And not only that, ang pinaka-bonus talaga sa ginagawa ni Dirk is getting frags along the way. Not really what Sassy wanted it to be in terms of side dito ng Sentinels, but parang we could definitely see them like possibly taking themselves into greater heights, especially when we see Fnatic performing this way. And you know, in this site alone, na masasabi talaga natin na gamit yung agent comp nila.
Yun nga yung maganda din nun, di ba? Kasi kahit man sasabi mo sacrificial lamb dito si Durka, 18 and 6 siya? 18 and 8? So it doesn't feel na that's really the case. Kasi kahit man technically sacrifice nila si Durka, nahanap niya pa rin yung mga wins na yun where he's not supposed to. That's how just on point ngayon si Durka dito. And here's another interesting fact din na shouts nga pala dyan kay Bleed Ominous na nakita ko sa Twitter na pinoint out niya dito sa specific na series na ito. Sentinels was the team that denied Fnatic their entryway into Champions, I think way back 2021 ata. So with Fnatic having a rematch against Sentinels dito ngayon, sila naman yung tumatanggi ng isa one of the bigger opportunities para Sentinels. Not championship-wise, pero not Champions Tournament-wise, pero the technically debut din ng Sentinels dito when they have lost or have, you know, vetted out sila Shazam and the other players. I think si Sek din natin tinanggal nila dito or he's gone as the streamer route or something. I'm not entirely sure. Pero this is a restructure na ginagawa ng Sentinels, but it doesn't look like it's paying off ngayon, Ling.
I know it's definitely not paying off, especially with their idea of like canceling out the default positioning dito na nanggagaling from Fnatic. They had the initiative for sure, but it's just the execution right there is where we see them being cancelled out with their efforts and with everything that they actually have any plan in this round. Napakagandang bison na may malalabas nila dito, but we have to be productive with their guns, with their utilities. But for this time around, we're only going to be seeing a share play coming out here from Tens. Could be great though if he actually get a few more frags here and there, which is what Sentinels basically needs. But of course, Pancada really has to step up a quick on play here para makapagkuha sila ng much better space and much even out, or possibly makakuha sila ng better odds on winning out this retake.
I don't know if they have the better odds as of the moment. Napakadaming utility para i-deny dito ngayon ng Fnatic any form of just reconciliation or recompense dito sa side. Tingnan mo, nagmamamba out na lang yung Fnatic dito ngayon, no? Look at that. So quick, so clean, so good. They're gonna be able to mamba out. Nobody should get picked off. Kahit naman sila yun, safe. 10-6, Fnatic, 3 rounds na lang para sa manalo sa series ito. And basically, yung debut match ng Sentinels, wala pa rin. Ito sabi ko nga sa'yo, North America's teams, Cloud9, honestly, ang isa sa pinakamalaki ang chance na talaga makaabot sa playoffs. Pero syempre, nakipagtungguli sila sa DRX at alam mo na, RB's my boy. He won. So si Sentinels, what do they have dito, Lick? Now that they're nearing the end of the line agad-agad. Kakadating lang nila si airport. Magpahinga sila sa hotel. Anong mangyayari dito ngayon?
Anong mangyari dito ngayon? Lalo na't makikita natin yung mga duelists is gonna be back on sa action dito. Asuray, kita-kita mo na everyone is gonna be online. Utilities is gonna be there. Up in and checking na po nakita natin ito. Wala mo nang makakalampas dito sa hold ng Sentinels. Magandang green ball ang kanyang may papakita. Konting TikTok muna tayo dito sa gilid si Sassy habang nag-aantay sa push intense at mukhang inaabangan mga natin dito. Falling all the way from the heavens though, it's gonna be Dirk. Mukhang i-avenge pa natin dito yung mga teammates that have basically fallen with that push. And speaking of that, the push, the plan is gonna be there on 8. Mukhang inaabangan naman natin dito si Chronicle. At second, may ipapalag, may ilalabas at may papatunayan tayo sa larong to. Inaantay na lang natin dito for Sentinel to step up real quick dahil isang mabilisang 1v2 ang makikita natin from Fnatic now. Si Chronicle, gagapang, kina natin kung maririnig. Of course, Blast. Ilalabas, napakagandang swing dito para sa kanya. But alam ba niya, ng Astra ay nahulog sa kalangitan. What a hold doon. At isang Red Bull clutch na naman.
Okay, I understand kung bakit nasa heaven naglalaro si Depp. Isipin nyo lang guys, na because of the plant where Durka planted the spike, if Chronicle went up to ramps, pumunta siya ng heaven, natalo doon, kailangan i-hold talaga ni Depp yun. Pero, again, ang ganda ng pinakita sa atin dito ni Chronicle. He knew that he can place himself on that little divot doon sa kaliwa. Gamit yung smoke ni Depp against him. Ang naging problema doon, nagkamali si Depp ng angle ng pagkalagay niya nung star para sa kanyang smoke. So dahil doon, ginamit ni Chronicle against him and got the clutch. Ang naging problema kay Depp, hindi niya na-read ng maayos. 11-6 Fnatic. My gosh! They are really digging into this series.
Digging into their heads and living into the heads dito nga pala dito ng Fnatic rent-free. They made them question their own place. And at this point, this is gonna be a point of desperation. You're coming out from the side dito ng depensa na kung saan napipilitan talaga sila to put out a quick on individual plays, which is really what they need. I hate that they have to resort to this, but for this time around, this is what has to work for them. The team play isn't exactly gonna be there, but you see Pancada once again. Nako, is in his territory. The Viper is playing for, the quick on plays. Nako, flawless play by Prime Gaming na ipapadala sa atin dito ng team ng Sentinels.
Yan si Pancada, umaarangkada. Vow. Pero tama, tingnan mo yan. Solid 3K, nagkamali ng tingin si Durka. Hindi niya na-expect na maglalaro pa ng ganun ka-aggressive at off-angle si Pancada sa male. Pero they conditioned, I think, Fnatic then to think that way. Kasi I don't think naglaro ang Sentinels ng position na yon ever in these 18 rounds na nakita natin. So with that being said, syempre meron pa rin, may economy pa rin dito ang Fnatic. They got the utilities. There's the burst into the B side agad-agad. Durka muna magsisimula dito. They have to wait for him to get that information first. Alphager on the long haul flank coming in sa mid naman dito ngayon. And again, Fnatic, they've cleared up the site. Huge wall. Any big retake utilities para Sentinels, they do have a lot. Viper spin, they have Sassy with the Seekers, and ginamit na agad nila dito. Chronicle, ipit-sikipit. Can he get away? Pero Boaster somehow picks up 2K agad-agad. Hindi siya madidinay, hindi siya matitigilan. And look at this, Durka with the off angle, playing on the high corner. If he's able to hit the shot, grabe nga naman. God, Durka nga naman, if ever man. But Alphager with the flank. It's paying off, it's paying off. And si Pancada lang ang matitira. He has weapons. He has the ultimate. Pero problema sa kanya wala siyang positioning dito ngayon, Link.
Ang ganda ng cut-off ng ginagawa dito ng side ng Fnatic. At mukhang matadali pa nga dito yung mga kuwi natin who are playing all the way towards heaven. At mukhang Pancada, nako, napakaganda na sana na ginagawa nila. It's just that they did not expect those flanks to even happen. And we see, once again, Sentinels, I did not really expect na maging ganito yung posibleng konklusyon ng labanan nila. I mean, we were expecting na sana makakapagbawi. Ang ganda ng intro na ginagawa nila dito. But it's just that, ang ganda mag-rewrite at mag-direct ng play dito ng Fnatic ngayon. This is where we see them, like Sentinels is basically submitting to like the dominating team here in this map.
Tapos nga pala dyan kay Daryl, tama nga naman. Pankada empanada. Nakakagutom sa umaga.
Ang daya,
Bars!
tinutulungan ng chat.
ano ka ba? Friends tayo ng chat, grabe. What's up mga... Actually, ano ba tawag sa chat natin? Mga ka-Valorant. Hindi, baduy nun eh. Ano ba? Hindi, mamaya mag-isip tayo. Tulungan tayo guys, mamaya. Pero, tama ka nga sa sinabi mo, Sentinels, hindi ito ang ina-expect natin makita sa kanila. Sobrang out of tempo na sila ngayon. Ang ganda ng start nila eh. Nakita natin. They were, 5-0, 6-0 up until the point na pag-adjust ng Fnatic dito. They had some issues with how they were approaching yung double duelist on the defense. Pero look at this offense na meron sa kanila. So many options. And Durka right on top of everything. Walang maka-counter sa kanya. Yes, there's the round plays. Nakaka-multi-kill si Tens dito, si Pankada. Pero yun lang yun. Multi-kills. Pag hindi sila nakakuha ng ganong clutch, I mean, where do you really play? And you can't really bet on the fact na every single round makakakuha ka ng, miraculous clutch play dito from any of the players ng Sentinels. That's not really
ideal
or sustainable eh.
Ay, naghirap talaga na, so much responsibility is being bestowed dito para sa side ni Tens at Pankada, which is like extremely difficult. You're up against a 5-man team operating together as a single unit. And what strengths do you have to actually pave off, especially na binibigay nila lahat para tatapusin na tong larong to. It may sound a bit more desperate sa ginagawa dito ng Sentinels, but you see the efforts coming in from Fnatic as well. For sure, they got a whiff of the fear. They got a whiff of everything. The showstopper is gonna be there as well para kay Chronicle. Now si Def, isa namang smoke criminal maglalabas dito para sa out of the shadows. At mukhang isang mabilisang wall para makapag-isolate ang fight. Magkikita natin dito si Tens once again. Last on angle, papunta sa backside. Inaabangan lang yan. Isa-isa na mag-push. But si Leo, may sasabat. Makapag-rest mga sakuhin natin na si Boaster.
4 versus 2 naman ngayon. Sassy as a second. Grabe yung angle doon ni Leo. Boosted up. Hindi makapag-react in time si Tens ngayon. The flash out from Sassy. Pero again, they're just getting closer and closer but they still are up to numbers. Second dito, may ipit sila. But the wall at least keeps the other one safe. We're all down to Leo. Grabe the damage. He's down to 55. They're lining up. One more shot. He can heal up. He's playing the heart of Zek dito. 1 versus 1. Pero hindi! Leo hits the 4K with the headshot. At tapos na ang series na to. Go home and a nearest airport para sa Sentinels.
My gosh, what a surprising outcome for everyone here na ang kanilang paboritong team ngayon. Ang Sentinels ay may papauwi ng napakaaga para sa larong to. Ang rami nilang kailangan ipag-prepare but it's just that they felt like they weren't ready like I said a while ago. And it was just an unfortunate turn of events. Mistake after mistake. And Fnatic for sure fully understand that they would not let this opportunity slide on taking out Sentinels in their first series sa laro dito sa Omega Bracket.
Fnatic picked up Leo and Chronicle from Guild and the Guard if I'm not mistaken. Grabe ang kanilang nakuha dito. They're star players of EMEA really shining to the next level ngayon. Good hustle para Sentinels, pero they still struggled a lot in this particular series. Nakikita mo, there's still some smiles there. They did as much as they could have done. The final fist bumps nga naman, pero Fnatic, they've gotten their revenge lane. They've finally taken out Sentinels, who was a bane to their existence a couple of years ago. And again, Fnatic, who was in a state of transition then, picked up amazing players at may plato pa sila. Tunay na Pilipino sila kasi may plato.
Dati kasi, like, I think if you've seen that Sentinels had that wheel of strats, dito is gonna be the plate of plays na ginagawa ng Fnatic.
What are we gonna be serving?
Oh, exactly! Ang ganda na idea nila doon. And of course, ang ganda talaga na pinakita ng Fnatic. And which is like, gave us like a parang sort of a wake-up call that they're not basically a team that we should underestimating for this time around. They have all these star players coming in handy. And of course, the specialist agent performing all their best sa larong to. And what else is there to say? Sentinel is out of the bracket. I'm not sure if I should be happy or sad about it, honestly.
I'm happy because we see nga talaga that Fnatic are stepping it up nga naman. There is just nothing that feels like they could stop this team. Napakatindi na kanilang plays. Yes, again, nakita mo sa highlights dito na there were some heroics from Sentinels. Pero heroics can only bring you as far as what you saw dito. Grabe talaga si Tens. Grabe talaga si Pankada. Pero Fnatic, they also had some explosive highlights with, as you saw with AlphaJer, with Durka. My God, Durka. Never really faltering. Yes, he gets picked off bit by bit, pero when he has that opportunity para makapag-entry frag, he almost always wins the 1 versus 1s.
Oh, what a productive day dito para sa side ng Fnatic.
Uy,
and
grabe.
just unfortunate na ganito yung nakikita natin from them. But you know, quarter-resurgent effort that they have been showing out so far, especially from those individual players that we have been highlighting a while ago. But it's just that you have the better players. But you know, the better team talaga na we have to take account for here tonight is still gonna be Fnatic, which is thumbs up for you. Grabe.
Grabe nga naman. So, we'll pass it to our hosts na dito, guys, to discuss what happened in that series and prep us for the next series that we have, I think, with T1 and FURIA.
Yeah.
All right, so Juicy Brucey and Honey Glaze, take it away.
At tapos na nga ang ating game number 1. And for all the fans out there, medyo malungkot yung sinapit ng ating number 1, yung Sentinels, which has been a fan favorite na sobrang tagal na.
Exactly.
And, you know, Tens is there. And then, of course, our Filipino brethren. Si Zeken. I mean, sorry, Zeken ako eh. Pinoy eh. But then, of course, yung yung expect natin from previous champions na si Pankada tsaka si Sassy? Sassy or Sassy? Pero either that, hindi pa rin tama. Kanina again, back to the analogy of too many cooks in the kitchen. Minsan, or di ba
Nag-overlap within each other.
Masyadong maraming driver sa tren or masyadong maraming sabaw para sa potser. Pwede ko pa tayo patuloy hanggat eh. Pero, kaya na tayo
Akala ko
pupunta.
sahog yung sasabihin mo. Kasi kanina pa nagsasabi dito si Asaray na yung mga plays nila malusog.
Malusog.
Diba? Malusog.
Pero mas malusog this time yung Fnatic kung titingnan natin yung final score. 7-13. Pinakita talaga natin na pinakita talaga ng Fnatic na hindi sila magpapatalo going into game number 2. Kung gaano sila ka-dominating sa game number 1, same pa rin yung mangyayari. And Honey Glaze, ano?
Sayang talaga yung 6-6 na first half na nangyari dito for Sentinel. They were so dominating. They were so magaling pagdating natin kanina. Doon sa mga nagiging strongholds coming in from Tens. He was on that stage at mas nakikita kong komportable sila dito na siya yung nakakapagbigay ng follow-up, just giving second his time to shine, to get his entries happening. Yung mag-overwhelm nila dito against the side of Fnatic. Yes, you have the double duelist setup, pero nakita naman din natin yung wonders na ginawa ni AlphaJer kanina. AlphaJer.
Ayun. Pero, you know, in the side of Sentinel naman, on game number 1, yung you know, breakdown natin doon is that Tens masyado siyang aggressive. And on the first half, feeling ko medyo nakakalamang yung Sentinels kasi si Tens, hindi na siya Jet, hindi siya Raze.
Hindi siya
nauuna. He's a Sage. Trying to, weird siya sabihin, anchor while attacking or back up. Pero the idea is, siya yung magiging follow-up peak for Zeken. And yun nga yung nangyari. Pero even with that kind of gameplay, still slow pushes yung ginagawa nila. Pero
I love this.
At the very end ng defensive, hindi na talaga. But anyway, AlphaJer.
Yes, I love that he's here sa ating MVP, sa ating player stats ngayon. Dahil I really want to talk about how he played as Death. Doon sa second, or doon sa first half natin kanina, he used the utility so wisely. It's so commendable to the point na hindi malaman dito ng Sentinels kung ano yung uunahin kapag nakita na nila na natag-in sila dito ng trippers, yung cyber cage na one way dito para mahirapan nga yung vision na hinohold ng Sentinels against the defender team nung first half. At nakita din natin how it was so viable to see a Cypher here in Split. Sobrang commendable talaga. Kailangan ko siya paulit-ulitin kasi he's just really sneaky around the map, sneaky around the site, getting in those skills nang hindi nakikita ng Sentinels kung saan nanggagaling yung mga bala.
Yeah, to think na Cypher has been picked like sobrang 25% yung pick rate niya lang
Diba?
over at Split. But then this time, Fnatic showing up big for Cypher. Cypher na pinapakita talaga nila kung paano yung close counter combats na kung meron kang Cypher, all the info na kailangan pwede mong makuha, pwede mong ma-relegate sa team. For example, isa sa mga cameras coming in from Alpha Yer kanina was in over second floor, sa 7. And then kitang-kita niyo yung ramp kung saan pumapasok sila sa ropes. So alam nila kung may magpa-flank ba coming in from Sentinels or meron bang if pupunta sila ng A site or B site, and then all that info getting the denied, and then yun, malalaman mo na everybody else from Fnatic ay nakaposition na over to B. And so far, kahit nga medyo shaky yung game 1 natin yun in a viewer experience, still so far both teams showing up big. 6-6 nga yung score, but then Fnatic, you know, getting up bigger this time.
Yeah, nagkaroon sila ng opportunity dito. Sila naman yung mga overwhelmed. Since again, they are attacking side dito sa second half. And we saw how dominating it was na nakita natin dito na yung dalawang duelists natin, they played in so well. They played with so much flexibility at naging smooth yung pag-entry nila. Why? Dahil they have the impact. Nakita natin na mahihirapan dito si Sentence. Si Tense, every time na mag-hold siya ng side. But the problem is as well is lagi siyang no-overwhelmed. Kanina, pistol round on our second half. Nagkaroon ng Avengers Rat at hindi na nagkaroon muli dito ng momentum. Maka-comeback yung Sentinels. So unfortunately, they're down to the nearest airport. Paalam.
Paalam talaga, pero hindi pa rin tayo magpapaalam dito kasi meron pa tayong series number 2. But before tayo pupunta ay meron din tayong makakausap. Hulaan mo sino? May clue ako. Taga-Sentinel siya. Anong clue yun? Wala kakita ko. Pero, well...
May clue din ako.
Ano yung clue mo?
Nagtatagalog.
Nagtatagalog pala siya. But anyway, ayun na nga, si Zeken. Kakausapin natin mamaya. Pero before we get into that, pag-usapan muna natin yung the whole series in itself na, you know, we expect the teams, players, we expected so much from Sentinels.
More from Sentinels.
And just to let everybody know, this is the second time na yung Americas region has chosen Split and as their chosen map going into the game, and then twice picked by Americas. 0% win rate pa rin yung Americas dito sa Split. And
take note na yan.
Take note, twice. 2 beses na tong nalaro ng Americas. And the reason why binabanggit natin to, kasi whenever you're in a region, whenever you go to scrims, yung mga kasama mo naman talaga, yung mga ka-region mo din,
nakikita mo yung play sila, na-adapt mo din.
Exactly, and then you adapt it. If makita mo na malakas yung strat nila doon, kaya mo siyang gamitin din. But anyway, more on that after we take a very short break. I-breakdown pa rin namin yung nangyari sa previous series bago natin kausapin si Second. And series 2 will be coming up next. So dyan lang kayo, huwag kayong aalis para sa VCT PH broadcast. Juicy Brucey, HG, Honey Glaze, magbabalik in a bit. And welcome back sa VCT Lock in PH Broadcast. Ako pa rin, si Juicy Brucey at kasama ko ay si...
Haniglays with a double E.
Di pa talaga gets yung double E eh. Well, kung
Kasi may dulo sa E.
Glaze E. Gets. Kung may double E ka, yung kakausapin naman natin ay may double K. Si Zek Ken. Ayun. Ang forma nun ha. Ni-rehearse ko yun ng 1 year. Pero this time, kakausapin natin siya, considering yung performance nila into their debut match for 2023. And of course, yung expectations din natin for going into
following
tournaments or yung plano nila the whole year. And isa nga to sa one of the great chances when you are talking to pro players kasi minsan, as viewers, nakikita lang natin yung external performance nila. Pero when it comes to internal struggles during the games, iba yun eh. It's great to get them straight coming in from the players themselves na nandun talaga sa battlefield.
And I'm really happy na we have this chance na makausap nga si Second dahil as you mentioned, meron tayong pwedeng malaban sa kanya since again, he's Filipino, diba?
Filipino rin siya, Pinoy. Tsaka baka tanungin natin kung favorite
gusto niya pa rin ba talaga ang adobo?
Or may balak ba siyang tanungin ko sana ba balak siyang lumipat sa Pacific? Kakapasok niya sa Sentinels But I'm pretty sure, when we talk to these guys, it would be great stuff talking to Sentinels, exactly. And, since series number 1 has just wrapped up, that is EMEA versus Americas. And the last, hindi naman last, pero like from this tournament, siya lang, last round, in here in Omega Bracket, sila yung EMEA in their final rounds sa round number 1 na going to continue their journey in lock-in. And we're saying goodbye nga to Sentinels. And, going into series number 2, it's gonna be Pacific versus Americas once again. And madami pang mangyayari for today. 2-0 nga yung start natin, HG.
Ang ganda ng start dito. Siyempre, for the side of Fnatic na nagbigay sila dito ng impression kaagad here in the Omega Bracket in which they can be one of the teams to look out for. Sobrang methodological ng mga naging approaches nila when it comes to their strategies and we can all see how comfortable that they are nung nakita natin na nag-sync in together yung bawat galaw nila, yung bawat utility usage nila, and I'm just really happy to see that when it comes in really fluidly para sa side na nga ng Fnatic kanina lang din.
Yeah, that's true. And if we are going back to the scoreboards ng mga players kanina, I mean, let's talk about yung dalawang top fraggers for both teams. At first, we have Pancada, 16 kills, 12 KDA niya. And then on the other side naman for Fnatic, it is Durkee with 23, 11, 10 as a KDA. And I mean, tense this time, naging battle sage siya. However, wala masyadong battle na naganap. I mean, ito yung difference siguro when you are a hardcore aggressive player and then you'd be held back to be playing a bit more defensive, a bit more slower. And
Kasi importante yung utility mo.
Yeah, that's true. And yun nga parang yun yung medyo downfall ng Sentinels into our first series for today. And Fnatic sticking with their guts and yung confidence nila, kanina meron silang roulette na pinakita na Fnatic win. And
may ruleta
May ruleta silang ginawa para sa sarili nila.
Parang there's some shade happening pero alam na natin kung ano ang pinanggalingan ng ng ruleta na yun. Pero wala tayong confirmation kung yun talaga yung pinanggalingan ng inspiration ng ruleta, diba?
I mean, history aside lang. I mean, Sentinels naman talaga. And if we are looking at it in a different way, Sentinels technically fan favorites. I mean, hindi lang dahil sa pangalan na Sentinels or dahil kay Tense, with their roster change for this year na, adding jam-packed, exactly, and adding in 2 players na world champions previously. They thought they could go the mile the distance, pero in this debut match for this year, hindi pa nga rin yun yung nangyari.
Unfortunately dito for the side of Sentinels, parang hindi pa natin nakakatagpo kung ano ba talaga yung pwede nila ditong maging synergy. Yes, you have really aggressive players on your team, pero how can you prove to us na okay lang sila maging aggressive dito. Okay lang sila when it comes to the backups and yung mga follow-ups dito na pwede na lang i-execute dahil kanina lang din nakita natin yung mga flaws and there is more yet to come para sa Sentinels. It's just the first tournament of the whole year dito for VCT and again, it's just the first series na nilaro dito ng NA or rather ng Sentinels.
Yeah, that's true. And we're still expecting to see more of them in the upcoming tournaments, but for now, Sentinels will be taking a bit of a break in the upcoming months. meron na rin yung the next leg for all the, pro players on the high tier. Yun yung inaantay natin. But for now, we just a reminder to everybody, yung mananalo dito sa ating VCT Lock-in, they will be giving an additional spot para sa kanilang region. And, try to represent your region and give them more to come in the upcoming seasons, and $100,000 na premyo, of course. You'd like to take that home. 5M? 5.5M?
Alam mo, ang maganda dito for Masters, na yun nga yung pinaglalabanan nila dito, yun the extra slot going into Masters. Ang maganda dito, it's going in Tokyo. Mangyayari siya in Tokyo, in Japan. So, hindi tayo mapupuyat lahat. This time, sila ang pupuyatan natin with a lot of overtimes, with a lot of game 3s, map number 3s. Kaya, very exciting kung paano natin makikita yung next a couple of leagues dito here VCT.
Well, HG, hindi naman tayo pwet. Nasa Brazil naman tayo.
Hindi naman walang puyat
yung mga
dito.
nanonood, yung puyat.
Nakatulog ang lahat.
Tayo ay nasa parking lot pa rin ng venue natin sa VCT Lock-in. Pero kung nagtatanong kayo guys kung bakit wala pa nangyayaring laro, we are waiting for our interview. We're gonna be talking to one of the players of Sentinels, which is Zekin, yung flex nila. And, trying to get to know and get to the inner workings of Sentinel approaching this tournament. And, abang-abangan niyo yan kasi it's great to talk to pro players. I mean,
internally. Kahit yung disregard natin yung mga teams, yung mga plays, yung Valorant. We just need to know more dito sa mga players natin. Syempre, in this kind of internal na between each other lang, diba? Yung mga interview na malalaman natin kung ano ba yung paborito niyang pagkain. Do you still eat Filipino food? Ano ba yung mga Tagalog words na pwede mong i-share dito on broadcast? And if you're fluent enough to talk in Tagalog, diba?
Di natin, tinanong natin kanina si Zekin nagtatagalog ba or hindi.
Di pa natin sure.
Malalaman natin, pero if not, we can speaking the Englishin naman late. Corny naman pakinggan.
Kaya nga sabi ko sa kanya
Nandiri ako
kanina,
sarili ko. Pangit naman ang joke na yun. Anyway, hindi naman, ang hindi pangit dito is we are gonna be talking again to Zekin. Inaantay lang natin kasi, I mean, they came from a loss. Medyo mahirap nga siguro mag-share. Medyo mabigat pa magsalita. Pero when we saw Sentinels take that final bow for VCT Lock-in, masaya naman sila tingnan. They look like they're happy with their hindi ba siguro happy with their performance, pero they seem okay with the results and they wanted to get back to the drawing boards, which is yung gagawin nila. Well, nasa South America lang naman sila ngayon, so
saglit lang din.
Madali lang umuwi. Mga 2 hours lang siguro yung flight dyan. Parang ano lang yan Manila to Singapore. 2 hours ba yun? 2 hours ba yun?
Cebu going to Manila, diba?
Mga ganong duration lang. Well, except for Pancada and Says. Paano ba sabihin yung pangalan? Saysy. Taga Brazil lang naman sila. So,
alam mo ba, kasama niya yung asawa niya ngayon here sa Brazil. Sa Brazil, diba? Tapos kasama niya pa yung dog niya. So, I'm really happy to see na may kasama siyang dog na
Buff yan. I mean, si Kaide nga daw, nandito rin sa Brazil. Nakita nga kami kanina, papasok kami sa venue. Sabi ni Kaide, Team Secret. Sikreto lang natin yun, ha?
Nagtagalog si Kaide.
Nagtagalog si Kaide, tol. Hindi ko alam. Nagtatagalog pala siya. Na-shock ako eh. Pero, going into this one, excited din tayo para sa series number 2, which is gonna be T1 versus FURIA Esports.
I'm really curious about this one dahil T1, we see them really playing a lot of games nung mga nakaraan dito here in VCT, pero in a different roster. This time, they are full of Koreans and they are full of curiosity. Kumbaga, para sa team na ito, dahil they are coming from Crazy Raccoons from Japan. Tapos makikita natin that they are also 2 new players na hindi pa natin alam kung saan ba sila nanggaling, kung ano yung mga stats nila. So it's a big surprise kung ano yung pwedeng ibigay to the table dahil they are also cooks here in VCT. Di ba? Nakita? Entry ko, di ba?
Okay na lang entry nun, Pero ang...
Sapaya mo naman yung entry ko.
Sorry.
Sayang
May binabasa kasi akong breaking news si Faker lalaro daw sa T1. Biglaan lang, no? Di mo alam. Kasali pa na sa 6-man. Pero yun, kidding aside, that's gonna be our next series. They're gonna be fighting up with FURIA, again from the region of Americas. I mean, their only move was dropping Mauzira and Nazwer. So, ilan lang yan sa mga pag-uusapan natin when we are going to see series number 2 because now, we are gonna be talking sa isa sa players from Sentinels again. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a VCT PH broadcast. Let's welcome Zekin para sa ating interview. Hey Zekin, hey man, what's up?
We lost.
Oh, I don't know. I'm lost. Anyway, Zekin, if you are, good luck and then, really great performance coming into the game. But then here we are. We want to know, how do you feel about the performance of Sentinels going into your debut match here in VCT Lock-in?
I think the team did pretty well. As individuals, you know, Pankata was doing very well, Sasu was doing very well. The calls were pretty good. I think I dropped the ball personally. I played horrible, and everyone knows I played horrible, but I'm proud of the team. We kept our composure pretty well, so there's still some positives to take out of it.
Yeah, that's really true. I mean, the positives and everything, man. You didn't play bad. You played amazing out there, and we would just love to give you your congratulations. But you know, going into the next tournament, what are the plans of Sentinels going into the next possible tournament in your team?
Just practice more. That's been the plan since day one of getting this team. Just practice as much as possible. We know that we can be better than we played today. We've shown it in practice. We've shown it in some matches. So we just have to keep practicing harder, keep getting better.
All right, there we go. Honey Glaze, do you have any questions for our friend over here, Zekan?
Oh, Zekan, I would just really love to just know if you have some Tagalog words here to say for our Filipino viewers right now watching here in VCTPH.
Mahal kita, thank you.
Yeah, there we go. And of course, our Filipino brothers love you too. Thank you very much for representing strongly Philippines in your game today. And Zekan, if you are to describe Sentinels right now, if you are an agent in Valorant, how do you describe Sentinels as an agent in Valorant? Which one would you be?
Cypher.
Cypher.
Sentinel.
All right, there we go.
Cypher.
Sentinel. I think that's the best way to do it. Thank you so much, Zekan, and good luck to the upcoming tournaments. And thank you very much, brother, for giving us your time here in our broadcast. Thank you very much, my man.
Thank you. Thank you.
And ayun na nga.
I told you he has a Tagalog word.
With Tagalog word siya, mahal kita.
Napa-English naman ako, diba?
Well, that's true. And Cypher, to consider, well, Sentinel din naman. I wanted to ask him, pero, you know, they are a busy team. Medyo busy nga yung Sentinels because it's still a pretty long day for everybody else, you know,
It's
after.
kind of heavy kasi one-sided talaga yun
That's
nangyari
true.
kanina.
And it's kind of, it also feels weird that he says he played bad. You know, it takes guts to admit that actually. Na parang ikaw, you're willing to admit that you play bad, pero you know, in our eyes, they represented well everything. I mean, debut match lang naman nila ito. And of course, marami pa tayong mai-expect for Sentinels going into the next tournaments. And to Zekan, my man, if you're still there watching, hopefully, you know, Sentinels would come back stronger.
Yeah,
still, GG,
I'm still excited to see
them.
in so many plays na pwede pa dito ngayong bag nila Sisi and Pankada. It's just really relatively new para sa Sentinels nito. So, yeah, maaga pa rin para masabi na hindi pa talaga sila nandun sa top dito in VCT.
Well, gusto ko sana tanungin bakit Cypher eh. Curious tuloy ako dahil ba ay nantitrip sila, tripwire, or gusto nila ng camera kasi media fans. But anyway, I think, Honey Glaze, pahinga-hinga muna tayo kasi series number 2 is gonna be coming up. Before we go, may final words ka pa ba?
Thank you, Second, for that interview and mahal din kita.
Umaasa si Lodi. But anyway, PH broadcast of VCT LOCK ay magbabalik. Huwag kayong umalis.
submarine.
5, set up a perimeter with Unit 6. Copy that. Hold your fire until I get the signal. Keep an eye on sectors 5 and 6. Possible targets approaching from the west. 1032C, 1011, SWAT. Multiple hostiles heading due south. Open and clear. We have a visual. Repeat, we have a visual. Unit 5 and 6 standing by. Keep all civilians outside of the perimeter. Keep all civilians outside of the perimeter.
Oh my God! And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, sa VCT PH broadcast. Dito pa rin tayo ngayon sa São Paulo, Brazil.
Medyo mainit nga ngayon eh.
feeling.
Nagtataka ako kung bakit ako nag-turtleneck.
Tinanggal ko nga yung sa akin eh. Kasi sabi ni...
Naramdaman mo na yung init ng Brazil.
Oo, sabi nga ni, sabi nga ni Derky kanina, tol, ba't ka naka-jacket? Ang init dito.
Grabe, fluent magtagalog.
Oo, fluent. Si Pangkadas din. Bisaya pa rin si Pangkadas. Di mo lang alam.
Sayang, hindi rin natin na-interview si Pangkadas.
Oo, ayaw niya daw kasi medyo mahihain pa siya for today's video. Pero again, series number 1, just a quick recap. 2-0 yung nangyari.
What a
Sentinels, pa-exit na nga sila sa tournament. Pero the representatives for EMEA, which is Fnatic, mag-a-advance sila into the round of 16. The second round ng Omega Brackets. And so far, in the Omega Brackets, a lot of difference coming into this tournament kasi when it comes to Alpha Bracket, kung pag-uusapan lang natin, performance on, different teams after we closed out Alpha Bracket. Haven and Pearl most played maps so far. 5 times both played yung dalawang maps na yun. Never played split ever. And then kung dito naman tayo titingin sa Omega Bracket, yung common denominator. Common denominator nila is Pearl. Pearl's still one of the, most picked maps coming in from both brackets kasi I don't know with anong meron sa Pearl pero it seems like everybody is
Pearl is the new Ascent.
Pearl is the new Ascent, exactly. And anyway, pag-uusapan natin yung maps ng performance ng all regions involved. Pero for now, we are going to be watching some interview videos para sa next matchup natin, which is going to be from T1 and FURIA Esports. So ito na nga, roll VTR.
Fala rapaziada, meu nome é Douglas, meu nick é DGzinho. Eu sou duelista da FURIA. Falando dessa nova FURIA, depois da contratação da MW, eu acho que a gente vem com muita mais personalidade, mais confiante no que a gente faz, no que a gente está produzindo.
Meu nome é Leonardo, no jogo meu nick é MWZera, tenho 21 anos, eu jogo de iniciador e jogo pela FURIA. E uma qualidade que eu tenho é que, independente de qualquer situação, eu sempre acredito que dá pra ganhar de qualquer time, de qualquer pessoa que tá contra.
A minha confiança ela é sempre muito alta porque eu sou um jogador que trabalha muito no meu individual. Eu sempre tento pensar, todo mundo tá lutando por um propósito, então eu não gosto de merecer ninguém, mas dentro do servidor eu não consigo ter respeito contra nenhum deles. A experiência que eu obtive no último campeonato, no último mundial que a gente participou, foi muito importante porque me fez amadurecer e crescer como jogador e como pessoa. Eu já joguei diversos tipos de campeonatos, mas aquele foi o maior, então realmente consegui ter uma ideia de quão grande é o mundo e quão grande é as pessoas que jogam lá fora.
Acho que a diferença do nosso time para a Loud e a MBR, com certeza, é o individual de cada player. Quase todas as pessoas que do cenário aqui do Brasil, até de fora, sabe que o individual do nosso time é muito forte. Mandar esse recado pra galera que acompanha a gente, que sempre manda mensagem também apoiando. A gente é muito grato por isso, a gente fica muito feliz em ler mensagens boas, ver que vocês também estão com boas expectativas no nosso time. E é isso, a gente sempre foca nas mensagens positivas e isso é muito importante pra gente. Go FURIA e vambora!
안녕하세요. 저는 T1 발로란트의 제타고요. 현재 저 역할은 이니 플렉스입니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 T1 발로란트 팀에 활동하고 있는 이재혁 카르페입니다. 제가 생각했을 때 저희 T1 발로란트 팀은 충분히 슈퍼팀이 될 그런 포텐셜을 가지고 있다고 생각하고, 그리고 저희 선수들끼리 모두 서로 믿고 다 신뢰가 있기 때문에
아무래도 다국적으로 섞이는 것보다 이제 저희가 한국인 로스터이기 때문에 이제 커뮤니케이션 하는데 더 편한 부분도 있고, 먼치킨 선수는 저희 팀에서 IGL을 담당하고 있고 상당히 똑똑하고 이제 에임도 좋은 선수고 경험도 있고, 그리고 카르페 선수는 이제 전향한 지 얼마 안 됐는데 타 게임에서 이제 상당한 경험을 가지고 있는 선수고, 메커니즘도 엄청 좋은 선수여서 앞으로의 잠재력이 엄청 기대되고, 팀 사야 플레이어는 이제 저랑 똑같이 북미에서 같이 오래 활동했던 친구고 이제 상당히 많은 경험을 가지고 있는 선수고, 이제 메커니즘적으로도 이미 증명이 돼 있는 선수고, 그리고 벤 선수는 저희 팀의 막내인데 그리고 북미에서도 활동했었고, 저 같은 경우는 이제 팀 내에서 이제 트롤링을 좀 담당하고 있는데 이제 그게 제 강력한 무기인 것 같습니다. 현재 저희 팀은 아직 공식적으로 대회를 한 번밖에 안 했지만 저희 팀 스타일은 상당히 이제 플렉서블하고 이제 적 팀이 어떻게 게임하는 거에 따라서 적응을 하는 팀이기 때문에
일단 저희가 첫 경기를 퓨리아랑 하게 되었는데 브라질 팬들 앞에서 한다는 게 조금 부담감은 있지만 그래도 그런 게 오히려 더 동기부여가 될 것 같아요.
항상 T1을 응원해주시는 팬분들께 너무 감사하다는 말씀을 전하고 싶고요. 앞으로도 쭉 응원해주셨으면 좋겠고 저희도 좋은 모습 보여드릴 테니까 기대해주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And welcome back! Nandito pa rin tayo sa VCT LOCK and PH broadcast. Ako si Juicy Brucey, kasama ko pa rin si
Nag-days with the double E. Nakikita natin ang mga nangyaring mga interviews between our teams, between our players from FURIA, and syempre dito ang T1. Nakikita na natin yung parang icing on the top of our cupcake na pwedeng potential na maging place dito, yung matchups nila between each other. So, really excited kung totoo ba yung mga sinabi kanina dito ng mga players from T1 that they have the full-on potential dito para sa lock-in.
Yep, that's true now. One of the highlights na maganda dito sa team na to, I mean for the upcoming series, is looking forward for FURIA Esports. they've had a match with Fnatic before. That was last year, Valorant Champions 2022. And 2-1 yung score, panalo yung Fnatic. Pero FURIA Esports, if ever manalo sila in this match against T1, may chance ang makahanap sila ng revenge match against Fnatic. Yun yung isa sa main highlight.
Maganda din dito for FURIA. They have been really one of the rosters na intact pa rin. They have been together since last year. Sabi mo nga, nagkatapat sila ng Fnatic. And if ever na sila yung manalo dito in our series, they will be advancing forward. At nasabi nga natin na pwede pa silang magkatapat. Pwede silang ditong magkaroon ng rematch against Fnatic. Pero syempre, ang wall na makakatapat nila dito is T1. But now, let's welcome here the players of FURIA. We have Khalil, we have Zira, na makikita natin that they have full-on potential. Sinabi nila sa interview. So, parang equal lang yung angas ng mga teams natin ngayon.
Exactly. I mean, kung pupunta ka talaga sa isang high-level tournament, yung confidence mo talaga, you have to back it up with skill. And if you're like T1, as they have said, they are a team na just who played only one professional tournament so far. Exactly from what they said. And it's one of the biggest highlights for this team na parang if you are one of those unknowns going into a tournament and there's so much less data coming from your team and your players, potential na you could upset the match or could possibly be na hindi mo alam kung paano sila gumalaw. But kanina nga, while doing notes or research for these teams, sino ba ito?
Diba? Saan ba sila mga nanggaling?
Saan ba sila nanggaling? And,
so they have the surprise attacks na pwede nila ditong ibigay under their sleeves laban sa FURIA. They can give a lot of expectations na bago lang sila, underdogs na sila. So mahihirapan sila dito makapag-come up on top. But now, masasabi natin that they have different flavors as well dito sa series na ito. Yes, napag-usapan natin yung mga flavorings kanina, pero this time I'm really liking here na may galing sa Crazy Raccoons, Cloud9, there's also from the Guard. Masasabi natin that they have really the potential, and they also said earlier in their interview that Munchkin is one of the players na pwede nating ma-look out for since he's the IGL for T1.
And also, let's not forget when we are discussing about C9, yun yung C9 Korea. Back when ito yung explain to ni Asuray kanina off-stream.
Oo nga eh. Tapos pinagalitan pa ako na na ikaw yung host, ikaw na bahala.
Yeah. But then what Asuray meant was that it was those times wherein it was still allowed to have double organizations for every other region that you have. So we had C9, which is on the other part, on the western side. Meron din C9 na Korea. But right now, we're going to be looking at two of the players coming in from both teams, Saya player and DJ Zin. So, in their combat scores, in their statistics, normal. I mean, in average, not really average, average para sa mga pro players. Ito yung mga expected numbers. But for us, normals, ganda dun yan. Pero, let's talk about this, a bigger highlight from both these teams, HG, is that yung T1 and FURIA, if T1, you're gonna be looking at DRX. Sila yung big brothers of everyone in Korea. And then for FURIA Esports, it's gonna be loud. So these two teams right now battling, if I'm not mistaken, they're both composed of all Korean and all Brazilians. So para silang a bit of a mirror matchup sa mga counterparts nila na malalaki in their very own respective regions. Yung FURIA nga, they're parang baby brothers when it comes to loud. And for T1, baby brothers from DRX. So let's see this time in these last series na magaganap dito sa Omega Bracket for the first round kung ano ba yung isusumbat ng itong mga younger brothers to kaya ba nila mag-level up or step up to the same level ng mga, the veterans coming into the region. And,
alam mo, I really love your point dito dahil syempre, when it comes to giving... When it comes to the impressions kasi na binigay ng mga teams natin, syempre, maglo-look up tayo sa kanila. We have the standard kaagad for this region up here na Koreans, they played this so well. Katulad ng DRX, nagbigay sila ng magandang execution. Last year lang din in VCT Champions. And we also have Loud who was able to dominate in VCT. Last year. Champions din sila. So, that's so much pressure sa mga shoulders dito ngayon ng mga baby brothers ng mga teams na ito.
Exactly. And those are the two things that we could watch. Para, if we are going back to numbers this time, since pupunta na rin tayo sa walk-ins and we're gonna be seeing the players go in, I mean, si Carpe, I mean, he's from a different FPS game pa rin. And, transitioning over to Valorant, ito yung isa sa mga gusto nating tingnan. I mean, this could be... para siyang
gaano kalaki yung epekto.
Exactly. And ano yung skills na or techniques niya madadala going into the Valorant scene? Kasi, you know, the more diversity you come into a team na bago kang pasok, more flavors to come. Balik na naman tayo sa flavor eh. More flavors to come in.
Tayo ngayon for
exactly.
today, diba? Makikita natin that they have really told us earlier in their interview na meron silang mechanically good, gifted ditong player coming in from T1. So, really expecting kung yun nga ba at talaga ang mangyayari later on. Dahil nga, nasabi na nga rin ni Bruce na maunti na lang, makakapasok na tayo the player walk-ins and then there goes the map selection. Doon ako magiging curious kung mananatili ba tayo in Lotus or in Split for this series. Abangan natin na ng ilang sandali.
Okay, so right now, let's talk about yung per region. So far, we're gonna be having Pacific versus Americas this time. So far in VCT lock-in, it has been EU and the Pacific who's very versatile when it comes to their teams picking different maps. Alright? Kasi from Ascent to Split, yung 7-map rotation natin ngayon this batch, EMEA and Korea, Pacific, sila lahat, they've all played it. Some of them won, some of them lost. But then for Americas, so far, Ascent and Fracture, none of their teams will be choosing this map. And just to give you an insight over here, we've already had around 12 matches na nakuha na from America's team. And 7 out of that one has been Pearl. Pearl yung ano nila.
Complicated map.
It's their highest pick rate na map coming in from America's region. And if you think about it, that is from Loud, who is also a Brazilian. So imagine if Loud and then FURIA Esports nakapag-scrim sila, we'll see this time if FURIA Esports kaya ba nilang to replicate yung success ng big
kahit
brother nila, which is Loud.
Kahit nga mag-exceed sila doon,
exactly,
diba?
or even exceed. Because if we are looking at numbers itself, which is like very raw numbers, Americas, yung success rate ng pick nila over Pearl is 100%.
Wow.
Out of those 7 times na napili yung Pearl, America's region never dropped a bomb over that map. And your pick rate neto is 46.67% around chosen 7 times. So tingnan natin.
So Pali, parang ito yung isa sa mga maps na aabangan natin. I-expect na natin dito,
natin,
no?
or pwede rin ini-expect din to ng T1 and they could ban it right away. Kasi like, ayaw mo naman maglaro sa home court advantage ng isipin mo FURIA Esports, home court pa sila sa map selections.
Comfortability ang isa sa mga yung major points sila dito para maipanalo yung mga rounds, yung mga games nila and their maps. So, agent selection na ang pwede natin din pag-usapan dito when it comes to going in Pearl. Crucial dito kung magkakaroon ba sila ng no duelist setup, yung kanilang double initiator setup, will it be there as well? Pero bago ang lahat ng yan, syempre, doon tayo muna sa Raw.
Sa raw numbers muna tayo.
Raw numbers muna ulit.
Wala pa tayo masyadong
wala pa kasi sa maps eh.
Gustuhin man natin. Pero so far, we're still waiting for the walk-ins. And you know, I remember going back to Alpha Brackets, isa na tumatak sa atin yung mga player intros. I mean, years before, kung maalala natin, yung Team Secret, yung Luksong Baka buff. And then,
meron pang isa.
Ano pang isa?
Galing sa PRX, si Benkay. Naku, very... Alam mo yun, yung tumatak talaga yung mga entry ni Benkay ever since VCT last year. Every kind of costume, pagpapasok siya dito sa mga walk-ins. At ito yung gusto kong makita sa walk-ins.
Meron silang
patikim or pasabog. Oo, yun.
I think dito rin sa lock-in, merong nag-snail cosplay. Meron din nangyari yun.
Siya yun, si Benkay.
Si Benkay, siya pala yun. And meron ding from C9, si Zelsis na naka-flex sa arms niya, sa muscles niya, pinapakita. But this time, we're gonna be going into player walk. Sino nga ba yung magbibigay sa atin ng pasabog? Pero, you know, we're still hoping for a very good match coming in from these two teams kasi sila yung final series in the round, all the first rounds here sa VCT lock-in. And looking big to all of these players. And I don't know, paano ba may expect natin sa kanila dito, Honey Glaze? 2-1 yung predictions mo lang in hindsight sa mga pinagsasabi natin kanina.
Oh my God.
Magiging 2-0 ba to or 2-1? Ano yung nafe-feel mo dito?
Nafe-feel ko kasi dito yung intensity na pwedeng mabigay ng FURIA laban sa T1. Again, they're in the home court. Playing in Brazil gives a lot of pressure dahil Brazilians makakalaban nila. We have FURIA. Nakita natin yung entry dito coming in from Quick na kumukuha siya ng atensyon. Gusto niya marinig yung crowd kung ano ba yung pwede nilang ibigay ditong pressure laban sa Korean boys natin dito. Pero syempre, let's all expect what is to be expected na magiging dominating dito yung FURIA. Yes, pero syempre, underdogs pa rin naman dito ang T1. Might as well give something new to the table.
Something na bago siguro. I mean, over at the Omega Brackets, 3 agents never pa nilang pinili and that's Chamber, Phoenix, and Yoru. No pick rate in the Omega brackets lang So we'll see if this time makita ba natin yung agents na to in this match of ours. But then we would also like to talk about FURIA Esports na si Mauzera. I mean, considered to be one of the icons in Valorant Brazilian scene. Sought out to be one of the best duelists in the world when in the early days of Valorant. So right now, coming into this team of his, which is FURIA Esports, so far all the numbers are stacked on them. Kasi sila yung may experience. Yung T1 naman, they're
basically a new team.
They're a new team. They're players na clumped around going into VCT LOCK and part of the new franchise, which is also good kasi it goes to show na there is always a future for everyone na gustong maglaro ng Valorant. Na, I mean, if you want to have the entry onto the scene, may paraan talaga.
Oo, ito pa, ang isa sa mga araw natin na pwede natin ma-witness all together kung ano ba yung pwede nila ditong i-bring up to the table. Dahil T1, we expect more to come, lalo na't nangyari na nga yung mga nangyari kanina. They gave the standard for Fnatic para makakuha ng magandang series earlier on na hindi na nakapagpuyat dito yung mga viewers natin. Dahil syempre, yung iba ay nabangan lang si Sentinels, pero I'm really excited for this one. Dahil syempre, this is a new formed team. We have all players all around C9, Crazy Raccoons, and then the guard all over para sa side ng T1. So, hindi naman halata na gusto ko dito sa T1 kasi syempre, underdog story. Who hates the underdog story, di ba?
Gusto lahat natin ng underdog story, pero on the side of FURIA, gusto ko rin sila.
Nakakatakot sila para Titans
Gusto ko rin silang manalo just to get that match with Fnatic.
Yun
lang yun Just, I mean, even if it's not the same as before, pero just that idea of, meeting again in the same stage and be able to, snag that win finally. But here we are, going into the map picks. T1 will be banning Ascent right away. Surprised na hindi nila binan yung Pearl, which is, a bit of, when it comes to the Brazilian scene, sila yung very successful in that one. So here we are, T1 this time. Sila yung pumili, a bit of aggression from T1.
I love this.
Showing up big this time, and maybe gusto rin ipakita ko. I mean, remember, DRX, they also played Pearl. Nanalo din sila doon in an okay fashion lang din. Hindi naman the best, pero it works out. It stands out well. And FURIA Esports playing Icebox this time.
A lot of wide maps, a lot of time to take para makapag-rotate at makapag-decide. If ever na hindi ka magiging decisive on your approach dito going inside of the sites and yung mga utilities at yung kaya mong i-expect na mga duels dito from the other team, it can be really hard para makapagbigay ka na ng magandang comeback or kaya magkaroon kayo ng magandang momentum when it comes to giving all of the momentum or rather yung control sa loob ng mapa na ito. Pearl, masasabi natin na excited ako sa pwede nilang maging agent selection dito dahil Harbor has been really one of the best agents here, if I may say, for my experience dahil doon sa mga cascade, yung mga pushes niya dito with just the wave itself, it gives a lot of space dito for the rest of the gang here from either of other teams na yun nga yung pwede nila ditong gamitin throughout the map.
Exactly. And when it comes to agent selections over at Pearl, one of the isa sa mga pinakamalakas na pick rate dito so far in Omega bracket has been Jet. Standard duelist as always, pero going into Omega brackets lang na graphics yung titingnan natin just from their own division. It's isa sa mga successful dito has been Killjoy. Killjoy, Jet, yung top 3 agents dito. 100% si Astra na pick rate over at Pearl. So, I'm pretty sure ilalabas na talaga dyan.
Mo lang.
Yep, exactly. And I think also Carmine Core, sila yung naglaro ng Phoenix over at Pearl, pero it didn't win. So, parang hindi nga yan i-replicate ng both teams as we are done with Prime Gaming Agent Select. So, Honey Glaze, before we go, simpleng prediction lang, pero we'll get back to that kasi ready na daw yung casters natin.
Yes.
So, ibigay na natin to kay Ling, tsaka kay Ling, tsaka kay Azuray. Kayo na pakala on our series number 2. Let's get it, team.
Let's get it, team. Ano sabi nga nila, teamwork makes the dream work. Guys, dito tayo sa ating second series of the day of the early morning. Hindi pa kayo pwede magagahan, pero pwede na kayo magbukas ng inyong mga radyo para makinig ng balita sa AM radio. And then, nagbibiro lang ako. We're gonna go start our match with the T1 and FURIA. Mga pala si Aster kasama natin si Ling. And this is gonna be very interesting kasi we haven't seen this iteration of T1 before, and FURIA coming in from a very long hiatus, playing dito Ling in their home court dito sa Brazil.
Which is like pretty great for them to start out this series. Isipin mo.
Bias, yung laki ng icon ng FURIA.
Grabe naman to sila. Nakaya hindi naman yung T1, medyo lugi sila sa sizing doon na. But speaking of sizing, I do hope that they will not be intimidated dito sa, not sa server, but sa arena mismo. Now that the home crowd is gonna be going on full support para sa team dito ng FURIA. Of course, it's not gonna be going down for the side of intimidation, but also the mind games na ginagawa ng kanilang mga kalaban against sa kanila. With all the teams coming here, both prepared para sa mga player drafts at of course sa mga map pickings natin dito ngayong gabi, we still have to see kung kanino ba talaga mapupunta itong unang game.
Ito din ang gusto ko in terms of yung parang rock, paper, scissors ng mga region natin. I feel like Korea does struggle with Brazil in general. Yes, you do. I guess yung outlier na lang dito siguro would have to be DRX because they're just the best of the best na in terms of Korea. But every other, I think, Korean team has struggled with Brazilian teams in general dito. But the thing is with T1 is they do have that NA experience with Saya player. Kasama din dito si Zeta who has played with both the guard as well as yung Cloud9 roster nga before. In any case, nakikita mo agad, FURIA already showing their fangs ngayon as the pick off onto Saya player really sets the pace dito sa ating pistol round. 4 versus 5, QCK nagpaparamdam sa labas ng B. Pero the whole brunt of FURIA is still outside on A. Pero kita nila, there's only the one player there and now they know it's going to be a push dito sa A side.
Of course, they're gonna be prowling on the next spray dito na makikita natin on towards the defense sa A side. Now we are gonna be seeing Dogson is gonna be out of the board here. We could see a slight change of pace here na mapapakita dito ng FURIA with their pushes on towards A. Mukhang nitang mabilisang kuha dito with the turret headshots in para dito kay Ban. At mukhang we're gonna be seeing a spike plant already here coming in from Mount Zera. And speaking of that, it's gonna be cancelled immediately here from the opposition. Wow, that was quick. Ang gulo dun sa site. Hindi nila pinapaplant. Wala ang objective na makakamitit sa FURIA. At mukhang it's gonna be just raw firepower na i-overwhelm nila ang kanilang mga kalaban.
Awkward approaches sa FURIA dito kung why they wanted to plant hindi sa default dun sa sa out in the open. Tingnan mo, just jiggle pick lang. Why not plant for the safe na lang siguro? Maybe they were aware na baka ma-wallbang through dugout. Pero, I mean, even then, it's just a little bit too hopeful dito para sa side ng FURIA. Nagreklamo na sila. Ano ba ginagawa nyo?
Bigla napa-tilt bigla sa teammates
Uy, that's a nice recon though. I like that. Kalma lang. Okay, good start para sa T1. Saya player, one of the starters ng The Guard. And they are actually picking up Carpe ngayon, who, as you mentioned nga sa akin, Ling, has been playing Initiator exclusively sa kanila. But sinabi niya na rin dito ng teammates niya, I think that was Munchkin or Ban, dun sa interview, na he was coming from a different bangbang. Yung bangbang na may mga heroes. Oo.
And nag-curious ako, paano na nata-translate yung ganung skills niya to a game like Valorant? Na iba yung pacing You have a tactical approach. It's not just you pushing in. Naglalabasan tayo dito ng utilities, but the cooldown is gonna be different. You have limited numbers of bullets. Of course, naman dito, positions that you could actually take. Now, re-engage mo na tayo dito para sa side ng Art. At may kita natin, si Carpe though, naku naman, madadali pa nga as he's gonna be putting out that lineup sa kanyang Recon Bolt. Information gaming po muna tayo dito. But of course, the pushes is still gonna be happening here for FURIA. Now that they already know that someone is in for the push, may kita natin dito that the defending side interacting quite perfectly there with the turnaround na nakita natin here for Saya.
Can't forget din, Ling, your question about dun sa point na how do you translate that, diba?
Yeah.
I think the biggest example for that would have to be yung FaZe players natin from NA before. Sila Marved came in from a different bang-bang din na yung same bang-bang. So nanggaling si Carpe dito na may mga heroes, diba? Heroes never die, pero dito, they will survive, I will survive. Okay, so nagkaroon tayo ng onting kalma lang, guys. Tech pause kasi nagkamali ng plug sa USB port. Yung tipo na tama na yung angle niya, hindi pa rin in-accept ng port. Binaliktad mo, mali pa rin. Pagkabalik mo ulit, pumasok
yun
na.
Yun.
Oo, tama. If you know, you know. Doon pala sila nagtatanong dyan, guys. Ito ba ang first debut match ng T1? Hindi po. So, I mean, technically, itong T1 roster na to, yes. Pero T1 has already gotten teams na before sa VCT nga. Sinabi na to ni Bruce at ni HG na T1 had a Valorant roster before sa NA, sila Skadoodle.
Oh, Siska. Oh, that's nice.
Si Skadoodle nung bago siya mag-retire at mag-stream na lang. Tapos, meron din silang T1 at the same time na Korea team din ata.
Oh.
Yeah. Pero
for different FPS titles or
no, Valorant Press.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, kasi yun yung before na nag-set ng limit ang Riot na
for one team
organization
lang.
For one team lang or for one region lang. But in any case, both of those teams hindi umabot talaga ng malayo. I think T1 also had, I think they got steal ata din eh. I can't remember exactly. Pero sa Skadoodle lang sure na player ako na nakilala sila. Pero in any case, both teams did not get far nga talaga. As we all know, ang tumaga sa NA was 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Sentinels of course, as we saw. Sa flip side naman sa Korea, syempre kilala natin is...
Yeah, Cloud9 before.
Cloud9 Korea, then Gen G, saka ito nga, DRX of course.
Alam mo na, like, I'm very interested in how this team is gonna be able to take themselves into greater heights. Kasi you mentioned a while ago na this is basically almost the same roster na dinadala nila for ever since their existence talaga. And parang for an organization talaga such as Tier 1, which is like has that reputation talaga in supporting and giving opportunities to all the competitive players that are interested in this opportunity talaga alone, and which is like pretty great for you to belong in this type of like culture. And of course naman you're gonna be managed by, I have to say, parang a lot of like notable names in the esports industry, which is like pretty great for them. But I hope that they would not even waste out this opportunity. Nandito na sila ngayon sa main stage. I have every chance to prepare din, and for sure, may nababaon talaga sila.
Yeah. Yung maganda nga dito is Riot has been very generous sa pag-provide nila ng mga slots, diba? Sa mga regions natin dito. We have 4 slots for Pacific. We have 4 slots for what was it? NA, EMEA yata 4 slots then. China has 2 slots right now. Tapos, I can't remember which region has only 1 slot. In any case, sugod lang muna agad sa A-main dito. Cyan player has to back away. Stun siya. But T1 at least getting that crucial information nga. Problem is, they push FURIA to go all the way through B. Pero baka maganda ito ulit kasi tingnan mo dito. Look at all the utilities na meron sa kanila. They have the stars. Meron din sila dito yung KJ utility ni Ban. He's preemptively used it ngayon. Pero DJ Zen, it's all up to him. He needs to get that backside control para makapag-plant sila safely. But if Munchkin denies him, napakaganda ng position ito para sa T1.
Munchkin is always going to be a player that you can fully rely on towards the aggro. But speaking of that, we could see him performing as well before he even hits himself down on the ground. At makita natin mukhang ang FURIA po may isasabat pa nga dito with just a ghost. Oh, so that is not going to be enough damage. But you know, very good effort for your team. But you gotta say there with the pushes coming in from FURIA, or rather here from the opposite, it was just almost impossible for you to put them onto a halt.
Very early din para kay Mazin na makakuha agad siya ng kanyang Seeker. So napakagandang starting nito line para sa FURIA din. Ito yung sinasabi natin na gaano ba kabilis makapag-react ang T1. Kasi I think Korean teams are very much known nga sa how they adjust while it's happening, diba?
Yeah.
That's one of their best strengths. Pero the way that you're able to reach that is just, you have to be top of your game talaga. And the only Korean team that I've seen be able to do that talaga has to be DRX. And sabihin natin guys, bakit parang sinasabi natin palagi DRX? Kasi they're the
best of the best.
They're the golden standard of Korean playstyle eh. And T1 plays, I feel like plays somewhat similar to that because they play on the same region, diba? Pero we'll have to see if again, baka ma-integrate din nila dito yung DNA na meron dito sa Cyan player pero saka si Zeta, but we'll have to see how far that goes. Zeta medyo ipit-gapit, has to back away as they get a stunner nga siya dito. But FURIA playing it slow for the moment but getting very active map control as the round continues ngayon, Ling.
But all you have to do now is to get those frags. Nakita mo naman talaga natin dito that Tier 1 is already swarming in on towards A side. Could be bad news for them if they decide to even fully commit to that. But if you look at the situation now, makita natin ngayon na FURIA has finally decided to commit on towards B side. We still have a Munchkin though to even worry about, but this time around, mukhang he's gonna be backing on away. Mas importante na mabubuhay siya at magsusurvive, which is not quite too soon as he actually speak of his own life. Now, it's gonna be mabilisang 4v4 makikita natin dito. And the spike being planted by Quick on towards B. Post-plant situation is gonna be on its way with 3 people nagpo-place para sa holds. Sigurado talaga tayo dito makakita ng retake or sabihin nating refrag. There or 2, but mukhang T1 po. Medyo may konti katapangan pa. Si Carpe makuha ang 3, but si Quick do, isang mabilisang lineup. And of course, hindi pa natin to mabibigay para sa kanila. And Tier 1 po, or Tier 1? T1! Sorry, nadulas tayo doon. Ay, isa po namang retake ang kanilang may papakita sa atin.
Ibang T1 na naisip natin doon. Okay lang naman. Yung T1 na, ano nga ba yun, merong kompletong facilities sa Korea. Korea. Yan. Pero napaka-solid ng ano din ng retake din dito ng T1. The big problem ng para sa FURIA is, ano lang, they've already committed the backhalls play, pero they picked 1 by 1 lane. What was the thought process of that? I get it na gusto nila sana maka 1-up sa T1 dito, get those catch-off kills, pero hindi nila na-take advantage yung yung triple stack
I mean, like, Koreans always have that, like, parang identity na malakas talaga sila sa mga macro gameplays. But sa micro, nakikita talaga natin, this is where they lack talaga in terms of their performance. But individual plays could be something na critically rely on, especially sa mga nakikita natin dito coming here from the anchors. Now, Ban and Munchkin, rotation is gonna be coming on in. Magandang impact na mabibigay nyo. Now that the duelist is gonna be out, no longer be out for the play. We could see them actually making a huge difference in this scenario. Now, Hunter's Fury, ang kanilang mailalabas, spike being planted on way, could be something though. Si Munchkin makakuha ng isa, we could not exactly see that, but you can see the post plants here coming out from the side of FURIA. Napaka-solid, napaka-close, and of course, Saya though, with a quick on backstab, Dagger is gonna be giving him the information. At mukhang si Khalil po ay walang matatakasan, walang malalapitan, at wala na pong maasahan sa kanyang team. That's na lang ang natitira para dito sa FURIA.
Grabe si Saya player. Walang katakot-takot na susugod na lang para sa retake. Get that crucial information para sa T1. At 4-1 agad tayo dito. Like I mentioned, Ling, ang laki talaga ng impact na pinapakita ng Saya player. Again, we've seen kung gaano kalakas ang The Guard before. Kasama na yun si Trent, kakala nyo na si Trent, si paring Saya player nga. And nakikita mo, he's bringing that same element dito ngayon sa T1.
Which is like, not only that, parang ito, kanina, I was like trying to look at their previous games so far in the other maps. I could see like a lot of similar encounters or rather similar situations that they have put themselves in. Nakikita mo tong team na ito that is somewhat struggling on post plants, which is what I am currently seeing here today. I'm not exactly sure if it's solely because of FURIA being the better team in terms of like holding them out, or perhaps we could be seeing a problem that is still not being solved by a team overall, regardless of the amount of time for their preparation in this level of competition. Could be that, but also parang they might have overlooked that. That could be a possibility as well. But you know, ang rami talaga dumadaloy sa isip mo talaga as like a coach or perhaps like a player, and parang mistakes like this really shouldn't happen anymore. Those are like one of like the basics that we could be expecting, fundamentals that should be exercised and solidified, especially for a team like this.
Yeah, well, kahit anong execution of fundamentals ngayon ng FURIA, one step ahead ang T1. Like, just that slight bit of slip-up nga, diba, ng FURIA, agad-agad na to take advantage of ng Tier 1 dito. That's all they really need. They're able to rip it open into a huge, if not round win agad-agad sa kanila. I gotta give it to FURIA though. DJ Zin, walang katakot-takot siya sa pag-press on the offensive. Problema is minsan nag-overheat siya and hindi siya para masabihin ito, nakakapag-adjust agad-agad. Saya player though, wala, mabaot agad. Don't wanna fight that. Kalma muna.
Hindi worth it. Hindi talaga worth it na maaga mong ibubuwis ang iyong buhay sa mga ganung klaseng engagement. Not exactly a calculated risk talaga na kuha natin dito coming in from FURIA. But you know, slight decision making like that off the snap, makikita natin on how much of an impact that actually makes. But if you look at that, nakikita natin dito on efforts coming in from T1, Saya player, making an initiative para makapag-flank. Anong meron sa flank? It's gonna be the anti. Ang Cypher dito na si Quick makakuha pa nga para sa isa. At makikita natin dito, nako, Expressway. Oh, hindi pa nga nila tatakbuhin to just yet. Aabangan nila kung may zone off pa sila. Aabangan nila kung may posibleng ma-disable. The frags coming in for the side of FURIA. And it's gonna be a huge opening para sa kanila on A.
I was gonna mention nga na baka medyo nagkakamali dito ang FURIA sa paggamit ng 30 seconds execute na nila, 40 seconds execute, pero maganda pa rin dito. Perfect push. Huge pickup para kay Quick. At si Ban na lang ngayon, 1 versus 4. Great flash. Grabe, easy para kay DJ Zin to play off of the setup. And FURIA pick up a round. Great executes all together. Pero syempre, T1, they still have money to buy. They still have good ultimates din Ling to play in this round.
Honestly, we could have thought that was a misplay coming in from FURIA. But you know how there's like a specific pattern kung anong mga set of utilities na itatapon mo once you throw your own? Which is like what they possibly parang thought ahead of. That was really smart plays coming in from FURIA. Honestly, parang for Tier 1, they have been like somewhat like question ko, ano ba talaga nangyari doon?
Yeah.
And parang napapaisip sila, nababasa na ba tayo? And napakaaga pa lang ng laro. Which is where we see them parang sort of like in some sort of panic sa pag-hold pa lang nun sa side, which is like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like I said, Furious is really good.
Nagpanic Nagpanic Cosmic Divide pa dun si Munchkin very early on kasi gusto niyang i-deny yung map control. Pero I mean, it's just a wall. Everybody's just gonna be pushing up from FURIA. They're not gonna get phased by that. Mas maganda sana na ginamit na para sa sa retake dito. And speaking of walls, si Kalil naman ang gagamit. Oh, DJ Zid? Okay, he might be overheating pero napakabilis na makapag-bamba out ng isang Neon. Yan ang kasasabi nila. The runaway snatch plays.
Disengage na tayo dito at makikita natin yung lockdown para sa retake ngayon ng ban. At kita mo naman, Dagzin, hindi mo na mag-overheat! He's not over yet! Para sa streak na ito, 4K on the board para sa kanya at mukhang matitira po yung kuya natin si Seita to even play out this retake. For sure, magagamit sa kanya ng Killjoy Dome to zone off everyone na nagpa-play para dito sa site. But mukhang hindi pa nga siya at makukulangan pa nga sa time to even go in for the defuse. An amazing round naman ang pinakita dito ng FURIA. And what a play there by, how do you read, Doug Zin?
I pronounce it as DJ Zen.
DJ Zen?
DG Zen, sorry.
DG Zen.
Yeah.
Oh, frags.
DJ Zen in the house.
Put your hands up in the air.
Alam na naman. Pero, sasabihin ko na nga lang, Ling, na it was a good setup ng T1. Problema was, yung one and done play ni DJ Zen, I honestly thought he was only good for 1, possibly 2 kills. Tapos nag-ano pa siya, nag-next level plays pa siya, nakaabot ng 4K. At that point, ano ba magagawa ni Seita sa 1v4 na natira sa kanya? So, huge upset para kay FURIA dito. And again, balik tayo sa sinabi natin, walang katakot-takot, hindi bumibigay si DG Zin dito. Agad-agad, super aggressive, pero saya player. Oh! Hindi ko siya makakuha ng second. Grabe, akala makakapag-pop shot pa siya. Pero I think some value there as he did get the pick onto DG Zin. Pero 2 for the price of 1, Zeta at Saya, wala na. Kaya hindi na sila masaya.
Hindi talaga tayo masaya dito, lalo na may daga na gumagapag sa likod mo, sir! Naku naman, Carpe, ang ganda ng timing mo. Astra mukhang walang kamalay-malay kung ano ang nag-struck sa kanya. Now, makikita natin muli itong side ng FURIA who are digging in too deep to their own graves. Naku naman, make them stop para sa hole that they are basically placing sa teritoryo ngayon. Nag-rat na, gahanap at mukhang hindi pa muna magtatapos. Lalo na may Killjoy at may Astra para mag-hold up sa kanila dito sa Flowers. Now, Mauzera, mukhang hindi pa nga tayo makakatama doon. Magmimintis mga ng pangalawang beses ngayong araw. At si Carpe though, all left dito para sa side ng T1 to play out for the clutch. Has the utility for sure, has the Vandal. Isa-isa muna tayo magpapick at mukhang yun lang nga po ang kinakailangan nila para tapusin to.
Grabe yung white swing na yun. I think we're gonna see the replay for that. Minsan ganun talaga kasi, compared sa mga other tactical shooters, sa Valorant, it's better to white swing than to counter strafe. in a lot of situations. Great shot from Saya player though, pero napakalaki ng bawi sa kanya. Look at this. Wide swing. Ooh. Yeah. Great
they
footwork.
don't stop anymore. Like, they don't stop for the swings anymore.
Kasi nga, kasi nga walang, ano ba to, carried over momentum pag nagsistrafe ka. So pag pinatawal mo yung strafe key mo, whether it's W or D, mag-i-insta stop ka agad. So if you wait like, I think half a second ata, magiging accurate yung first shot mo.
Oh, it's like better.
It's the same naman from before. Hindi lang nasanay yung tao kasi galing sila sa ibang bangbang. Yung nagsisimula sa letter C, na nagtatapos sa O. Alam mo nyo na yun. Iba kasi yung galawan dun, guys.
I guess it's like much more effective this time around. I mean, you give them like sort of like a belt of agility sa mga peaks na tulad ng ginagawa ni Saya player. And this is where we see the duo is actually making use solely of their movement and repulse. But unfortunately, it's not gonna be the case though. T1, nako, actually, 4v4 na sila dalawa. Itong mahirap dito, wala nga lang tayo makikita na neon player para makapag-entry para sa kanila.
That's a bad read.
Oh no, they rotated too early.
Ang tagal din na mag-push ng FURIA though. So, makaka-arrive on time dito ang T1. Just enough na they should have plenty of time to actually face the post plant. Pero Khalil with the 2K. Alam agad nila yung kalawan dito ng T1. Denies the come out through Flower. 2 versus 4. Ban. He's already on the side pero amoy na amoy siya ni Mazin. Si Zeta na lang. Pero again, FURIA, hindi ko alam kung paano nila gagawa to, Ling. But they are always prepared. Feel ko, you know, Brazil with B. That B stands for Boy Scout kasi lagi silang handa. Handa sila lang. Tingnan mo.
No!
Tingnan mo yung timing ko. Handang-handa. Look,
No, it's not that they're handa. It's more of T1 was always caught with their pants down. Parang
that's bad.
I mean, this is like the analogy there is that every situation talaga, they're always surprised of like not just like the outcomes of the situation, but also kung asan ba talaga yung mga kalaban. They did not expect the unexpected. Parang ganun. And which is like pretty difficult, honestly. Parang sanay sila na mabagal yung playstyle, mabagal yung kalaban, especially coming in from their region. And Brazilians just like do it differently, you know? Na parang ang bilis nila pumasok sa site, ang bilis nila rumisponde. Which is like, gotta say, the opposition is not really accustomed to, diba?
Tapos natamaan din ng feint ng FURIA. Kasi nga, diba, na-pick up si Saya player, he's the sole, the solo player ng B site. Tapos nag-activate pa si Mazin ng ultimate niya. So, I think, aside sa nahirapan sa pag-adjust ng T1 dito, na bait sila. Na great bait mate, coffee mate, ng pag-activate ng Seekers.
And ganda ng utility, ang ganda ng mga pushes. Parang, for FURIA though, I'm actually wondering what can T1 do right now to stop their momentum this time around. I really do hope it's not just gonna be them mindlessly pushing on towards the site. I mean, honestly, parang sort of like a proactive effort naman sana could be something for them to take away the map control, given that there's always gonna be a lurk player here.
Yeah. Experto talaga ang mga Brazilians sa sa CQC. They're just known for that, right? Yung close quarter talaga nila. That's where Loud, you know, sanay na sila gano'n. DG Zin, man. Ito nga yung story ng FURIA na always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Magaling silang team, but they didn't find success on their debut last year. So, they're trying to make a mark at the start of this year dito sa São Paulo. Sa sarili nila, home turf nila. So we'll see if they can bring that with their first opponent, T1 then, who, in and of itself, is trying to reform, you know. Hindi lang dapat GX or DRX ang kilala dito. Kailangan another Korean team. Pero tignan mo, habang nagsasalita ako, tapos na ang round. Isang player na lang natitira. Kung may magagawa siya, gamit ang Marshall. The time is now. He's already shut down si DG Zin, pero they know where he is.
No, all you have to actually wait for is for the dash-in to expire quite too soon. At mukhang makikita pa na nga natin dito, guys. Ay, kala natin may chance pa dun. Pinapulot mo na lang sana ng Vandal at mukhang matatapos na sana yun. But, you know, The sky is already there, and you know, it's not gonna be the limit though para dito sa side ng T1. They could do almost anything inside this game. All they have to do is to decide, take away map control. That's what we're actually waiting for. Nakita mo kanina, their jet a while ago, that was Saya player pushing all on his own. Not really much support from the initiator, which is like unfortunate, but we really have to make those dynamics work.
Wala eh. Ginamit ni Mazin pang ano eh. Pang lure yung Vandal. Nakatingin si Saya player, ay grabe, pwede kong gamitin to, pick upin ko, pang clutch ng round. Tapos biglang, ay hindi pala. Nagkamali ako.
Oh.
Mali.
Nagkakamali talaga tayo dito.
Ginamit niya yung Vandal na pang Bingwit kay Saya player.
Bingwit!
Bingwit, di ba?
Bingwit!
Bingwit ba?
Oh, Bingwit!
Sorry, pang Bingwit. Oh!
Ling 1,
Ling
Asurai 0.
Okay. Pero, ay!
Ano?
T1-1, Furia 2. Kasi 2 kills na. Yan.
Galing naman. Galing naman natin bumilang.
Tama. I have kindergarten level of mathematics skills, guys.
I have grade 6 level Filipino skills. Yun na yung limit natin eh.
Yeah, Saya player. They're gonna try though. Tignan mo si Munchkin. He's trying to creep up ever so slowly. Pero mukhang gumagana siya. They're banking on the fact na dakilang peakers dito ang Furia na 2 versus 1 na lang si Khalil. And there's still time for them to clutch this. There's still time for them to get closer and closer. Pero Saya player still picks up the kill regardless. They were banking on the fact, Ling, na mahilig mang-peak ang Furia dito. And I thought it was a done round, pero medyo nag-overextend ang Brazilians natin.
Overextend and definitely punish here from the side of T1. Kita naman dito sa replay ni Munchkin. Basang-basa, nakakarinig kung saan sila posible nanggagaling. And they are basically there to just, you know, pick off anyone na padaloy-daloy. And for sure naman, with them overextending, this is where we see them not exactly having yung potential na matatrade off sila. So they're confident in that, and we see a win finally from tier T1.
Wala na ako dyan, ha? Anyways, quick flash. Ito na naman tayo. Take what you want from me. Handa na si DG Sid. Pero si Saya player mas handang-handa pa. Dodging all the utilities dito. Pwede pa siya makapagawa ng play eh. Meron pang onting ipit sa dash niya. No need.
No.
Waiting for that little bit of precipice. Yung napakaliit na angle na yan. Itong ulti will not flush out. Kung nasaan si Saya player, grabe. T1, locked and loaded na sila. MWZ at Khalil na lang ang matitira. That spike can rotate all the way, pero gonna be a futile attempt dito, Ling. They have to go and fight this. That wall, maybe about 5 seconds before pa siya bumagsak. Yan na nga. Back first to playing this a little bit slower kasi 50 seconds, at least may oras ang Fury dito para makabawi.
Makabawi at posible pa nga makakapitas dito given that ang nag-aasim yung mga players natin coming out from T1. Makita rin si Sata though with the Bulldog can still be effective. Meowzera, napaka-reliable na fragger. Napaka-reliable na clutch player pa rin. Now, defending Killjoy forces out that lockdown. For sure it's gonna be the last round, but of course naman, you have the license to do so. 6-6 ngayon ang labanan at mukhang this is gonna be the start of something new because the tables have turned here on Pearl. Ngayon, can T1 actually put their strats up to use? We've seen them not exactly being quite effective on towards their defensive efforts, but hopefully in the attacking side, it's gonna be a completely different story.
Kamali doon na onte. Nung hindi natamaan si Saya player nung emo Rolling Thunder, alam mo nang tapos na eh. He got the pick off. He already, again, pag hindi nakakuha ng pick din sa DGZ, he doesn't get that back B control. Walang magagawa ang rest of his teammates kasi ang layo nila. They threw out the utilities pero again, wala silang chance na makapag-refrag kasi sobrang ang disconnected ng positioning nila with DGZ. So back to the drawing board muna tayo dito. And T1, like you mentioned, back on the board 6-6.
And parang Sana naman for the Brazilian team, because for the Brazilian team, FURIA, they could like put up like a different type of playstyle. I mean, we could definitely predict for them na posible tayo makakita ng mga aggro, first things first, para makakuha ng mga dominating rounds early on sa second half. Or they could catch everyone by surprise na sila na ngayon ang mag-hold. Sila na ngayon ang magiging slow. Sila na ngayon ang mag-aantay na lang. You know, sometimes kailangan sometimes malay mo, it would definitely work na ikaw na yung hindi na magkahabol. Because you have all the time that you need, all the time that you could burn then, given that you're playing for the defense.
Oh. Ito mo yung fans. Excited ngayon. Lots of support para sa FURIA.
Masa manghahabol. Manghabol. Masa manghabol?
Ano binabasa mo?
Ha? Masamang maghabol!
Grabe si producer Wendell.
Ba't kasi may space?
Sometimes you have to give space. Huwag ka nga manghabol eh. Good morning nga pala sa inyo dyan. Ating mga gwapong at magagandang manonood ng VCT San Pablo, Laguna. São Paulo, Brazil pala. Sorry. Hindi pala Laguna. 6-6. Malapit na tayo magsimula sa ating second half. And Ling, leeg sa leeg, neck to neck, ang ating laban ngayon.
Balikat sa balikat ang kanilang scoreline ngayon. Naghahabulan talaga tayo dito, lalo na sa ginagawa ngayon ng Tier 1 sa kanilang push dito sa A side. Napakagandang pasok doon, but makita natin mukhang may sasapat ngayon ang FURIA. All over the board! Ben, what was that flick? Napakagandang pinakita, but mukhang meron pa nga ilalabas dito si DJ Zin.
Grabe yung mga flicks na yun. Bannable. One v2. Munchkin. Well, gusto ko full size donut sana, pero okay, try natin kung small but terrible can do it all. May 50 seconds pa naman si Munchkin dito. Tama nga naman. Still time left on the clock. Wala siyang stars, kaya it's all about the bang-bang para sa kanya. If he taps the spike, magkakaproblema ito. Pero, he could actually also try to go for B. Great bait, mate. On the top. Oh, pero hindi. Yan nahuli si Mazin. Mazin, napakatalino na player dito. Ginagamit pang bait ang Vandal kaninang couple of rounds ago. Ngayon, knowing na kailangan mag-peek ni Munchkin, beats it out, uses the frenzy to full extent. Pero tingnan mo si Ban. Bannable kills. Bannable flicks. Grabe naman with the 3K entry para sa T1.
Tatlo yun. Dalawang beses pa nga pinakita. Ganda naman nun. Ganda ng pinakita nila dun so far. But it's already like a great start coming in from T1, huh? You could definitely like expect them to even go for like the slow tactical approach, but this time around parang sila lang ngayon maglalakas ng low, kukuha ng kanilang katapangan from within on what they can basically go, especially when they're up against a team like FURIA. Now, quick on aggro please, kuha muna tayo ng mga orbs dito at mukhang inaabangan ngayon ng T1 upang magkakamali ang kanilang mga kalaban. At speaking of pagkakamali, this could be a mistake here coming out from DJ Zin na kung saan-saan siya mag-aasim pa nga. Tatapunan ng gravity well at mukhang wala pa nga follow-up that would connect for this team.
Mamba out. Mazin, wala pang panghinang ngayon kay DJ Zin. At least they got the information. At least they know kung nasan yung brunt ngayon ng forces ng T1. Gonna be rotating all the way first. This could be good kasi Saya player actually is all the way through B-Long. Bit of information para kay QC, kay Quick, pero I mean, he already got the info with the first peak. Second peak pa siya. Hindi hayaan ni Saya player makalampas doon, syempre. You know, with that being in mind, 4 versus 5, pero
30 seconds left.
HP starting to look a lot better for T1. With the weapons, they still have to respect against FURIA. 20 seconds, they gotta push. It's now or never.
Now or never indeed. Patingnan natin kung kailangan talaga nila makukuha yung mga initial frags. And of course, si Muzera mukhang is gonna be here in the tight spot. Bulldog spray para sa isa. Make that two. Naku, ang KO pa nga. Ang madadali. Classic ang ilalabas. Baka naman si Carpe ay mukhang makakasabat. Now, Spike, plan being cancelled out. Mukhang makita natin dito the efforts of Khalil being up into a really fruitful work para sa kanya. Now, wala na siyang time, wala na siyang baril, wala na siyang anything dito. At mukhang wala na nga sila maitatapon. At 1,000 creds lang kanyang masasave dahil nabuhay pa siya dun.
MW Zera, massive hold on that back B. You know, di mo, si Quick, medyo nainip siya na mag-bubble pick. Kasi hindi niya nakita for the first part si Saya. Kaya siya nag-wide swing palalo. Kaya pala, sorry, ang akin, pagkakamali ko yun. POV POV makes all the difference in terms of the information we garner, guys. Sorry, masyado nag-English. Pero, still, amazing hold nga dun sa ating new pickup para sa FURIA over their... I forgot the name again. Kukunin ko na naman yung pangalan. Pero MW Zera is the new pickup for the FURIA roster.
Yes. Napalitan niya yung one of... He's expected to frag here kasi napalitan niya yung one of like the initiators. They're expecting to like yield more firepower para sa roster na to.
Wait, sorry, not NZR. Wait, where are my notes?
Nazar, yeah.
Nazar.
Yeah,
yes.
Nazar.
Tama. Boom!
Oh. Ganda simula dito para sa side ng FURIA. Nakapaglabas nga sila ng operator but seems like the Sheriffs is gonna be doing all the work here with their B main push. Information kicking in. Makikita naman natin dito. Map control, medyo may kakabutas tayo sa depensa dito ng FURIA ngayon. Now, nagkakatumpok-tumpukan muna tayo dito sa billing. Kaantay natin pag-re-regroup at posible pa nga sila makakapitas ng isa pa dito sa Fade na nag-iisa. Now, nakita natin, Khalil all alone. With the Sheriffs na naman, ano ang laban mo sa mga Phantom, sa mga Spectre, at sa mga Vandals na inalalabas ngayon sa'yo ng mga kalaban mo?
Got punched in the gut, pero siyempre si Quick, now he knows. Now all of Brazil knows that you are here. Pero si Ban going in for the wide swing, goes for the fight, picks up the weapon, 3 versus 3. DG Zin gets picked off. Saya player on Heaven. This is great positioning altogether para sa T1 dito. And Mazin not gonna be able to fight back. Si Khalil na lang ang makaka possibly catch nito, pero he has only the Spectre. So many angles na kailangan niya i-peek all together. Side player finds one, gets jiggled, Bad finishes it off. A very expensive commitment para sa FURIA as they purchase the operator para kay DGZ.
Ang ganda na sana lang intent nila dun kasi like that was supposed to be like their bonus but for this time around parang dun pa nga sila nadali sa ekonomiya nila. They could have provided so much impact with the initial frags na makukuha dito ni DJ Zin sa mga initial kills nila. But it just seems like FURIA was like really out there for the hunt. They had to make sure that they could inflict as much damage as possible kahit they were like supposedly playing half bonus if that's gonna be the case kasi they had Sheriffs. And pinakamalaking ano lang talaga nila doon, loss was just the operator. Something they could win back for sure. But this could be something that we see here from the side of FURIA na posible pa nga sila madadali even further.
Okay, FURIA, they committed the buys din naman on the weapons dito. There's gonna be the Killjoy ultimate. That too much of a preemptive ultimate din from MW Zera gamit na kanyang Nightfall. Pero because there's nothing to break the Killjoy lockdown, makakapag-push pa forward ngayon ang T1. Pero look at how many players from FURIA are on the big flanks. MW Zera, massive play. Gamit ang Honda yun, denies the plant. Munchkin. Oh, shut out by DG Zin. Ito na, FURIA strikes back. Ipetsi Carpe because of the gravity well. And Saya player caught on the side, picked up by Quick. Ban, 3 versus 1. That spike planted out to the open. It's actually planted para sa kanya. Nano Swarm keeps him safe. They know he's somewhere dito ngayon sa backside natin dito. But again, not enough time to delay. 3 versus 1. So unless nagkamali ang FURIA doon, it's not going to be that. And I'd say a broken buy. Very well executed by FURIA.
A broken buy at ang utilities or rather ang ultimates alone na naisasayang nila. Like how you mentioned a while ago, the Nightfall was committed too early. Nakita natin dito. And they actually were able rather to even turn things around sa round na yun. Excellent flank being called here from the side of FURIA. At nakita mo na natin dito, they were basically naipit lang talaga dun sa site and had nothing else. Not a single ounce of utility na may tatapon nila para makapag-delay man lang.
T1 still have the purchase power somewhat. Saya player, meron na siyang Jet Blades. Blade Storm.
Ganda ng lineup. Kita mo yun? In between?
Yeah.
Sa ano?
May technique kasi na you don't have to look at certain spots para sa lineup mo. Pag may skybox ang map na lalaroin mo, may certain angle ka pwede paglaro. Pag-i-explain ko na lang mamaya kasi ang kailangan pag-usapan dito is yung push out ng T1. Pero paano nangyari yun? It's the combination Ling ng stun ni Astra at stun ni DG Zin na tinigil ang push dito ng T1. Bad at Carpe na lang. Well, Carpe, can he DM this round para sa team niya? Nag-transfer siya from another game. Import. Pero mukhang siya magiging export ngayon. Gobbles up. Ooh! Okay, papalag pa rin. 34 HP. Pero nasa taas ngayon si DG Zin playing around, waiting for Khalil, and Khalil finishes off FURIA 10-7.
Tatlo na lang itong kalamangan na nakikita natin from FURIA. And once again, nakikita naman natin, T1, mapipilitan naman tayo makakita ng Ikaw territory once again. Kita mo naman kung paano sila napipitas ng paisa-isa. Lalo na makikita natin a huge combination of utilities coming here. And of course, the response, once again, from FURIA, perfectly timed rotation. Doon na kayo nilang pinapakita. And this is where we see them just, doing whatever they can to counter dito sa T1 ngayon. Now that they're playing in a pace na is easily predictable by the opposition.
Dadagdag ko lang din ang ganda, aside sa ganda ng timing ng response nila, ang ganda ng timing ng hunt ni MW Zera. Ilang beses na natin nakakita na nag-push in yung T1, biglang, okay, nice jiggle.
They're brave. They're brave for pulling this one off.
Well, that's the style of FURIA talaga dito. But at the same time, kita mo, T1 are trying to match it, but they are getting outpaced ngayon, Ling. As 3 versus 5. T1, holding hands na lang muna sila sa art ngayon dito. I mean, they got the weapons. Give them that. MW Zera. Make quick work of it. FURIA, close to the finished line ngayon sa ating Game 1.
Isa namang flawless round brought to you by Prime Gaming na ipakita na ngayon ng mga players natin here from FURIA. Ganda ng push. Saktong pressure lang. Not to the point na nag-overextend sila tulad ng mga mistakes that they have basically been committing here in this game. I mentioned a while ago na gusto ko talaga makita ang FURIA to not only put out yung signature aggressive plays, but also naantay na lang talaga nila yung mga kalaban na pupunta sa kanila. Really quick and smart plays, which is like quite effective for a game like this. Pretty basic naman talaga, and was like a cookie cutter strategy you could expect, especially once you're playing it for the defensive side.
Excuse me, sorry. Naano lang ako.
Bless you.
Thank you. Bless you too. 7-11, nag-call na ulit ng timeout ang T1 ngayon. Namumblema na sila, Ling. They're getting outpaced. Napapressure na sila. You're feeling the pressure that they're in. Na it feels like they're starting to squeeze into the sites more times than not. Parang hindi free sites na nakukuha nila dito. Never, I think, have we seen T1 get themselves a free site. Maybe 1 or 2 instances lang. Pero FURIA, they immediately plug up that issue at nakikita mo ngayon na mamumblema na ang T1 dito. If T1 loses this next round, they'll be very starved na for economy din.
Economy, utilities, and everything else talaga. Kung anong pagkukulang nila, hopefully, like, they would put a cork to end this some sort of misery that FURIA has forced upon their kalabans right now. And speaking of that, proper allocation of utilities na makikita na nga natin dito coming in from the side of FURIA. And of course, they back on the way. Of course, not even giving enough space for the side gain for T1 to even breathe on. Speaking of breathing, we could see Zera, isang mabilisang flank, spray para sa isa. Of course, they're gonna be turning around just right in time para mauhuli tong kakampi natin dito. Now, Seekers on a way coming out from the sky. Flanking on behind, it's gonna be the Neon and of course his buddy dito na si Mazin. Now, one frag to go. Of course, disable muna tayo para sa isa. Fingers out. At mukhang makakuha pa nga ng dalawa. Makakadali. Isang mabilisang fast lane na tayo dito at mukhang guiding light na kanilang ilalabas. Iko-commit. And speaking of that, make that a quick on retake. Napakalinis. At nakakainis.
Ibang klase talaga. Hindi na-expect ng T1 kung saan nanggagaling. Saan ba sumusulpot ang FURIA dito? Doon ba? Dito ba? Saan ba manggagaling ang FURIA? And every single time, their guess is slightly correct. Tapos after that, hindi nila alam. Diba? The big flags from DG Zin. The refrag, not the refrag, but the bait and switch from MW Zera sa si Quick, absolutely perfect para sa nila. And the Korean team T1 looking for a great debut match gets denied by the homegrown FURIA talents.
Oh, they have to fix a lot of things after this game. They have to review a lot of mistakes, especially sa mga ginagawa nila dito against a really aggressive team. Confident, I might have to add, but not only that, dominating dito sa mapa tulad ng Pearl. Now, ilalabas mga nila ang lockdown na napakaaga to zone off anyone at para makapagtanggal man lang ng mga nag-anchor dito sa site. Kita natin yung mga angles na na-hold nila dito. It's not exactly the rotation coming in from the Neon. Not an early flank. Posible pa nga makakuha sana ng Astra, but you see the players from T1 swarming in onto the side. Quite unsure though, not reacting too well with the lockdown, but they really have to get on the frags. They really have to cancel out a bit of utility upon the players. And speaking of that, we see a quick on answer back. Sila nagagawa. Ang FURIA ay na nga maglalabas at makapagbigay ng mga frags. At yun ang makikita natin dito. First map makukuha ng FURIA up to 13-7.
Is this the power of Brazil? Grabe! I mean, paano nalaman ni Khalil na may flank doon? Finds it, picks it off, and then hiliyaan na nila na pumasok ang T1 sa site. And they break it down. Nagka-problema kasi si Mazin doon eh. Kasi naka full blind yung kalaban niya sa harapan. Tapos hinahandle niya pa na sa site. It was a little bit awkward to look at from our perspective, pero they still managed to pick things up. Grabe ang pinapakita ng FURIA dito. T1 definitely in trouble sa series na to.
Oh, definitely in trouble. I mean, given the amount of like pressure that is placed upon them, not only like the arena is completely against you right now, everything else going out there, especially the timings, and of course yung pacing na gusto mo talaga i-dictate sa larong to is not exactly sumusunod sa kanilang pabor. And speaking of that, parang I just find it difficult in a situation like this that not only are you intimidated by your opponents, given at how great they are performing in, well, map pick ba nila to? Question mark? We see them parang slowly, parang faltering or slowly talaga, parang nagtutone down talaga yung, well, I have to say talaga, yung confidence ng mga players kasi nahihirapan sila and they're not able to at least yung makapagbangon man lang muli. And it's just difficult to see them like this in this form.
Saya player, marvelous heroics para sa kanya. Pero, I mean, FURIA, what can you do when you're up against such overwhelming pressure? Grabe si DG Zin, walang katakot-takot. He is the embodiment dito ng confidence sling. Lahat ng picks na ginagawa niya, lahat ng pushes na ginagawa niya, all calculated, all about just the bravado, the pizzazz na meron dito si DG Zin. And the rest of FURIA feed off of that playstyle. Grabe, napakahirap nga naman ng matchup na ito para sa T1. You really see that they can't really move to the pace. Anyways, we're gonna go and throw it naman sa ating panel to discuss things even further. Guys, take it away.
Maraming salamat. Nawala yung mic. Andito. Maraming salamat, Lingling and Azuray. Before anything pala, ni Glaze, during when we were talking about map picks kanina, we said na parang Pearl is the America's map and the most highest pick nila when it comes to teams. So far, may map pala na drop yung Loud kanina. So it's not really 100%. It's morely around 85% kasi it was against Loud. High stakes pa rin. Loud versus NRG wherein they dropped that map and then sila yung pumili naman nun. And still, highest successful rate ng region na America and looks like yung FURIA Esports gusto nila ipatuloy yung domination nila over sa Pearl. And statistically, siya, weird kasi pinili ito ng T1.
Yeah.
And parang gusto nga talaga nila na to challenge them pero at this point hindi nga nangyari. Pero it's still okay. They still put up a good first half of the round na bumawi naman sila.
Yun lang ang punto dito. Yung first half lang tayo tumungo kung saan T1 had really a great potential. Lalo na nung nakita natin, Saya player has been really dominant dun sa mga points na he wanted to play for contact, he wanted to be aggressive, he wanted to change the tempo. Gusto niya kontrolin dito kung paano ba makakapasok sa kanila ang players ng FURIA. Pero ang nangyari lang dito is that minsan kasi hindi nagiging disiplinado si Saya player. So most of the time, quickly traded off siya.
Pero ibang klase nga sa binanggit nga ni Azuray tsaka ni Lingling na si DJ Zin, ibang talaga siya para siya nagpa-party. He plays the music for FURIA Esports and yun na nga, sasabi pa nga ni Reyes, here comes the party. Yun nga yung binigay ni DJ Zin, although siniyon siya, pero still works out yung aggressive peaks niya and I think yung kadiring flick, hindi kadiri in a bad way, kadiri in a positive note na parang tol, check that PC, bro. Masyadong maganda. I mean, of course,
ang bilis ng nangyari.
No doubt to the player, pero 3 Ks all in one single flick. Yung perimeter ng niya talaga, kitang-kita ni Idol. Ni Idol. Yung sabi, Idol talaga yung moment na yun eh.
Oof. Ang gusto ko dito for FURIA is the first half. It was really commendable for them na, di ba, nagsimula tayo. It was really such a dominant lead na ginawa dito ng side na nga ng T1.
Yeah.
We saw a 4-1 series. Yung mga nangyari dito is just really them winning out the retakes na gamit nila yung usual na mga utilities nila dito to pin down FURIA pagdating sa kanilang post plans. At ang nangyari dito is nakapag-adjust. Alam ng FURIA kung paano nila ma-amplify yung mga sarili nila dito. Kaya naman, binigay nila dito ngayon kay Mauzera yung lahat ng pagkakataon para siya yung makapagwala.
Yeah, that's true. Mauzera nga kanina in the in the intros of per teams, pinag-usapan talaga natin na Mauzera isa siya sa in the early days of Valorant na parang one of the best operators in the world. Yeah, kilala mo na, pero this time he is playing initiator for FURIA Esports and so far he did not disappoint. It's going good so far for FURIA Esports. Although yun na nga, I mean T1 sila yung una nag-lead 4-2 pero after that one it was FURIA Esports just taking every lead. I mean from 4-1 nag-straight up sila hanggang naging 4-6. T1 naman bumawi at some point and gusto ko lang i-highlight yung round number 7, yung Killjoy, yung Bans Killjoy from T1, commit siya ng lockdown over to the site pero DJ Zin, he was never faced by the lockdown and then nakahanap pa nga siya ng 4 kills all over the site and sobrang bilis nun. I mean, kung makikita mo, I think that was 2 seconds left sa lockdown. Lahat tayo patakbo na niyan eh. Paalis na tayo sa
commitment is key. He stood his ground. Gusto niya malaman dito or gusto niya talagang patagumpayan. Kasalanan to ni Azuray. Pero he was able to win it out flawlessly. The most of the times na gusto niya dito talagang i-hold his ground. Dito, laban na nga sa side ng T1 dahil alam niyang kaya niya dito talagang panindigan yung lahat ng mga chances na mananalo siya dito when it comes to the duels. Kaya niya ditong i-disregard yung mga utilities na ibabato. At ang gusto ko talaga dito for FURIA is that alam nila kung paano nila dito sasagutin yung retakes na umuulan na utilities dito to make an opening para sa side ng FURIA kanina or rather ng T1 para ma-pin down sila, but that is really a different story. That is the past kasi ang next map natin is Icebox.
It's gonna be Icebox, that's true. I mean, Icebox so far, when it comes to yung Americas yung nagpipick ng Icebox, dalawang teams pumili neto by their own liking and choosing. 100 Thieves and then NRG, and then so far both teams coming in from Americas region na pumili neto, they've won so far. So, I mean, this one is a choice from FURIA. So, let's see, this time, if FURIA Esports able pa rin to keep up, sabi ko. Able to. Anyway, kaya pa ba nilang makontinue yung streak na yun? If ever sila yung pipili ng Icebox, if they're America's region, kaya pa rin nila manalo. So, we'll see in a bit. But then, going back pa rin, madaming sobrang highlights coming in from the winning team this time, FURIA Esports. I mean, if we're going to back off to round number 6. FURIA Esports 4-1 na yun, diba? They called the timeout. Now, it works as they take 4
After
players.
the timeout, diba? Nag-pop off na sila kaagad. Doon na sila nakapag-react at doon na sila nakapag-adapt kung paano nila dito ika-counter out kaagad yung T1. Alam mo ba, nakita ko dito, 1 round is nagkahirapan dito ang players of FURIA. Why? Dahil Maxine, he blinded DJ Zin, pero ang nangyari na ipanalo pa rin nila yung round na yun, diba?
And then also, ang sobrang galing nila mag-capitalize ng, kung magkamali sila, they still capitalize on it to bounce back. Pero if it's an enemy, they did it. I think round number 6, si Munchkin, sobrang early ng Cosmic Divide niya. And then that gave the cracks to open for FURIA Esports to capitalize. And that's when 4-2, that's when DJ Zin started to show up, building up momentum, until eventually, round 7 na nga, yung may lockdown, tas pumasok talaga si Idol. Well, 4-3, and then that's it. It became a staggering lead going in further coming from FURIA Esports. And then, one of the bigger highlights was round number 17 na parang, it was the combination. Ito, binanggit nga rin to ni Azuray talaga. Very big point out na yung combination from DJ Zin and Khalil. Yung stun coming in from Neon and then the gravity well from the Astra.
Oh, I love that.
Ito yung force buy to ng T1. So, si Saya player, Jet niya, commits a Blade Storm, tries to go in for the entry, pero ito ay na-slow down ni DJ Zin and Khalil's combination stun gravity well.
So,
and,
pwede ba yung entry ng combo nila is DJ Cal? I tried. Si Azuray kasi.
Ayos ka, pero wala na, galit na si Direk. Ba't ako umalis sa framing? Wait lang, nawala yung nasirado yung laptop ko.
Ayan. So magbabalik tayo doon sa mga lahat ng mga capabilities kanina lang din for Carp. Nakita ko kanina, Carp, I think it was Carpe or Carp. He was really formidable. He was really stagnant ng mga times. Kaya niya ditong panindigan yung mga nagiging duels niya. And nakikita natin siya ngayon here in our A-Loves para makabawi, diba? This is the time to shine. Warm up.
Tama
para makaabot tayo ng game number 3 dahil Icebox, pinili ito ng FURIA. So it can be really one of big chances dito na ma-clean out kaagad sila dito ng FURIA.
DJ Khalil! Hindi na talaga mawala sa akin eh. But anyway, we are moving on to Icebox. So, let's talk about Icebox as a map here in VCT LOCK. And so far now, together, if ipo-pull natin to, not counting today's games din if we are to pull this one out for the games together with Alpha Bracket and Omega Bracket, so far, nasa na ba yun? It's gonna be Icebox. It's just so na pinili talaga ng one of hindi siya most played by Omega Bracket. Saktong ML lang. Saktong kembot lang din, pero overall Icebox has been played so far 7 times, not counting today, 7 times in the whole tournament. Tapos it is hindi siya sobrang layo ng agwat to attacker
kasama
to defender.
Alpha.
Yeah, kasama yung Alpha. It has a ratio of 51% to 51% to 49% yung nila still in favor of being attackers. So hindi naman siya sobrang malayo, pero if we remember correctly,
you can see the difference.
Yep, exactly. And then ngayon gusto kong makita sana from T1 if gagayahin ba nila yung combination ng DRX, which is a Pearl, and then meron silang Pearl Viper, and then dun sila nagpa-plant sa yung sa 2F from A site. A site, and then yun yung aggression, pero looks like we are going to Prime Gaming Agency, like hindi to ni-replicate ng T1. So looks like they're veering away from the strategy of DRX. They want to go their own way, and tingnan natin kung mag-work out ba to for the side of T1.
I love this dahil they give so much na ability dito para ma-amplify nila muli si Saya player going into our game, going into our agent selection dahil it was together with two initiators. But now, tingnan natin kung ano ba ang mangyayari dito in Icebox. Pakinggan natin muli. Babalik natin ito for Azuray and Ling.
DJ Khalil!
What? Sorry. Anyways, guys, we're back na. Ako nga pala si Azuray at kasama ko yan si Ling Ling. Tignan natin kung ito na ba ang pagtatagpos or pagtatapos ng T1
yes.
or papalag pa ba sila sa Icebox. They lost, Ling, yung kanilang map pick which was Pearl, and now coming into Icebox, mukhang FURIA, they got something in plan.
They have to have something in plan, especially talaga dito sa competition na ito. Nakita na talaga natin dito that is gonna be a completely different behavior that you could be expecting from this team because they have finally decided na maglalabas mga dito ng duelists, which is not exactly the usual performances that we have seen from this Brazilian team. But meanwhile, dito para sa side ng T1, nako, iba naman po ang ating makikita dahil we could not exactly see a chamber picks given that the current meta and of course the current mix does not exactly make any sense right now given that the nerfs are going to be implemented in this game.
Yeah, true. And if you have to pick at least an icebox with the same comp, minus lang yung chamber. If you want to pick something else, I think Jet is the better of the options talaga. Very versatile, lots of ability, lots of verticality, and sa Icebox, it's something that you really would want to utilize. Kita mo, DJ Zin already finds the pick onto Munchkin. Couple of pop shots ngayon from Mazin. FURIA, they have the numbers, but they have to respect then na T1 have a whole bunch of things to be able to utilize ngayon sa ating A side. Zeta is getting popped. He cannot plant the spike. And ito na! The rest of FURIA have come into the spike, to the site. Kikipaglaban na sila. Carpe is holding on. Siya dapat maging security guard dito. Mamzer, bawal pumasok ng site. Kami muna po. Mamaya na muna po. May mga VIP dito. Plant muna kung pa-plant, pero hindi. Quick, and the rest of FURIA keep denying them. Zeta finally plants that one. Pero 4 versus 3. Look at the big flags coming in from DG Zin. And si Saya na lang ang matitira. Sheriff, whiff ng whiff. Walang magagawif. Gagalit.
Inis na ako dito. Ako siguro magagawin sa'yo. But speaking of that, not even a single whiff makita natin here from FURIA. Ang ganda ng kanilang pinakita na pressure initially. Kitang-kita mo naman dito that T1 was not basically prepared sa kanilang nakikitang possible positionings dito. Ang ganda ng kanilang pinagpapalit-palit na agents dito. At of course naman, ang ganda ng kanilang pagka-counter even with just like the overwhelming firepower na nangagaling from those wall bangs sa top side push. But for this time around, makikita natin muli ang mga Spectre buys coming in from Quick and Khalil. Really good buys coming in from the Sentinel, but you could actually see may mas mang binabalak na naman ang T1. Of course, with the wall though, being the only thing that keeps them from going in for the full-on rush.
Commitment para sa kanila. Okay, this is the cheaper patch of the Stinger pa. 900 crits pa siya. Good damage, better damage at longer range compared to the current Stinger natin dito. So I understand the idea, pero the risk that T1 is taking is massive right now, Ling. Ang maganda na sa kanila is FURIA haven't really committed to actually purchasing any better weapons din. Naka-pistol sila ngayon. And Quick's the only one with the Stinger. Is that going to be enough? Mukhang hindi. Beautiful flash. Saan ang galing yun? I believe it was Zeta that flashed his own teammate. Ay. 3 versus 4 as the round continues. This wall stops them. Then in their tracks muna. We'll see how this pans out. Mazin's picked up a couple. MWZera's here. And si Carpe na lang. 2 versus 1. DG Zig coming from the wraparound all the way around. And MWZera, kung gusto nilang maging sigurado dito, plays the slower game. Carpe taking some damage. 26 na lang siya. And still, DG Zin has everything. If he tries to go, once again, nakakita na sila. Here's the drop. DG Zin still on. No, he picked up the weapons, but still hands-on with the ghost. Alam niya na low the opponent niya. A commitment, a force buy that did not work because of the massive heroic play dito ni Quick.
Which is like great na they did not fully invest para sa round na yun, but also they won that out, making their utilities na napaka-productive na setup, especially dito sa ginagawa ni Quick. Napakagandang wall na ni-place niya, nakapagbasa siya, at nakapag-trigger pa nga ng rotation dito na napaka-early for the side of FURIA. Good call coming in from them, but for T1, na mapipilitan sila muli dito para sa mag-eco.
Well, itong eco nila, hahampasin na lang sa mukha nila ng, FURIA. We got the operator. What you gotta do? Huh? Ang palag mo, pare. Grab naman yan, bro. What you gotta do against me, operator, pare?
I don't know, dude. I don't like. I cannot make palag with that because you know it's like it's very hurt when I could get very hurt naman if I take that one bullet from you. Know, it's very dangerous then for you to peek there, especially when there's someone pushing. You see Saya player. Oh, that's completely dead.
Oh, wall bang! Yan kasi napakuha niyo tuloy nakalimutan. Nala, masyado ng locked in ang FURIA. No pun intended.
Locked and loaded.
Grabe ang taba nung crosshair nung sniper ni
Para sigurado pasok na pasok yung mga kalaban. Yun lang.
Talaga ba?
Pag ikaw nang mintis, ganun pa crosshair mo, ewan ko na anong rason mo.
Feel ko nga magbibintis ka lalo kasi parang hindi mo nakikita yung kalaban mo. Ang chunky nung nung pagka-green ng crosshair eh. Pero, si Quick, grabe nilapit talaga sarili niya dito. Wants to play for the denial. Khalil, exposed. No, nanoswarm's not there. No ban though. Medyo kakainin ng buhay ng utility dito. Nice force out. MW Zera, timing is perfect as the smoke dissipates. Hindi ko na alam, Ling. T1, they're so out of tempo in this fight. Tignan mo, they're peaking at the incorrect times dito. Siyempre, of course, it was 2 versus 4. But what can you really do against such overwhelming odds? FURIA, this is so different from last round. I mean, yeah, last game. They were aggressive, they were dominant that last game. Pero, nahirapan sila nung first couple of rounds. This time, sila na yung nagpapahirap ng buhay ng T1 ngayon.
Which is ang hirap naman talaga magpwesto given na may konting kalamangan talaga ang FURIA, not only with the guns, but, you know, with the running mentality that they currently have right now. Isang mapa na lang para makapagtulsik sila ng kanilang mga kalaban. And FURIA would not hold off and let this momentum stop for them. They are running in the perfect condition right now. Really good form sa ginagawa nila. Those coordinated peaks and really nice utility usage is what they are basically carrying over sa mapang Icebox na ito.
Peek me. I dare you. Nah, they respect. They know what's up. They know what's up. What's the problem right now for T1?
Anong problema? Anong problema nila?
Yun nga ang dami. Yun yung problema nila. Madami silang problema. Anong oras na ba? Time check. It is now 4:56 in the morning. 4 minutes na lang, 5 a.m. na. Pero maganda, long weekend. Guys, enjoy your long weekend. Nood-nood ng Valorant sa tabi, laro ng Valorant sa sa harapan. Yun lang.
Sa harapan?
Kasi diba, if may second monitor ka, if you guys have it, awesome. May VCT PH, may VCT São Paulo.
What if may ka-Discord call? Diba?
Hindi, stream mo habang diba? Mag-watch party kayo doon ng bebe timers mo, diba?
Alam na alam ni Wendell yung mga ganyan kalawan eh. Discord call, watch party kasama ang bebe. At of course naman, may ka-late night talks mo naman kuya natin dito at mukhang hindi pa nga magtatapos yung conversation. At sana all nga pala, sabi ni Wendell, pasimpleng sticky-bicky play na tayo dito. Coming in from Munchkin, mga kalasa ng isa, down to 7 HP at di pa nga siya makakuha ng any further. Now, Carpi, Hunter's Fury connects definitely at mukhang makita natin dito the back on play zoned out in para makita natin pa sa pulse plant nila at si Dugsin hindi pa magtatapos ang laban nila para sa kanila dito at T1 finally taking one on the board sa game na ito.
Finally, they were able to get that one nga. Commit si DGZ na operator dun. Wait, si Saya player pala. Interestingly, but it does pay off in the end para sa T1. That was so awkward, I have to say. Dito para kay... sino ba to? Yung... Beaker dun sa screen. I will clarify that later. In any case, huge round nga para sa T1. Look at the smiles on their faces. Yung FURIA naman, fist bump na sa ere muna for now. I think that was... Sino ba yun? I think it was Munchkin or si Ban na nag-shuffle ng weapon niya. Nagkakitaan sila but still gets the kill.
Good trade-off para sa kanila dito. At mukhang dahan-dahan muna tayo dito guys. Kalmahan muna natin. Dugsin though, lumabas ng Bladestorm. Makakuha pa nga ng isa. Now, kailangan na i-pick off ng operator
long range
players.
shorty. Kaya man.
Sige. Papalag! Pag ito nanalo, nako, Furia, kabahan ka na.
Grabe. Sipa mo, naka-snipe ka ng isang operator at long range, gamit mo shorty. Grabe, papalag at kakalampag.
Pag ganyan na, Altepor ako. Hindi na ako lalaban.
Uninstall Valorant na.
Ba't sa kanila tumatama ang shorty? Sa akin hindi.
Hindi ko nga alam. Parang, it's just like magic.
Pabor-pabor na lang pala to Riot. Okay. Gets ko naman. Sino ba naman ako para maging paborito, diba? Oh.
Hold the phone. Lots of delay smokes din dito para sa Furia. Meron silang angle on the smoke para hindi makapag-plant on default. So, ang na-force ngayon para sa T1 is mag-push forward sila, look for the picks. Pero somehow, ang problema, Saya player, he's looking for angles where he can get the value sa operator, pero hindi niya makuha to. Teka lang muna, nag-iinit masyadong Furia. They're coming into the crosshairs ni Saya player and he could find more value. Somehow gets denied by MW Zera. And of course, they save the operator. Para sa other Jet player naman, give DG Zin a chance.
Which is like, para sa akin na, I just find it weird na they know that these slow plays are not exactly that effective, especially for a team like Furia, and they still try to force out an operator, expecting that they could get the initial contact peaks, which is like, wasn't really happening para sa kanila. I mean, T1 really should get their everything straight para sa mga plays nila ngayon. And for this time around, hopefully they actually try to figure this one out.
Lots of teams are starting to get that that lineup on belt. Either slow orb or yun nga, snakebite into the shock dart. I kind of get though kung bakit nagka-problema doon ng T1. Kasi if you look at the difference dito ni DG Zin and ni Saya player, I think there were some hesitations from Saya din to get some plays with the operator. That's, nararamdaman mo yun pag pag nasa attacking side ka with the sniper eh. Naku, hinahabol niya. Grabe, nag-miss pa! Whiff kung whiff, Saya player. That is not what you wanna do. Grabe, hindi yan ang gusto mong mangyari. Napakalaking bagay nun. He could have gotten such a huge play. Hindi pa malaki yung damage kay DGC, no? Tingnan mo. He just shake it off. Kagaya ni Taylor Swift. Easy para sa kanya. And we're left in a 3 versus 5 ngayon, Ling.
3 versus 5 at wala pa nga tayong duelist para makapag-push even further para sa side na gusto nilang kakomitan. Now, ang hirap makapag-plant nito. Kita natin dito ang KO, may hawak pa nga spike. Of course, itong team natin na ang Furia, mukhang may isasabat pa nga sila with the recon ball, with the information na makukuha nila against their opposition. Nakikita naman, they are forcing each other down and back on the ground. Nako, isa namang flawless play by Prime Gaming ang ipapakita natin dito coming out from the side of Furia sa kanilang defense, canceling out that plant at mukhang makikita naman natin itong replay na hindi pa nga makuha ni Saya. Naku, napakasayang. Burst na sana yun. Oh, reset. Sige lang. Okay lang. Ikaw nila yon. Kaya pang bumawi.
Okay. Nandun na tayo sa point ng game natin na I gotta say, okay ang ideas ng T1 dito. Ang problema, they just whiff it. Yun yung isa sa kami. I mean, it's as simple as that. It's as complicated and as simple as that. Hindi makakuha ng picks ngayon si Saya. And T1, more than anything else, Ling, kailangan nilang mag-reset. At a timeout like this is just what the doctor ordered. Kailangan nilang kumalma. Masyadong excited si Saya player to the point na
Nagsa-solo play.
Nagsa-solo play saka nag-overcommit sa fights.
Yeah. Which is like, okay naman sana kung mag-overcommit ka sa side if nananalo ka sa mga duels that your team basically needs. Makabawas man lang ng isa could be great for them. But unfortunately, hindi pa nga nangyayari para sa side ng T1. And this is where we see them parang, medyo nasasayangan ako sa effort nila ha. Parang, like you said a while ago, nandun yung idea, execution was just not there. It was not even like we cannot always expect the perfect execution, but at least make sense and of course exercise sort of like cohesion sa mga utilities na nitatapon nyo. The flashes really should be connecting and the follow-up really should be there. But nakita mo, ang layo ng Jet, ang layo ng refragger at wala ka nang i-expect pang iba maliban lang sa trade, which is like also not happening. T1, what is happening? Question mark.
To be fair naman sa T1, they were on a week bye. So si Saya talaga ang kailangan magsimula nung plays na yon. He was playing off of yung utility din ng teammates niya. They isolated si DGZin with the smokes that they had with the Viper. Ang problema nga lang talaga was yung big whiff ni Saya dito. Now, we do have a quick little pause lang, guys. Nagka-problema tayo ng onti ngayon. Just gonna mull things over. And at least what is good about it na lang is we kind of extend yung time for T1 to calm themselves down. Yun yung naging problema sa atin eh. Masyado silang in it, but not in a good way. Yung tipo na nag-overheat na sila. They're not really hitting the shots that they need to. And FURIA, it feels na pinaput ulit ng FURIA ang T1 into positions na gusto ng FURIA to. And they keep winning the fights, they keep winning the thing, the duels, yada yada yada. Kagaya na nangyari, no Pearl.
Ooh. Quite effective though. I like that they're just like basically setting up the team to lose, which is like quite difficult. What?
Yeah. So, well, anyways, we're getting updates lang naman. Just a little bit longer lang, guys. Kalma lang tayo ng onte. Okay. So, we have to clarify if we're gonna be, because of technical issues or game issues, if meron ba tayong i-reset na round. Just to clarify na lang kay Boss Direct Mapagmahal kung ma 1 to 4 ba natin to.
Ang braso niya parang hita. Look at that! Ano yun?
Ba't ka naman ganon, Ling?
Ewan ko! Ang weird ng pagka-place ng ano niya. Like, balikat? Balikat. It looks so weird.
I feel like Brazilians lang ang mahilig mag-scrunch up ng kanilang ano yun? Ng kanilang sleeves. Ang tawag sa sleeves sa Tagalog. Ang alam ko lang kasi Scholar Coelho eh.
Teka, nag-aantay tayo ng help assist.
Wendell's Dictionary. Uy, alam mata.
May sumasagot siya.
Kaya may sagot ka, Jun?
Mangas?
Mangas. Anong mangas? Yung pronunciation mo. Mangas. Grabe.
Wait, with an apostrophe?
Yeah, mangas. Tama. Yeah.
Mangas.
I remember that now. Mangas. Yon. Cute naman yan.
Shoutout to sa jowa niya, si Amanda.
Si Amanda?
Nakita mo yung ano? Ganun.
Hindi ko nakikita yung
Prompter.
Sorry.
Prompter bang tawag doon?
Yes, I think so. Pwede. Ang cute nung lights nila.
Aww. Parang sa K-drama, no? What do you call that? Edit? Na mga ganyan sa K-drama?
I don't know. Lightworks. Opa! Asushi!
Yeah.
Sorry guys, wala na tayo mag-uusapan kasi tech post lang. Kalma lang muna tayo. Ang angas itong face mask na to.
What?
FURIA, Tapos may app pa siya sa phone niya. Grabe, taray. Kanina ito din yung yung omen yung nasa mukha niya.
Face reveal naman dyan.
Lingan naman na ba itong sinasabi nila tungkol kay Omen pala?
Ano?
Na Omen has a little Omen inside of him.
What?
Yung pag tinignan mo yung katawan ni Omen sa lock-in.
It's like 2 parts.
Yes, may Omen din sa niya.
Oh, that's so
sa
cute.
Sa armor niya. Kaya you cannot unsee it pag nakita mo na.
Okay, I have to see it now.
Yes. Papakita natin mamaya yan pag pagtapos na nito. Pero again, we're still deliberating some things lang din na nangyari, guys. Just to confirm, di ko alam kung pa natin i-share sa inyo. Pero share na lang natin siguro mamaya sa Twitter or something.
Tweet mo na,
lahat ng chika, iti-tweet natin yan para sa inyo, guys.
At Azurai, it's just Azurai?
Azurai Gaming.
Azurai Gaming on Twitter.
Para alam nyo, guys, mahilig ako sa games. Sama talaga. Kasi
sa akin, link 2x FPS. ano para malaman nyo mahilig din ako sa FPS?
Hindi kasi, sa akin kasi, pinag-iisipan ko before kung ano yung magiging handle ko. Parang ganito na handle ko for like 8 or 9 years now. So, wala na, tinamad na ako
10-year-old. I mean, sorry.
Wow! Okay.
Okay, fun fact, nakwento ko na to kay Asaray, but sabi ko sa kanya, idol kita. Like, not like in a creepy way, but like, back then when he was casting for a lot of FPS like titles before, I'm like, I want to be like that dude, but now I'm co-casting with him.
Yes.
Amazing. What an honor.
Started from there, now we're here. Oh, diba? No bottoms.
Started from Davao. Grabe.
Wala ako sa ikaw nagsabi na na. Tama naman, started from Davao. Tapos, diba? Oh,
humble beginnings.
Congrats.
Thank you. Masyado mo malakas yun.
Oo nga, parang galit ka sa akin eh.
Papagising lang.
Magising sa umaga. Tingnan nga muna tayo sa chat natin. Nakikita ko ang nandito si Marilyn Rabago, saka si Claire Ibarra, saka si Angelica Cortez. Grabe talaga, mga idol. Kamusta na kayo, guys? Good morning sa lahat.
Si idol pala to eh.
Bakit binash yung arm? Yan tuloy. Na-notice na rin tuloy ng mga viewers natin, Ling.
You cannot unsee.
You can't
I
unsee.
swear.
Oy, teka, nawala yung yung icon.
Oh.
Okay,
So it's gonna be a T1 round na makukuha.
May nakuha silang round. I'm not sure if pwede na-explain dito, Boss Direct, pa-confirm na lang para at least ma-clarify natin sa viewers natin. Pero, from what the Direct has told us, magiging 2-5 ang score natin. So that means na nag+1 lang naman ang teams natin dito. So still, technically, same lead pa rin. Nagkaroon lang ng +1.
Were they? Oh, okay. So they're not gonna do it again?
I have no idea. Ay, tingnan natin na. Can we promote this tuloy? Can we
promote?
Ayan. Hindi, pwede pa natin sabihin sa mga viewers natin para ma-clarify sa kanila or ano ba? Boss Direct. Sige, anyways, while we're asking... okay.
So ipapakita natin kung ano yung mga
Pwedeng
hindi
sabihin.
dapat gawin.
Yan, tama. Guys,
Okay.
may ginamit na forbidden jutsu ay sa players na...
Pinagbabawal na technique.
ng FURIA. Yung Killjoy, may nano swarm na hindi dapat nilagay doon yung nano. I think yun yung default spot ata sa
Sa?
Hindi ko na pwede sabihin kasi baka gawin ng ibang tao. Bawal. Do not do unto others what they want to do unto you. Bam! Ganyan.
Don't do it, guys.
Overrated daw si Sage. Hindi naman... Okay. Yung co-caster ko na si Raph, sabi niya na ayaw niya ng Sage players.
Bakit?
Pero...
Sage player din siya.
Sa rank. Kasi iba kasi ang vibes ng Sage player. Pero I feel like Sage still has a very... what's the word ba? Very viable option to pick up pag sa pro scene. And even more so sa Icebox, lalo na pag wala kang duelist comp. Kasi napaka-importante ng wall niya to cut rotation ng kalaban. Kahit man sinabi mo na sinasabi ko na before, na kahit man na rework na yung map ng Icebox, making it slightly safer to plant kahit walang Sage Wall. Napaka-importante pala ng Sage Wall kasi there's still yung verticality ka ng Icebox. Pwede may nag-flank sa taas mo, so you need some bit of protection para maka-cover ka nun, di ba?
Yeah.
It's up to you naman.
Parang as a Sentinel, parang malaking bagay talaga on how her ability rather is able to isolate the fights. And not only that, parang adds a padding of protection for you as a player na wala kang iisipin ng iba aside from that one angle that your teammate is already holding, like you said a while ago, yung verticality. And not only that, parang sa you as a defensive side, malaking bagay, malaking parang change of pace talaga ang makikita mo once there's a Sage Wall deployed right in front of you, causing delays, but also limits not only visual information but also yung mga angles that would be harder to push around on. Kasi kapag babasag ka ng Sage Wall, you can only just have one block. You can't just have one block. Ang hirap pasukin yan.
Yeah. One of the big things then kasi dun is diba? Ano tawag dito? Anyways, it feels like we're gonna go on a break, guys. When we come back, hopefully ma-start na natin to. See you in a bit.
You've been on my mind.
after some quick deliberation, guys, yun na yun. 2 to 5 tayo.
Kala ko ba naman? May sasabihin, nagulat din ako.
Sorry. Kasi pa naman. Hindi pa tayo nagsastart ulit. Uy, grabe, antok na siya, oh. Pagpatawad mo.
Sunday na ba? Ba't ganun yung mga sound trip mo?
Wala kasi nagtitingnan sa Spotify ng mga kanta. Nalagay ako, ano yun? Ano yun? 2000s OPM Classics ata para yun yung pinakita ko.
Pinoy Classical
Pinoy Classics,
Hits.
yan. Tapos lumabas doon, ipagpatawad mo yun na sa ano ko, pinakauna. Thanks nga pala doon. Spongify.
Spongify.
Okay guys, as again, nag-iintay lang tayo to start anew dito sa ating series. Even though sinabi natin na gumamit ng forbidden jutsu dito ang FURIA, you cannot remiss, hindi natin pwedeng ipagkaila.
What's pagkaila?
You can't bring it, you can't forget about it or you can't not mention it. Parang ganun yung, ano niya, yung meaning niya.
Okay.
Na they still have a massive lead in terms of how they're controlling yung game, kung paano sila nakakakuha ng picks dito. Ayun nga, sige sabihin natin, nakagamit sila ng bad word, no setup.
The bawals.
Na nano swarm. Pero hirap pa rin ng T1 kahit man wala yun, di ba?
Di mo pwedeng itanggi.
Ipagkaila.
Okay.
Grabe talaga. Iba talaga pag ano eh.
Wendell's Dictionary.
Feel ko si Boss Wendell nung grade school to, 90 ang grade sa Filipino.
Hindi.
Kasi ito yung sa akin. Alam mo, I'll be honest, ang baba ng grades ko ng ng Filipino nung grade school ako sa high school.
Asaray.
Yes, I know.
I'm canceling your Filipino card.
Yeah.
Galing pa sa akin, ano?
Yeah. Guys, sorry din. I think maka-cancel din to kasi hindi ako mahilig sa arroz caldo.
I love arroz caldo, but I don't like lumpia. So,
I love lumpia!
No way!
Crispy or the malambot pia?
Wait, are they, like,
Diba kasi may
all lumpias crispy unless they're like old lumpia?
No,
Stale?
kasi you have the non-fried one. So yung parang fresh lumpia.
That's good.
Lumpiang sariwa. Ganun.
Fresh
Diba?
lumpia. The one with the butter.
Yes.
Diba?
Yeah, I mean, again, basta parang hindi siya, chewy, rather than crispy. Pero anyways, takal kasi na breakfast dati wala na mag-usapan. Pero again, FURIA, solid na nga sila. They're at that point na kaya na nilang i-knock out ang T1 dito, who is, at this point, Ling, how to mention it, both of these at their debut. FURIA, napakatagal na natin hindi sila nakita ever since Champions 2022 pa. So, they've been on the hiatus, similar, if not the exact same as with the other teams na nandito sa tournament na ito because that's just how lock-in is. T1 and some of the teams comparable din sa T1 are on a restructure. They've already committed pickups from NA superstars or I think like NA, hindi naman siguro superstars pero NA venerable names kagaya ng Saya players, saka Zeta, but they haven't really clicked up. Ang isa sa mga sinabi nila sa interview was, guys, mas madali ang communication namin kasi lahat kami Koreans. Great, which is good. Pero you're not really seeing that come into fruition dito sa series na to. At least for now.
I mean, for them to actually, parang, ito nakikita ko, for a team to be like really comfortable.
Sana all. Grabe. Feel ko pag ganyan kakapal-balbas ko, ganyan na din ako eh.
I have never seen you with a beard.
Kasi hindi kaya.
I mean, it's like a blessing and a curse though for you not to grow a beard kasi forever ka baby face. And honestly, you never aged.
Yeah. I look the same as I was like 8 years ago, to be honest. Everybody keeps telling me that. True. Very true.
True that.
2 to 5.
2 to 5 pa rin. We have not reached a verdict yet. Alam mo, I'm actually curious on what draws... Uy! Naku, sana all!
Uy! Pinunasan pa yung labi niya!
Naku!
Pinunasan pa niya!
What? Okay, to napapanood ko. Grabe, nag-one-on-one dun sa gilid, ano?
Alam mo, I'm actually happy that happened because umaabot na tayo sa point na, di ba kasi nangyayari yan sa mainstream sports na may kiss cam. So umabot tayo sa esports din na may kiss cam na din. Guys, we are here. We are here. We are now. Diba? So, rather than, alam mo na yung tipo na, ay, grabe sana all. Sabihin na lang, grabe. We're happy for you guys.
Happy indeed. Belated happy Valentine's nga pala sa mga like couples natin na nag-Discord call at nag-watch party na sila lang dalawa. At galing nun, babe, oh. Kaya ko yung gawin. Yung mga ganong usapan ngayon sa Discord. Good morning sa inyo, guys. Time check nga pala. It's gonna be 5:20 a.m.
Dito na yung mga mini podcast, impromptu podcasts natin. Uy.
Isa pa. Ay, de.
Love scars.
Mahirapan. Oh, he tried to do the thing with his hand. Look. He can do that?
Yes. Naka-headset tayo sa mahirap
I could do it still.
Pero kaya ko rin yan. Yeah, syempre. Hindi pa ganun katanda yung kamay ko. Ay, kasi kailangan mo i-flip yung mo diba? It's hard, right?
Okay. Babe, tingnan mo na sa camera tayo ngayon. Diba? Oh, sweet nyo naman. Ang raming fans ngayon in fairness. Kasi may Brazilian team.
Tiwala. Dami naman ng fans kahit wala yun yung maganda. Kasi everybody enjoys the Valor Esports. Tingin ko lang kasi, para sa akin, kasi I've been to a few of these events na rin. Pag hindi weekend, sometimes talaga ganun.
May mga pasok yung mga bata.
Exactly, tama. Mga bata.
Oh, no.
Pero tama naman, diba? Siyempre, they have to make time then to go to these events rather than just watch it online. Diba? So, props to all the viewers that have gone and done the trek, gone and done the pilgrimage to go to events such as this, diba? And shoutouts nga pala sa mga events natin na magkakaroon sa PH. Yan ang gusto natin. Yay!
More Valorant things. I'm excited for that.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, malaking bagay yan, especially for the teams that are still up and coming and like not part of like the franchise tournaments. Parang it gives an opportunity for them to like gain experience in LAN and of course like performing on like a stage because that is a huge honor. Like for your team to like make it through like the brackets na sobrang talagang ang hirap at a certain point like you push through. And this is like a very rewarding experience. And not only that, like it's different. It's different when it's just online.
I only know a bit of that feeling kasi not up to the point na tournaments, diba? Pero I've played in some show matches na you're up in the stage. Iba yung feeling na naglalaro ka sa isang live event and you've experienced this. You
casted for my event.
Yeah, exactly.
The Riot thing rin.
Yeah. So nakas ka na yun, napanood din kita. Also, you've gone pro.
I'm like shaking during that show match, honestly.
Sino ulit yung mga kalaban nyo nun?
I think it was some members of Team Secret na dalawa plus this was Chris Ray. I think no, Razzie was not in the other team. Razzie was in the other team.
Yeah.
And we were shouting at each other like across the stage.
Si Noctal din ata kasama yata nun, diba?
Oh yeah, he was flexing his mouse too. I'm like, what a sellout. No,
Shoutout ka pala kay Sir Stephen. Kung nanonood man siya ngayon. Salamat po sa inyong pag-aaruga sa aming mga content creators at lovers of esports all together.
Amazing though, amazing.
Wala, naghihintay pa tayo guys. Again, pasensya na nga. Caster start the game kung sana lang talaga na may big red button lang kami na pwede namin i-resume. At sabihin sa mga players ito na guys, it's go time na. We would have done it.
If only mo pag-isipan nila kung anong gagawin dito sa laro to, then I would be like excited to cast for more Valorant, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, okay, sige. I guess we just talk about it slightly lang. If ever T1 makes this, we go into
Map 3.
Yeah, which is Lotus, I believe. Let me double check that.
It is Lotus.
Yeah.
both maps na hindi pa natin nakikita mag-perform ang mga teams na ito, which is like them just leaving first impression sa atin. And not only that, ano pa bang meron sa mga Brazilian teams at Korean teams na hindi pa natin nakikita from, well, those notable names that have basically performed inside that server. Nakita natin like DRX. I presume na naglaro na doon, and for the side naman dito ng Brazil, I'm pretty sure who else already played by a Brazilian team here? Oh, Loud!
Yeah.
Oh, pretty good.
I would absolutely love to see, I think, a Lotus map right now for a Korean team and a Brazilian team. Kasi I'm looking at the stats dito, Ling. I don't think we have seen any of these regions play in the Lotus map. I will confirm muna. I will confirm. Kasi I might be incorrect dito. Let me see.
Yeah. If they did reach up to map 3, they could have. Oh, it was mostly NA actually.
Yeah, diba?
Mostly NA na naglaro.
Yeah.
I remember casting a few like the other day.
Kasi I'm looking at DRX. Alam ko wala din silang laro sa sa Lotus. And the reason why gusto ko rin sana makita to is because of the fact na gusto ko rin malaman kung may nakapag-figure out na ba paano manalo sa defending side ng
It's so hard,
Lotus.
no? Kahit,
it is.
Kahit like, tawag dito, kahit na the rotation points are quite short, it's just really hard for you to counter the post plants on C and to hold off yung, well, the crossfires na meron sa A. Which is like, how can you do that without having to risk yourself just pushing out of the blue dun sa rubble position? I mean, that's difficult.
Tapos ano pa, if you're a defender on the A side, tapos may kalaban kang, let's say, double initiator, breach plus any other flasher, how are you supposed to defend back, diba? Back A? You're basically flushed out, stunned out. Tapos, there's no chance. Tapos retake is very difficult pag 5 versus 5 or 5 versus 4. Diba? When your opponents still have great numbers altogether.
Oh, okay. Anytime now.
Okay, we might start anytime. Okay. Yan ang gusto ko. Anytime. Yung nga naman, si Loading Dejeruin? Right ba dito sa lahat ng viewers para masaya kami? Kung pwede ko lang sana kayo bigyan, guys, ng Riot Goon Body, binigyan ko na kayo. Pero kailangan natin i-call out ang Riot PH na mga marketing heads. Kung nandiyan sila, guys, baka naman. Or baka mag-giveaway sila. You never know. I-add natin sila sa Twitter.
Malay mo, kapag i-like and share mo, mapapansin ka ng mga Riot devs natin dito. Ito, magandang suporta na pinapakita ng mga players natin dito. At of course, the audience para sa mga tournaments na ganito. Ooh.
Okay, ano na ba nangyari dito? We got ourselves at 5-2. Unsure kung paano nangyari to if they just made... I think ang nangyari was they had to make sure then yung economy would have been fair for the 5-2 then. That's probably the reason why it took some time. Kasi again, everything about competitive integrity and all of that, guys. Pero agad-agad, gonna be the offense ng T1. Great pick onto Khalil. Zeta activating the null command agad-agad dito. Saya player onto the corner. Not knowing he's actually tucked right there. Pero these kind of situations, these kinds of tech delays, Ling, can really stop the momentum of players. And you're kind of seeing that ngayon with FURIA. Very slow on how they've been approaching this. 2 versus 3. DJ's in onto the flank. Pero because of the Viper spit, napakahirap na ma-push on through niya ito. So it's just fight or flight, and it's gonna be flight. Save the weapons. Live to fight for another day muna.
Kuha sana ng mga exit frags if titingin na si Mazen on the right place at the right time at hindi pa nga natin yun to makikita. Grabbing like effect talaga in terms of like their momentum so far in this game on how FURIA is basically performing. Parang gulat na lang sila, nagbalik na yung laro, and like they weren't exactly quite ready for that. Ang bilis ng ginawa ng T1 dun sa pushes nila on towards B, which is like quite difficult to counter.
Yeah, when it happens, it happens. Pero every bit that you can try to play with, just go about it. We'll see how it goes. May pera pa naman ngayon ng FURIA, so it's not the be-all end-all. Pero they spotted at DG's in already. No peeks because, again, good use of the slow orb dito ni Quick just to stop them dead in their tracks. Ooh! MW Zera and T1 pace much faster. Mazin gets picked off, 1-for-1 trade. But Munchkin getting agad yung entry frag na gusto nila. They're gonna be able to plant Killjoy ultimate for safety. MW Zera for the delay. Double shock dart. Hindi magkakalit whatsoever. So ito, magkakaroon tayo ng full-blown retake para sa FURIA.
Isa nga naman tayo makakita dito na flash coming in from the KO at mukhang medyo mabagal na take to para sa kanila. And of course, Killjoy is gonna be fully aware na may flank na nagagaling dito sa likod nila kay Quack na ang Killjoy dito. Para kay Ban, it's gonna be 1 bullet to the head ang kinakailangan para ma-eliminate siya. Now, Dugsin, of course, getting a few frags for himself. A huge impact na makikita natin from Tier 1 with Zera, taking out at least a few more players. But Carpe, damn, sees the day, sees the sight once again, and we see FURIA taking out another round from the opposition.
Grabe talaga. There is just something different. Nagbago yung pace ng game dito, and FURIA, they've called the timeout. Alam nila na wala sila sa tempo nila, na wala sila sa pacing nila. And they need to take a step back ngayon. FURIA are on the back end, Ling. And this is not looking too good para sa mga FURIA fans. At least with T1 in their second win. That long break really giving them an out dito. They look refreshed. They look much more decisive than before. And now I think they've broken yung economy ngayon ng FURIA dito. Back to the drawing board in terms of again, what they have to do, what they have to do to adjust.
Saktong timeout muna tayo dito. Is this, I believe, like a Ikaw timeout?
Yeah.
That they're trying to force out? I'm not exactly like this is gonna be the most ideal times to actually call this one out. You could pull out a quick pocket strat na masasabi ng coach you, but other than that, parang it's so hard for you to play around with given na sobrang limitado lang kung anong meron ka. Utilities, wala kayong masyado guns on towards your arsenal. And like medyo mahihirapan talaga tayo dito to actually expect something on what FURIA can do, especially on the defensive side. And for this time around, posible pa nga isa na namang orb take ang pipilitin nila dito sa B main.
The thing is, usually you'd see teams actually go for the timeout before their buy round talaga. Yeah, I mean like before the round that they have to buy round. Kasi this gives them time then to discuss even more sa eco round nila what they want to do, diba? So in any case, MW Zera spotted out by Saya player agad dito. The triple stack by FURIA onto B long. But no commitments whatsoever. Viper's Spit para lang ma-dissuade dito ang T1 to push onto A main. And they're trying to funnel in T1. DG Zen, oh, he doesn't hit him. Baka mapaisip ngayon ng T1, but good use of Recon Dart keeps them dead center. 4 stack for FURIA ngayon. They have to at least keep some of their players hidden, which they are. Pero naamoy ba ito ng T1, or are they just gonna force this? Because there's still 2 players at yellow. The opening up, and look at that double pick from Zeta. Tingin ng MW Zera sa DG Zin, they didn't see the entryway, and this is gonna be a perfect round para sa T1.
Napakadelikadong lagayan ang ginagawa ngayon ng FURIA, given that their positionings dito pa nga sa yellow. At mukhang T1, mukhang pag-iisipan talaga nilang kahit nakapagpitas sila lang napakaaga sa round na ito, kailangan pa rin nila maging careful. The Stingers are completely deadly, especially kapag pipilitin nila itong spike plant papunta sa B. Posible pa nga tayo makakita ng flank. Posible pa nga makakancel itong spike plant at makaka-cancel pa nga yung objective na pinipilit nilang gawin. Now, Mazin left here for the clutch. Anong magagawa niya given that napaka-delayed ng kanyang rotation dahil nag-decide pa nga siya makapag-stay dun sa Viper's Pit na ginawa niya sa A.
Yeah, and wala siyang smoke na panglapit from Snowman to site. So, pag nag-drop yung wall na yan ni Munchkin, he's gonna get spotted and gutted. Look at that. Ooh. Oh, he got spotted now. Yep, there it is. Easy, but somehow okay. Picks up Saya player, so all things considered, not too bad of an eco for FURIA, but definitely for T1, equalizes sila 5-5.
5-5. Easy pickings though. Honestly, they could have done a lot more given that they stacked on towards the B side, which is like quite unfortunate na parang medyo nagkakalabuan tong dalawang to eh. Oh, wow. Nagkakalabuan na daw sila. Tingnan mo tuloy. Kaya nagsisihan na din sila kung ano man nangyari dun sa yellow position with the Jet and with the Sova. Information na lang sana kanilang makuha or perhaps the impact was not exactly quite delivered here para sa side nila. Now, isa naman mabilis ang mid-push na magagawa ngayon ng T1. Complete change of pace and of course, ng kanilang stance. Running around in good form from the Jet once again. But mukhang dahan-dahan muna tayo dito. Never be too overly complacent given that your enemies could have that deadly operator holds and the angles na makikita natin from the DJ Zin.
Now we go back to the point na lang, Ling, na because of that tech pause, is it also going to be the tempo killer ngayon para sa FURIA? Kasi napaka-solid na ng ano nila eh, ng pag snowball nila of how they've been just winning these rounds. Pero it feels just so incredibly different. Look at that. Quick. Kala niya he could get the one-up against Munchkin, pero hiding himself, crouching himself underneath Tube is what they wanted to get out of that push up onto A main. Kahit may wall, not really going to stop them. Great lineups from Mazin, pero there's still time for T1 to wait the utilities, push up in. There we go, plant on to default. Oh, kinakain si Zeta na buhay. If they can find Zeta, this could be huge. Zeta's down? No, he still survived. Wait, he is! 4 versus 4! And purely FURIA. They have the ultimates. They have the ultimates. They're gonna stop the plant on the spike. And look at that! Nagkamali na dito T1. Saya player has to back away. And they do break the lockdown. That's important. 2 versus 1. Saya player, mag-isa. Mazin. And Dolizera up and down. Rico Dart spots nothing. But the timing. Pag-isipan mo sa akapipili. Isa pataas, isa pababa, wala.
FURIA kanina was like restless, uneasy, and at a certain point, parang makikita mo talaga sa kanila is that they completely lost their footing dun sa technical pause na kinol kanina ng kanilang mga kalaban. For sure, it was like a good call para sa kalaban nila kasi parang dito mo talaga nakita how basically some sort of panic was caused for the team, but right now they're starting to figure everything out. Now they're starting to start slow again, dahan-dahan, one step at a time, and take those small victories kahit sa retake man lang with a lot of losses, I gotta say.
Zeta just looked lost doon, Ling. Hindi niya alam kung siya magpupwesto sa pag-plant. Pare, pa-plant sa default, ang dami nila sobrang utility doon. Pinakita lang ni Saya player yung kanyang elbow. Wala.
Oh, what's Tagalog for elbow? It's Zico!
Right. Okay. Di ba yun yung brand ng Rorlos? No, I'm kidding.
Grand Zico?
Zico ng lolo mo, Grand Zico. Oh, number out. I mean, this is fine kasi 4 versus 5 naman sila. Great delay tactics para sa FURIA ngayon. And the slow creep up from T1. The thing is, Ling, pwedeng hayaan ng FURIA dito. Kasi look at the A side. MWZera is there. He has the Hunter's Fury. Once that plant happens, that's when he uses the ultimate. That's when the rest of FURIA actually start to push in. He's tagged one already. Does he get the value? Makakatakas ba? Looks like it did. A little bit too preemptive para kay MWZera dito. And that might not be what the doctor ordered para sa nila. Double shock darts, but that will be planted somewhere else onto the map. They light up. Khalil gets it so quickly. Quick with the refrag. Agad-agad dito. As well as the resurrect. Ban runs out of bullets. Munchkin, 3 versus 1. Can he spot it? Can he get the hits? And he is a whiffing, and that is not what you want to happen. Bumabawi na naman ang FURIA dito, and they end this first half 7-5.
Na parang they were too familiar dito sa mga post-plant na ginagawa sa kanilang T1, and you see once again FURIA just knowing where to peek at, of course, in the perfect timing that there is. If you look at that, sinubukan pa nga maglaso ni Zeta, but it was just not enough. What they're trying to do, what they're trying to peek at, and what they're trying to get a frag out of, it was not enough effort, or, well, the effort was there. It was just not enough RNG going back to their part. Saya naman ito, Team Liquid fan.
Syempre, maangas naman ang Team Liquid kahit wala na sila dito.
Oh.
Wala Courtesy of Team Secret.
Good morning.
Morning
Ate,
indeed.
ba't makalat yung lipstick mo? Grabe. Retouch muna tayo dyan. So yun naman ng fans. Good half though, para sa pinakita doon ng T1. Kahit sabihin mong kanina, medyo nabubugbog sila sa unang part ng laban. I mean, it's just the start. It's just the second map and kinakailangan din talaga nila para makapag-online sila lahat eh. It's the second map and kung malalaglag sila dito or kung matatalo sila dito rather, is malalaglag na sila dito sa tournament na ito. So for this time around, it's now or never for the side of T1 and hopefully this is gonna be a wake-up call na enough na para sa kanila.
On the other end naman of the table ngayon, FURIA, I gotta point out, Ling, na ang bilis nilang uminit ulit. Right? This is a team that does not, what's the word ba? Even though they lose momentum, parang ang bilis na makabawi ng momentum din. After 2 rounds, kita mo agad, they were back to tip-top shape. Nakakuha na sila ng picks that they want to. Their tempo is there. Their trades are there. And nahihirapan ng T1 to kind of keep up with the pace.
And you gotta commend din pala sa side ng FURIA. Ang ganda ng how they basically kept their composure. Kanina, like we mentioned a while ago, medyo naratol yung mga players kasi ganito nangyayari and nag-call pa ng timeout. Parang, okay, they lost 2 rounds but this is where we see them parang having that like mental endurance sa mga series na ito. And this is where we actually see them parang being properly conditioned sa mga competition na they have put like para sa kanila, napuput na ang raming pressure for them. Wow, niyon si ate
My man's back. Siya yung di ba, yung sa araw yung naka-all pink. I think that was last week ata.
Oh.
Kaya nga
The fans are amazing here in Brazil. Wow, here in Brazil!
Ano ko ba, nasa labas, nasa side room lang tayo, di ba? Nasa nga tayo? San Pablo, Laguna.
Kasi iba-iba yung sinasabi ni São Paulo, Quezon City, ngayon nasa Laguna, all around the world. Asuray. Hindi ko na alam sino paniniwalaan ko sa inyo.
Yep. Well,
I'm just gonna say nod na lang. I'm just gonna like nod to everything that you guys say na lang. Kasi
exactly.
I can't even tell the difference kung which part of Luzon you guys are talking about. Hindi ako taga dito eh.
Okay lang, di naman. To be fair, kung Tagaluzon ka, hindi mo alam kung saan ka sa Tagaluzon. Kasi hindi naman ako dayuhin sa ibang baryo. Hindi ko alam kung paano naaamoy ng FURIA itong mga lurks ng T1. But they just know it so incredibly well. Right? There is one hiding inside the wall, pero Mazin picks up 2. Bannon Munchkin is down. DG's in, rotating with the rest of the team. Carpe, couple of pop shots, but FURIA, quick, clean, and precise.
Alam mong mahirap dito is that they're too familiar with how Koreans play. They're basically displaying like na-mention ko na to kanina na it's the same type of behavior that you could expect from a Korean team. I'm not saying that it's the exact same strat or ganun. It's the exact same psychology kung kailan sila magpupush at ano ba talaga mangyayari dito sa player. What's going inside their head if they get these initial frags or if they wouldn't.
Yeah,
for sure they're playing in for that.
FURIA took that loss against DRX too hard. Kita mo kung gaano sila ka-prepared with the Korean team.
For sure.
Such as T1. And again, T1, they haven't proven dito, Ling, that they have that same quality as their top 1 team counterpart na DRX. And I feel like the reference is very much needed to point out kasi nga
the standard.
The standard, yeah, the golden standard. And FURIA, if they are prepared for the golden standard and T1 is anything but less, mahihirapan talaga sila dito.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the taps!
difficult though. Difficult situation. Ano na pipilitan tayo dito coming up from the side from T1. With just the Ikaws, what else can you do? Walang matatapon at walang may paglalaban. Maliban lang ang side. Now, kita natin Carpe has the recon at mukhang di pa nga siya mabubuhay. Even a second longer para sa lalong to. And it's already 9-5. And FURIA is once again up to the leading score.
This will be, again, a true test na para sa T1. They have their weapons. FURIA, oh my gosh, FURIA is actually going for the purchase. Look at that. They have 3 rifles right now. Si DG Zin even committing to his own Vandal ngayon, Ling. So that means that they do have the firepower to match up against T1, especially when Carpe and Saya Player are on the half shields. This will be difficult. Pa nagkamali sila sa approach na dito. Oof. DG's in. Okay, gonna be taking a play out of the book dito ni Saya Player. Gonna be using that up above 2 position to threaten a couple of kills. Saya Player though finds Mazin. That's huge. But of course, FURIA not missing a beat. Already setting up for the A push agad-agad.
Of course, he wouldn't miss a chance at all para makapag-commit man lang dito sa kanilang fast-paced pushes na pinapakita ngayon ng FURIA. Now, Carpe has to have a quick on answer, but unfortunately, he does not live a second longer. Now, Resurrection's coming into play. May kita natin muli ang mga anti-flax positioning dito coming out from the killjoy. But it is gonna be destroyed quite too early in this game. You see a flank once again from this Jet. Not expected here from the side of T1, and we are only gonna be seeing the last player remaining. Saya Player, where are you gonna be pushing yourself? Where are you gonna be putting out the limits dito kung saan mo madadala ang team mo? Now that you're gonna be carrying your team towards their victory and possibly their own demise. Now, di pa nga tapos dito ang hunt ng FURIA. The Tigers are here to prance on the remaining prey dito para sa kanilang kalaban. And for sure, they might not anticipate someone na maglalaro dito on the bottom of the mid. Nako, Musera, mananalo pa nga with a duel. Kahit Bulldog lang yung dala niya. Upgrade pa nga para sa kanya. Oh,
This
diba?
is, what, 3 rounds in sa second half? Tapos may ultimate na agad si Quick? That is very fast. Okay. Kasi he got a lot of kills then with the Spectre purchase on the previous round. Tapos nakapag-plant pa siya, nakapag-kuha pa siya ng couple of kills dito. That is incredibly fast to have your res that up. And what that does then, since they saved the 4 players coming into this round, they don't really have to buy anything. Tignan mo kung gano'ng kalaki yung pera nila. They picked up all of the drop weapons ng T1 ngayon.
Good bonus para sa kanila at good start para dito sa... What? DJ Zin, hello! Pakicheck ng PC ng tropa natin dito. But bago muna ang lahat, tingnan natin kung ano mga kuaniban sa kanyang repost dito sa mid. Hindi pa nga ito magdudulot ng magandang binabalak ang ginagawa ngayon ng FURIA. But kitang-kita mo naman, Munchkin, pipilitin pa itong B-main push para makapagkuha man lang ng information. But orb lang nga lang ang kanilang madadala para sa sitwasyon na ito. Now, FURIA, pipilitin muna muli tayo dito para sa kanilang A-side push. Spike being committed on that one side only. But makikita mo naman dito, T1 could not exactly go for the rotation just yet because we could see every single anchor that there is, every step you take, every move you make, yung makikita naman tayo ng ating mga kalaban na ang FURIA that is all over the map right now. Anong post-plant? Gusto na nila matatapos tong larong to, nagmamadali, naghahanap, at di pa muna magtatapos. Now that alam na alam nila, itong Marshall player is gonna be in a really vulnerable position out in the open, here in the boiler. He's gonna be cooking things up. Quick conflict para sa isa. Musera po ang kanyang hahabulin at mukhang magtatanggap pa magpagkatlong patay. At hindi pa nga yun mangyayari.
Great shots from Saya Player, but ultimately, even better shots from DG Zin. Grabe, tingnan mo, look at that. Oh my God. Ibang klase talaga ang approach ng mga Brazilians with how they just go for firefights. Kahit man dito sa, I think I've watched a good chunk then of pro players in APAC region stream, and I haven't seen the way they approach fights like this. This is just something different talaga from FURIA in general. And now, we're up to that point now where it might be call time. We'll have to see. Zeta holding the angle muna for the moment. They've purchased the operator for a Saya player, pero DG Zin has an operator of his own. He's just waiting, patiently trying to force the rotation out of Saya, or out of the rotation dito ng T1, as the wall was placed for the B side. Doesn't matter because MW Zera gagamitin ng Hunter's Fury niya to get things started. Carpe though, stopping the tracks, but will still get the plant. MW Zera, no way, it's the shot! He had no weapon out. Nahabol pa niya. Still somehow manages to get it. Saya player charging in onto the site to stop them from coming in, from barreling in. Maybe remove the Viper split, but it does not work ngayon the leg. And Mazin fights, gets back. No bloody way.
He still gets away with that. Sneaky kills. And of course naman, we could definitely have to expect to si Carpe posible pa nga to even get away from this defuse na pipilitin niyang gawin. Now, it's no longer planted for anyone just yet. Mukhang may shock darts mga sila magagamit. Carpe po could actually take the win here! Does he actually have enough time?
I don't think he has time.
Question mark? He does! Oh, no.
No. Great delay plays. Grabe. Shock darts. They use their utilities so incredibly intelligent dito sa Furia. They shock darts to delay, and then hindi sila sabay na nag-push a zipline kasi they knew that they were both low. And at the same time then, if they did that, baka makulat pa sila ng spray dito ni Carpe. So going one by one, again, delay tactics. Especially that the spike wasn't really placed for post-plant position.
This is like bad news for T1 right now.
Idol talaga. In love na in love sa Valorant. Yan ang gusto ko.
I mean, who wouldn't be? If ganito kagandang mga laro ning papakita ng mga teams ngayon, I wouldn't leave my eye, like I wouldn't let my eyes not be locked in para sa mga larong ganito. Ang raming matutunan natin like as a spectator, but not only that, ang raming natutunan din sa mga teams that are gaining a lot of experience from this privilege alone in competing in lock-in. Sabihin mo, you did come unprepared, but for this opportunity na nandito ka na ngayon, you gotta do whatever you can to make sure if your plays does not work, or might have to say parang may mapapakita ka pang like sort of something that could work in a competitive setting.
Yep.
And like a meta that could be followed by the other regions. I mean, that could work as well.
Yeah, Furia back with a vengeance nga ngayon, Ling. That is ultimately what you have to kind of just take away from this. Timeout's been called already. Teams still have the purchase power. May operator pa sa Saya player ngayon. I wonder if this operator really has gotten the value na in-expect natin sana para sa T1. You know, this entire icebox map. Parang hindi. So the risk is there, but it's definitely not paying off. High risk, high reward indeed.
Not so high reward. I think it's only 100 creds though na makukuha mo from an operator kill.
Yeah, then for 4-7 too.
Still not enough.
That is unbelievable.
The beginning of the end for T1. But let's see if may mapapalag pa nga sila dito sa push na ginagawa ng Furia. Now that the Recon Ball isn't gonna be spotting off anyone dito na play in for close post-plant na ibabalik nila dito for the side of Furia. Rotations coming in. Of course, the Dagger is not gonna be spotting off anyone para sa mga close angles na pipilitin ngayon ng opposition. Now, slow orbs, nakita natin dito. Of course, Miozera, isa namang lasong angle acting posibleng makikita. But Munchkin though, falling just right in time. Perfect rotation and of course, perfect retake na ginagawa nila. Posible pa nga winnable para sa dalawa. Ban at Munchkin, side by side. Tingnan natin kung if they actually could play for the trades na ginagawa nila dito ngayon. But si Quick is just gonna be there, right there behind them. Unfortunately though, 13-5. Not even close.
Taking candy from a baby. That is what it feels like to watch this series with Furia as well as T1. Grabe yung positioning nila, grabe yung trades, the setups, the timings, all were absolutely perfect. And the revenge of Furia, or rather, the comeback of FURIA. Their debut match once again here in Brazil, denied by DRX, a Korean team. Now they've taken one of the Korean representatives dito sa ating São Paulo Lock-in.
Parang binawian pero yung bunso ang kinalaban. Yun na yun. Yun na talaga yung ano. Pero tingnan natin mamaya kung sino ba makakalaban ng FURIA sa kanilang bracket dito sa Omega. And hopefully parang it is not just gonna be, yung mga bunso ang kaya nilang lalabanan, but also the kuyas who are actually here and well-deserving kung sino makakaharap nila. They're quite confident right now, running in good form, but it is just these teams alone talaga makita mo leaving a really good first impression sa atin rather, and the rest of the audience.
Night and day difference talaga from what we saw with FURIA before. Yung pick up din ni MW Zera, I can't forget to mention then how good his utility usage was on Pearl. The timings on his haunt, sobrang solid dito lane. And with all of that, as you mentioned, FURIA, they've taken one opponent down. Again, their debut match dito sa São Paulo was absolutely phenomenal nga. And with all of that, we end the series. Absolutely, again, amazing performance galing sa FURIA.
Napapalakpakan na lang talaga dito, ano? I mean, it was just great to watch. Parang, para sa akin, it was like pleasing to even witness like teams like this give us like a completely different like identity. I mean, kanina, sabi natin like aggressive plays are gonna be here and there, but here on Icebox, here on like a different scenario talaga on their defensive side, sila na ngayon ang nag-wait out sa kanilang mga kalaban. It's just what we actually want to see. They're not giving us those one-dimensional plays na push lang sila ng push, but this time around, they could have like something else to do. Hindi naman talaga kailangan pipilitin yung bakbakan. It's a game of Valorant after all. Lalawas pa rin tayo ng mga utilities aside from the highlight plays na makikita natin sa larong to. It is also gonna be, props naman talaga sa mga support players natin dito that are just fully enabling everyone to make all these executions possible. And of course, to win out as much rounds that your team needs in terms of committing these objectives.
Sa mga regions natin, I've only seen single players be just this exceptional. Sa MYSG, si Forsaken. Sa Philippines, si Envy. Sa India, I see SK Rossi, I guess. And here sa Brazil, DGZ. Ibang klase ang game sets nila and timing nila with how they peak. It's absolutely just insane. Something different talaga. And again, unfortunately, you can see the frustrations na nasa mukha ng T1. They ran out of steam like 5 rounds ago. Grabe talaga.
Grabe talaga yun. But for them, they gave out a really resilient effort naman din in putting out some sort of fight sa competition na ito. But it's just that they fell short. Their playbooks were not exactly that diversified. They had nothing against sa mga plays na binibigay sa kanilang FURIA. And, parang masasabi talaga natin, they were outgunned. Ang hirap labanan nun eh. Kahit sa mga barilan, hindi ka na nanalo. It's just hard. Parang, a basics of an FPS game is for you to win out those duels, which is I wasn't exactly seeing from the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Aside from Saya player, he's good. He's good.
He was, pero just not enough to actually win your 1 versus 1s with DGZ.
Yeah.
I feel like if we maybe have those stats for their 1 versus 1s, mas malaki talaga yung amount of wins na nakahanap dito ni DGZ. Because of that, Saya never really had the chance para makapag-pop off talaga ultimately. So unfortunately, again, that's that na para sa T1. So moving forward into this, maybe we'll see them in the future. I don't know how.
Hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. In any case, guys, we're gonna pass it na sa ating host to break things down even further. That's it for us. We'll see you in the next one.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga podcasters na si Azuray tsaka si Ling. Well, kanina in their time out, those two held on. And even if ganun na nga.
Iba rin ang tindig ng mga casters natin, diba?
Iba talaga pag matalino ka sa laro.
Yes, exactly. Lalo na si Ling at si Azuray pa yung nagsama. Talaga may matututunan ka mga bagong Tagalog words. Katulad ng mga sinabi nila Azuray kanina. And I'm really impressed kasi kumanta siya kanina. Ipagpatawan mo, gumanon si Azuray kanina. I didn't expect that lyrics from
Kung
him,
impressed ka sa pagkanta ni Azuray, impressed ako sa mga motivational words niya. na-motivate talaga ako maglaro pa at ipagpatuloy tong trabaho natin. Pero pagpatuloy nga, FURIA Esports, pinagpatuloy yung pagpanalo nila going into game number 2. Hindi na nila hayaan yung T1 na makabawi pa sa mapa na kung saan yung brethren nga, tinatawag natin ng T1, which is DRX. Dito talaga sila nag-shine, especially doon sa Alpha Brackets. Pero FURIA Esports, well, wow, MVP.
They're just really clean.
Very clean. MVP would be Mazin. Si Carpe Diem naman. Ika nga pa nga sa ating mga casters. Siya rin yung MVP. Pero going into this round, iba yung...
Feeling ko kulang lang din talaga yung naging execution for T1. We have FURIA, they know how to adjust. Kaya nilang mag-adapt kaagad dito. Kung paano nila gustong i-shutdown kaagad si Nasaya player once na makita nila na bakit parang nagpa-pop off na siya. Bakit nakakakuha na siya ng mga kills. Nakita natin yung highlight, was able to get a kill gamit ng Marshall and a jumping player from FURIA. Tapos nakita mo naman, diba? It can be a spark of something new para makuha na nga dito ng T1 yung gusto nilang momentum. Pero again, with the adjustments, adaptability ng players ng FURIA, hindi na nila ito hinayaan.
Exactly. Speaking of Saya player, kanina tinagtarong si Asuray kung ilang beses yun yung one-on-one duels nila together with DJ Jin. I think that was 3 times na si DJ Zin yung nakakuha talaga. I think the first one was, it started actually on round number 6 kung saan eco round for T1, tapos si Saya player nag-commit ng Blade Storm, pumasok sa site over at A.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yung kinuwento pa nga ng ating mga casters, na yung reaction time. Isa talaga si DJ Zin sa mga players na ganun yung reaction time, and then pulls out a shorty, taps the hell out of Saya
Alam mo
player.
kasi narinig niya na in-anticipate niya na yun na it was an eco round, yes. Tapos, may Blade Storm na kasama. So, ang kailangan nilang gawin dito ni Saya player is go inside of the site, dominate, and give an impact. Tapos, may i-pressure out niya yung nagdi-defend doon sa site na yun. Pero, it was the anticipation play na nagmula na nga dito for FURIA para ma-cancel out nila dito yung pag-atake na nga ng T1. Pero, I love this MVP right now dahil si Mazin, he has been really concise sa mga nagiging kills niya. Nakakuha niya yung multi-frags para sa team na ito na siya yung pwede nating asahan when it comes to the clutches.
Exactly. I think it was also in round number 11 wherein it was him and Mauzera who, tried to buy a lot of time actually for the rest of the team, and it really worked out kasi isa yon sa part na parang magiging lead na sana yung T1 kung na-diffuse yun ni Saya player, pero they were able to buy some time with their shock darts and the push coming in from Mazin himself na parang naubusan nga siya ng Viper snake bite, pero he ropes in forward para lang just to give the threat over to Saya player, and then I think 0.12 seconds yung natira. Wala na natira actually for that defuse, and kung ever since, I think that was the start na, even coming from the timeout, yung T1 talaga hindi, it didn't
Alam mo,
really
nandun yung firepower Nakaklaro siya rin dito yung kagustuhan nilang makuha ulit yung momentum. Gustong-gusto. They are really desperate enough na makakuha sila ng mga pick-offs, yung early initiating fights, yung mga contacts ditong ginagawa ni Saya player. I know what he wants to do, pero hindi naglaland yung mga shots niya. Dahil mas malaki yung impact, yung confidence dito ng FURIA. Parang makikita mo pa lang din sa mental stability dito ng player na ito. Parang nagiging shaky na. To the point na FURIA na naman yung makakatapat niya. It's DJ Zin. Na-mention mo nga kanina, diba? Pag 1v1.
Si DJ Zen nga, in those times, after that one, parang meron silang para siyang another brother from another mother ni ito si Saya player tsaka si DJ Zen, kasi lahat ng galawan nilang dalawa, it's nearly the same, but si DJ Zen yung nananalo mostly in their duels kasi as a jet player, alam mo saan yung mga angulo na gusto mong atakihin.
Definitely.
And yung operators niya ready to go. And hiniram na nga, hiniram nga rin mismo ni DJ Zen yung laro ni Saya player papunta sa up 2 play. Tapos para to clear out kitchen. Ginaya din yun ni DJ Zen. Pero on the side of Saya player, it's mostly clearing out yung turrets ni Killjoy. Yun lang nagagawa niya. Pero si DJ Zen, he was able to pick off one from that play and able to really adapt more and give more, level up yung strategy na yun. And so far, that's about it. Now, talking about Saya player, kakausapin din natin siya after, we take a very short break. In a bit, mag-break tayo. Pero stick around para naman malaman nyo yung... wala na palang break. Sorry. So, yes, God. Yes po. Kinausap ako ng konsensya ko.
Parang ayoko niyan. Masyado
po. Yes po, sir.
Dahil ba inumaga na naman tayo?
Inumaga na kasi.
Kinabahan ako sa'yo.
Yung ilaw ay papalapit na at tumirik na nga yung araw. Kaya ay kakausapin din natin, valiant efforts pa rin from T1. Unable to replicate this time yung success ng DRX over at Icebox. But it's still not the end for them on the whole year for lock-in. Tapos
Totoo, lock-in pa lang ito, diba?
I mean,
First international event.
Exactly, for everybody watching, yes, there is a prize, meron ding extra slot for your region, but the main purpose of lock-in technically is to showcase all the franchise team na nandito na ngayon sa ating season. Ayun,
parang ito yung kumbaga maging warm-up ng mga teams natin. Parang ito yung pwede nila maging impression to land upon the year ng VCT here in 2023. Nakikita natin yung kanilang magiging approach, nakikita natin yung full-on potential nila, pero in the end, makikita din naman natin kung sino ba talaga yung bababa. At ngayon, na maalam na kaagad ang isang team dito, which is T1. We really love how they played earlier, but that time came into play na alam mong mawawala yung momentum nila if ever they nawala talaga dahil alam talaga ng FURIA kung paano ito tutuldukan.
Yep, exactly. And now since we're here, natapos na nga yung last series natin for Omega Brackets para sa last ng first round. We are, just a quick recap sa mga games na mangyayari sa susunod. Number 1 will be our very own Team Secret versus Natus Vincere, which is, two pretty strong teams. And so, of course, Mancasters is natin at that time. We're gonna talk about that more when we come to that day. Pero ngayon, let's still just give a review. Next naman is Leviathan versus Team Vitality, yung matches from kahapon. Now, FUT Esports or FUT Esports, kung paano mo yung pasahin, versus 100 Thieves. Sila din maglalaban going into round of 16 for these teams. Second round dito sa lock-in, Omega Brackets, and then ito naman yung nangyari, which is Fnatic versus FURIA Esports.
Yun, ito na.
Kung sino yung, ito na
yung matchup na inihintay natin.
Exactly. Nakwento natin ito kanina. It is the revenge match, finally, for FURIA Esports going over to Fnatic, which should be happening in 1 day and 21 hours from now. Nakasulat dito eh. Okay, and 53 minutes. And 17 seconds.
Ay, kompleto with the seconds.
Wala na,
I love
13
that.
na.
Okay na.
Anyway, yun yung mga upcoming matches natin. And then again, for everybody na nandyan pa sa ating stream, maraming salamat. At kasi tayo ay nasa alas 6 na ng umaga, pero hindi kayo nawalan ng vigor. Ibang klase, nawalan ng
nandito pa rin yung
puso.
kanilang amor sa Valorant para mapanood ito hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Tapos, alam mo, manonood pa yung mga yan sa VCT PH mamaya. Kaya, see you later.
See you later.
Hindi pala ako kasama doon, pero at least see you later sa comment section, diba?
Kasama natin mga Pilipino na ready i-broadcast yung our very own Valorant scene. Para ma-showcase pa yung someday, more Philippine teams yung pupunta sa the likes of Lock-In, going into stage 2.
Hindi posible yun dahil naka-advance na si Team Secret.
Well, totoo yan. Team Secret. Sa'yo yung bukas. Pero again, still, just to recap the entire day, Sentinels versus Fnatic, it was a 2-0 in favor of Fnatic. Sila yung mag-a-advance. And then for this one, 2-0 ulit. Tayo ay nabiyaan na naman.
Alam mo ba kung ano ang biyaya na yan?
Ano yan?
Kasi meron tayong namumuong eksena kasi sa VCT PH, Honey Grace. Parang may blessing ni Honey Grace every time na magkaroon tayo ng clean 2-0s. Pagdating sa VCT PH,
so
this is such a good... lucky charm, kumbaga ganun. Pero, alam nyo naman, wala naman ako panangga sa the infamous Ray-Rakers, pero still.
At least nandyan yung, ikaw yung tumatanggal ng porsyento dyan. Kung sa statistics pa yan, isa kang independent variable.
Pero grabe, no?
Well,
it's
isa rin,
2-0,
kasi.
grabe.
0 kasi yung donut na shape, diba?
Yes.
Pumasok. Anyway, we're gonna be talking to Saya player in a bit and tatanungin natin siya and kung ano ba yung plans for T1 moving forward from their loss here in VCT LOCK in live
kung ano yung adjustments sila after this.
Although I would still understand na medyo mahirap talaga if you kind of lost and then going into it. But anyway, for now, let's take a very short break muna, Honey Glaze. Mag-ready lang tayo. And of course, Saya player is also getting ready. So for now, let's take a rest. Huwag kang alas. Kung ikaw ay fan ni Saya player, magbabalik ang VCT PH broadcast. And welcome back to VCT PH broadcast. Ako pa rin si Juicy Brucey, kasama ko pa rin si
Honey Glaze with the double E. Buhay na buhay pa rin naman kami dito dahil syempre, buhay na buhay pa rin naman yung D1 ng mga players natin dito.
Tunay talaga. And speaking of players na, na kasama sa lock-in, kakausapin din natin yung isa sa players coming in from T1 who fought against FURIA Esports. And here we are. We're gonna be going to that exactly because, it's great to talk to one of the players. And here it is, Saya player together with their translator, Jen. Hello guys.
Hi, Jen.
Good morning here in the Philippines. Hello. Good afternoon to you guys over there. And, we're from the PH broadcast and we just wanted to ask Saya player, what adjustments did you make going into lock-in, you as a player and, T1 as a team?
일단 이번 브라질 경기를 준비하면서 사야 플레이어 선수 개인적으로 좀 어떤 부분에 신경을 썼는지, 뭐 팀적으로도 변화를 준 부분이 있는지 궁금하다고 해요.
일단은 제가 가드에서 넘어왔던 만큼 가드에서 있었던 그런 좋은 모먼트들을 팀에 최대한 적용을 하려고 노력을 했었고요. 개인적으로는 이제 더 공격적인 플레이를 많이 추구했던 것 같아요.
Well, I tried to integrate what I learned from my former team guard, and personally, I think I tried to be more aggressive in my play style.
So, Honey Glaze, do you have any more questions over to Saya player?
Oh, hi Saya player. I just wanna confirm if after their lock-in, what will be the next steps coming in forward for at T1?
이제 네.
죄송해요. 해도 될까요? 일단은 저희가 이제 팀이 만들어진 지 아직 얼마 안 되기도 했고요. 그리고 뭐 아직 여전히 팀으로서 적응을 하고 있기도 하고, 저는 가드랑 비슷하다 생각해요. 가드도 처음에 무시당했던 것처럼 이제 바닥에서부터 시작했던 것처럼 저희도 이제 시작이라고 생각을 해요. 아직. 그래서 이제 그거를 기반으로 저희가 더 다음에 할 때는 아주 완성된 팀으로 찾아뵙고 싶습니다.
So we're still a new team. It's a new roster. So there are things that we need to work on a little bit more. For example, being on the same page and playing as a unity. But I feel like this is the same narrative as when I was on the guard, because everyone just kind of wrote us out, counted us out, but we work from bottom to the top. So I'm pretty sure that T1 can do the same and eventually perform as a complete team.
There we go. And of course, our last question for today, you've already built your own fans, your community, as well as Saya player, who everybody looks up to you. What are your message for the fans of you as a player and of course to everybody from T1?
일단은 팀으로서는 더 지켜봐 주시면 좋겠고요. 저는 이번 경기로 인해서 전혀 좌절하지 않을 거고, 진짜 더 성장할 수 있는 선수가 될 거니까 다들 지켜봐 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 가드 때처럼 다시 치고 올라올 수 있도록. 감사합니다.
Well, I know that a lot of you guys are supporting me, but we still need some time. But I promise you that in the future we will work hard, and I'll show you that I could bounce back just like I did on the guard.
All right, there we go. Thank you so much, Jan and Saya player. Great insights, and looking forward to you and your team, really grow out big in the coming months. And thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you again here in the Valorant Split.
Thank you so much.
All right. So there we go.
Natututo na ako unti-unti.
Pero Korean.
Pero ayoko na lang itry.
Sabi niya kanina na they will bounce back. Kala mo wala translator eh. Kinuha lang sa translator. Diyan sabi rin ni Saya player na, to everybody.
Ini-English mo na rin. Akala ko itatagalog mo eh.
Pero, that was it. That was our interview with Saya player. And again, bounce back. It's not only him for sure. Lahat ng mga teams na nakita natin umalis na dito sa VCT LOCK-in. Hindi pa yan katapusan ng ating mga players. But anyway, this concludes day number 9. Honey Glaze para sa ating VCT PH broadcast sa LOCK-in live in São Paulo, Brazil. At kailangan na nating magpahinga kasi yung flight natin pabalik ng Pilipinas
Oo nga eh.
ay baka ma-delay pa tayo.
anong oras na rin. And again, congratulations pa rin sa mga nakapag-move forward to another round here in VCT LOCK. And I'm really, really happy and then really, really proud to be here dahil finally, nakasama ko ngayon si Juicy Brucey. But again, this is Sonic Lace with the double E. We'll be saying good night
Ako
and
si
goodbye.
Juicy Brucey at magsasabing, good morning, see you tomorrow, di pa tapos. Tayo ay hindi pa tapos ang bahay. Papabalik tayo.
What is it?